Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 94, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan konnichiwa, yokoso. So yesterday we concluded Unit 11, which was misleadingly titled Use the Past Tense, largely revolving around the theme of vacation. And we already did 2 recalls because we did half days. We have a new schedule now. I'm going to try to adhere to it. Today will be a special day. We'll try to get as much of Unit 12 completed as once. Then we're going to be on a 2-day cycle, 2-day cycle, 2-day cycle, 1 day, and then 2 days. So it will be one long day surrounded by half days. The long day is going to end up on Suiyobi. Just kidding. It's Mokuyobi. Yeah, it's going to be on Thursday. I'm not counting my days properly. So today will be the improv 1 day, so then we can start our 2-day cycle on Sunday and Monday, because I have something to do on Monday on top of that. Right, the stream day on Monday is gonna be a full day, but because we have something else going on. So let's do our total recall of Unit 11, which is past tense, and the theme is guess we could start there, something like I'm deciding how large I should write this. Let's go a little bit larger. A little bit larger. That's a little large. Something like Natsuyasumi. Oh, wait. I don't think I need the others. Now that I think about it. I think it's just me, right? It's Yasu. Yeah. I think. I don't need to Su. Something like that. So, Natsuyasumi. Right, something like summer break. Manka. I don't want to talk about it. Yee. Or I can talk about Haru Yasumi. Wait. Yeah, I think that's fine. These don't count. These don't count. We're just writing them as a basis for reminding. Okay. So Let's start. We have so hard to get on the left side of this. So we start with Cruzu, right? And Cruzu, I think this is the way I started yesterday too. Hune, right? Wait a minute. Oh. Yee. That's fine. Kinda hard to go from the left side. Yeah, Ishukan. If only I should have wrote them a little bit centered. Ishukan. And Mikakan. So we describe how long they could be. Just these two. How much? We're not gonna go for how much. And we had something like Hachiman. Nah. I protest. Formal protest. Right. Hachiman N, right? Hachiman N. Sohubo, right? Sohubo, yes. Places? Oh, we got more places. This is a few of the things that I missed yesterday, actually. Redemption! Starting by remembering. Oh, we forgot this one yesterday. Risotto. Okay. Ugh. Right. Nabusta. Oh, wait. Yes, that's fine. Yeah. Nabusta. 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 And then we forgot the next item yesterday. Clearly remember it. I totally did that out of order. It's fine. Hamburger. Alright. Those were the two items. Oops. Tabe hodai. Try not to say bow tie. Hodai. Tabe hodai. We're getting to the center of our tablet. It's kind of nice. Well, not really the center. It's a little to the left. Okay. Oh my gosh. If only I could move a little faster. Can't. Not with this plugin. So Mawaru, right? Screwed this up yesterday. Thought it was Wataru, which is cross. Mawaru to go around. Orbit. Orbit what though? Shima. We got Fukuoka. Oops. Just kidding. Minato. Mitsugi. What do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. I think reasonably, this was on the lower side. You get 17, I'd be pretty satisfied right away. We'll move along. Let's not forget deshita, the whole point of the past tense. Deshita. Okay, this time we got that. We got the islands. We got island, resort, ship. Any other locations? We got the ports. And even the proper noun. You're playing Super Mario Wonder in Japanese right now, and I found what they call the ground pound. Oh, what do they call the ground pound? Let's hear it. With the 2 food items, then the buffet. We got the people, right? We included the people, the action, the predicate. Even the swimsuit, how long things are, even how much things cost. I feel like I covered everything, and yet I'm still missing something. Eat. Ooh. Ooh. Iputo. Do. Ooh. Iputo roku. Thanks, Nojo. I'm doing pretty well. We just started, of course. Rested a little. My right leg didn't do as so hot on the run today. Yeah, hip drop, I guess. Yeah. Hip drop? I think it's hit. It kind of sounds like hip drop though, or hip drop. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, hipu dorapu. Yeah. So it ends in the middle. Yeah, hipu dorapu. Yeah, hipurapu dorapu. Hip drop. Interesting. It does look like a hip drop though. You know, like the animation. It does kind of look like a hip drop. Interesting. Imagine actually executing that on people. Sounds like a broken hip to me. So, like, imagine trying to land on your hip. Yeah, it was pretty. It's better during the evening, but it's kind of like radiating slightly a little bit right now. Slight radiation of pain. Not like a bad pain, but just exercise burns. I feel like I'm still missing something here. So let's swirl around. You know, you go on a cruise. You know how long it is. You know how much it's going to cost. You know the places you're gonna move around. Oh, speaking of places, right? Oops. Kaigai, right? Yeah, Kaigai. Wow, that second one was bad. Hold up. Kaigai. What else can you do? So you go around. What's on the ship? Talked about food already. And all you can eat. Room, sleeping, Neru. Uru, spa. Dobutsen. There was a really comical one that had Dobutsen. Oh. This one I forgot yesterday too. Tough to say too because I keep doing the one. So mini gorufu. I keep saying earlier gohuru because I'm so used to saying ru at the end. So mini gorufu. I was rattling through the activities you could do on a cruise. Not that I've ever been on a cruise, but what else can you do? I think we covered everything. So did we get 17? I think if we get 17, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17. I think that's good enough. There's definitely fewer than before for this one. Fairly low key. We blast through it pretty quickly too. I'm sure there's one or two things. But this is pretty good. Let's hop right into our new unit. We have some teasers from yesterday's guidebook teaser, but let's hop in. And today is gonna be our full day in order to catch up and start our new schedule. So let's head right on in. Konshu, right? We knew this was coming. Ooh. There's some fun stuff. Enki. I saw this before already. And we talked about the several things already, like this part and this part. Especially this one. This looks like heaven, right? Because we already talked about this. I was talking about like Akuma and the symbol on Akuma's back. Mainichi. Oh, Mainichi. Someone used this already as well, but we weren't introduced to it yet. Oh, yesterday it was something else. Someone was being serious, but not actually serious, and then I made a really flat out comment about the consequence of being serious but not serious but being serious. And then Daigetsu. Konshu. The way you combat inappropriate statements and trying to like garner a response from someone. I don't really particularly find that humorous. I think it's against my brand or against my thing to tell to encourage people to make not serious jokes and pass them off as serious, but really joking about it. That creates confusion and unnecessary consternation on the person they're talking to. So Konshu kind of looks like a snail going home. Okay.
今週
Right.
今週花見
Hanami. We saw this in our guidebook as well. Hanami. Cherry blossom viewing. Which makes sense with these kanji, right? I'm looking at all the radicals. So we don't actually have something identical to the top. Unless later in the kanji section, these are represented slightly different. We know this radical. This is a very common radical. We also know this one actually. And where I saw this radical before was on kai, as in floor. That it was just a prank bro vibes, yeah. Yeah. As much as I want to entertain that, it kind of derails the message I'm trying to make. That person basically wrote in Japanese even that every day I eat human flesh. That's what it said. Every day I eat human flesh. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of funny. Maybe it's referring to like the Duolingo meme, and then like, but no, I'm serious. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, if you're that kind of person, I would probably advise you to read a book called folklore about the kid who cried wolf, right? Yeah, they said something like ningen no niku tabemasu. Ningen, and I knew all the words because I've heard ningen a lot. So yeah, I thought they were joking about the Duolingo meme because Spanish or Vanish has a line about Duo saying he's famished, but then they were saying like serious. I'm like, all right, well, you know what happens to the boy who cries wolf? The top of the grass kanji. Oh, okay. You know what's funny? The grass kanji looks like a combination of like Kuruma with the grass crown. The crown. But this one is from Kai. This is the top right radical of Kai, as in the floor Kai counter, the Kai counter. And then we've seen Mi before, which is in mimas, or watch, to watch, or to see, or to look, that kind of thing. Nigatsu. Nigatsu.
2月
Hanami. Okay. I don't think this changed. Sanman. Yeah, no change. That was actually last unit. Sanman. But I didn't think worth recollecting. Sanman, Hachiman, and Goman, I think. So far, nothing really, and Ichiman is fine too. So I'm not gonna count, you know, I stay vigilant for counters just in case. So there's a very deliberate, oftentimes there's a very deliberate reason for choosing very specific numbers. And they're not necessarily practical in the sense like, oh yeah, this is how much it actually costs now or something like that. You can't really normalize for that kind of thing. So we're gonna stay vigilant on the man front until we get all of the things. Okay, And then Konchu,
今週
and then Yoji.
4時
Yeah, Hanami.
花見
Interesting.
通う
Kayon.
花見
Ashita. And Yasumi. Oh wait, interesting. Yasumi with
休日
the he. Interesting. Kyujutsu.
休日
Kyujutsu.
花見
We'll find out in the future if those things exist.
桜餅
Sakura mochi. Oh, mochi.
桜餅
Interesting. Sakura mochi. I know it's doing mochi, but that's kind of funny. Wait. Fine. I haven't ever had cherry blossom mochi before, so we'll see. Maybe I'll get my hands on some in the future. Aww. Delicious. Mochi ga arimasu. Who are we eating with? Or maybe what are we eating with? Maybe. So, 一緒に食べましょう. So who, let's see. Minato, which was from our previous port. Ocha. Ocha works. I mean, that looks like Ocha.
お茶
And then Hatachi, 20 years old. Very important day, a very important age, coming of age. And Inaka. Inaka is the countryside or the rural countryside-ish thing. Inaka.
桜餅も買いましょう。
Sakura mochi mo. What?
桜餅も買いましょう。
Okay.
桜
Sakura mochi
mo
mo
kaimashou.
kaimashou. We should buy cherry blossom mochi also, or two.
桜餅も買いましょう。
Sakura mochi mo kaimashou.
今週はどうですか
Honshu wa dou desu ka? How about this week?
どの公園に行きましょうか
どの公園に行きましょうか? Which park should we go to? To which part should we go?
浅草で同僚と花見をします。
Asakusa. Bring back Asakusa. Oh, I heard Asakusa once yesterday. In what context did I hear Asakusa? It might have been anime. I watched a lot yesterday. I had a half day, so I caught up with a lot of media and stuff. Anyways, Asakusa de 同僚花見をします. Oh, I see how they're doing it. Yeah, they're highlighting the whole phrase because it's to do, yeah. They're saying they're linking it with suru in a sense. That's why they're highlighting that. I'm going because suru, the reason why they're highlighting this is because while suru is suggesting to do, right, a lot of times, or kind of, like in quotes, a lot of times when you're interpreting something, right, especially duo interpretation, you're doing the thing that's appropriate for the thing, is why they lump it together. So it's I'm going to see, but we're not using 見ます
花見をします
here. We're not using 見ます here, right? I'm going, I'm pretty sure I'm going, or maybe not. Wait. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm going.
花見をします
Oh, it's just I'm going. Never mind. Going is fine. It's still fine. Going is so instead of like ikimasu, right? But I'm going, what the, my English is failing me. I'm going cherry blossom viewing. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay. So they interpreted the viewing as part of the verbial phrase, and that's why they highlight all of them together. I guess I was gonna say instead I'm going to see cherry blossom, but since hanami is cherry blossom viewing, they're using it as the activity. Yeah, which makes sense. The suru trying to make it into an activity. Okay, that's fair. The question is now I gotta look up, I gotta see if maybe you could phrase this differently with something like ikimasu or mimasu. Or this might be one of those special things where like particularly nuanced, like shawa kind of situation. Yeah, I know. The reason why I'm talking about this is because this phrasing is kind of like pseudo verbials, right? So you can do certain things and you can put in things, but there's a o here, which is slightly different from these pseudo verbials where you add like a ryoko, right? Ryoko, for example, for traveling, when they interpret it for traveling, ryoko suru, right? So it's kind of like a thing. But this thing is different from the other things where you place suru next to them, right? Because o is here, but ryoko suru does not have an o, right? There's an o here, and that's what's making it a little interesting. And they on and off, I don't know how this o works as well, because if this o is here, you can actually do mimasu probably, but like to look at a cherry blossom viewing, right? But it's so interesting. Yeah, X Shima Shimas equals X must be suru verb. Yeah. Now handwrite what? Handwrite what? We're already done with the handwriting. X O Shimas equals X can be anything, including a modified, yeah, suru. So what do you think? What do you think? Do you feel like you just default to the second one? There seems to have been a lot of bots in the Duolingo account in the past few days. Oh, I see. All right. Thanks for the heads up, Luca. What do you think, Lotus? What do you think of the O? Is this a no situation again? You know what I mean, Lotus? You feel me on that? You think this is a no situation again? The no particle? The O is often brushed over in conversation. Yeah. Do you feel like it's the no situation? Yeah, it's unnecessary. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I felt about it when we started talking about it. Oh, the sense. It would be interesting to see how you write Japanese. I already did that, Gabriel. I do that at the beginning of most things. Like I handwrite beforehand. This is just hiragana. Everything is hiragana, and I already know this kanji, and this is a new kanji which we'll do in 12, which we'll write in another 6 lessons, including this one. This is the new kanji. It's the only new character. You also wouldn't include it if you already have an object act upon it, like. So I think you can possibly replace that, yeah, with no. Yep. You do Japanese studies? So do I. I study Japanese too. I mean, that's what I observed. So, fair enough. I mean, I might not do Japanese studies the way you're doing it, but I can tell you what you said. I understand you could do that, possibly. But hey, it's me observing things. I'm going cherry blossom viewing, so this is pretty nice. I'm going cherry blossom viewing with coworkers. With coworkers in Asakusa. Oh, wait. I know where I seen Asakusa. It was when I was watching Demon Slayer. It was one of the places. Yeah, not pretty glancingly by though. Okay, I think this is no wait with my coworkers. I think they wanted it to be your coworkers. Yeah, that's fine because we don't have a the reason why this is here for an English from an English perspective is because this is acting like a article, and I know what people are saying, like, oh, but my is possessive. It's like, well, if you leave it out with coworkers, it's still fine, but duo do be doing duo things. So you could say some coworkers here, or for the filler, but it needs a filler. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if this has a sort of personal thing, but you can imply it. Have you watched? No, I haven't watched that. Banshi, Bashi, Bashi. I don't care if it's in Chinese. I listen to Chinese, Gabriel, so it doesn't mess with my ears at all. And also, anime is a art form. It's not bound by language. So, if you're looking at something and it's in a different language, you're talking to someone who looks at things in different languages, so it wouldn't mess with my ears. Like, for example, if you watch a Spanish sci-fi, it still looks like sci-fi, but in Spanish. Or if you watch I'll throw a nod out to the German sci-fi. Dark is fantastic, but it's in German. Yeah, things looking weird, that's an interesting take, but it would not look weird or sound weird to me. Hey, I think this is fine. Oh, they wanted me to rearrange the prepositional phrases. Oh, yeah, they wanted different. They're saying I'm going cherry blossom viewing in Asakusa with my coworkers. Yeah, because they're going. They want the day phrase to specify the action before doing the topical. Yeah, that's fine. Fair enough. I usually think of people before the modifying location. Let's see. Konshu. Oh, this image again. I think this is nostalgic. Whenever they bring back old school images from other units, it gives perspective on how much more advanced your phrasing is. Like the first time this image was used, it was something like Shinkansen ni norimasu, something like that. or densha ni norimasu. You guys don't have cherry blossoms at home? Why are you asking randomly? You guys don't have cherry blossoms at home? The United States have cherry blossoms. Funny enough, I used to live right next to one of the biggest, because Japanese, and interesting enough, the Japanese nation actually gifted those cherry blossoms. So technically, yes. There are cherry blossoms where I am anyways. But we don't plant cherry blossoms. That's an interesting thought. Do we have? No. Occasionally I go to cherry blossom viewings. But it's very crowded. The biggest one where I am is at the capital. The capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. Occasionally you go to Maryland, has a lot of cherry blossom places, like collectively cherry blossom places for viewing. Konchu. Yeah, I'm not sure if there is one here. Actually, some of our neighbors might have one. Cherry blossoms are a Korean native tree. That's cool. I mean, I disagree, but okay. I don't think they're native to Korea, but I guess that's the whole idea of finding origination, right? Pretty sure it's native to Japan. But maybe there's like a whole like Neanderthal versus Fertile Crescent and finding evidence. But cherry blossoms are very, very old. They are incredibly old. But I think that's up to Korea and Japan duking it out on where the original species came from. Well, let's find out. Original cherry blossom tree. History of the cherry blossoms. Let's find out. Oh, it's Nepal, actually. What is now Nepal? So, So neither Korean nor Japanese. It was later the current cherry blossom differentiated in Japan. Actually, I'm gonna say I'm not mistaken. The current cherry blossom differentiated in Japan. So, Nepal's original was 10 million years ago. But the species that's differentiated now is Japanese. It didn't even touch Korea at all. So there you go. It was Himalayan. Yep. There you have it. I was pretty confident it's not Korean though. And cherry blossom viewings, and then the tradition of cherry blossom viewings, I think originated in Japan. The current thing that we're talking about. The ceremony, cherry blossom viewings, it originates in Japan. Not that I like to argue about origination. I usually argue for the current species. So the current species of cherry blossom is Japanese. There's no way it's Korean. Hi Maku, I recently started to learn French in Duolingo. Your stream really motivated me to keep my streak and start seriously learning a new language. Aww. Sorry, let's take a little moment. I appreciate your words. That's best compliment I could ever receive. I hope French is going well. I don't know what the French course is like. How is the French course so far? And how long have you been learning French? And what other things you use as well? I'm curious. Like when you're saying you're taking language learning seriously, have you branched out and look for a lot of other things too to keep yourself motivated and engaged in language learning? Louis? Wait, in Japanese, when do you use sono versus sore? Sono needs a noun, I guess. I guess the thing that whenever I need to use sono, right? Sono, usually I want an object here, like that object, right? That object, whatever that object is. And this is more like a serving as a, what do you call this? I guess it serves more as an adjective. And then sore sore serves more as a demonstrative, like a standalone demonstrative. It itself could be differentiated from this. It itself can serve as a like a, what do you call this? A pronoun? I don't think that's the word I'm looking for. Like that is cool versus that train is cool. So down here this would be sono, and up here could be sore. And then it goes the same with like ko, if you put all the ko's. Yeah, like why am I drawing a blank on ko? What does ko look like? Oh no. Wait, I'm not kidding. I've forgotten what ko looks like. Hold up. I, ku, e, and ko is just a blank. Oh, ko. Like if you do the ko thing, I don't know if I have a unique other unique uses of these. Maybe Lotus can tell me if there's some unique uses of this. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, did you just kanji me with a ko? And then you freaking katakana me? Okay. Heck you. Like, is there anything else outside of them serving as demonstratives? I don't think there is, right? Or at least I haven't seen any. Like, outside my description, I don't know if there's any unique, like, super crazy way of using them. Which you could spoil if you want.
新幹線
今週新幹線で埼玉に行きます。花見をします。Okay. There's like そして which means in this way. Gabriel specifically mentioned when to use sono and when to use sore, and I don't think I can think of any other reason. Sono to me is like an object modifier, like a noun, I guess you could say noun. And then sore itself has multiple features, but in this comparison case, it can serve as the noun. But I don't know if there's any other things where they might overlap to some extent. What other choices do we have? Suizokukan. Oh, Suizokukan. Aquarium. Yeah, aquarium. Wow, I haven't seen this in a while. And then we have Untenshu. Untenshu, driver? Yes, Untenshu, driver. And Chugakai. Chugakai is Chinatown. Okay.
日曜日に公園に行きましょう。
Yeah, you think of sono as, yeah, sore plus no particular other uses. Yeah. I can't think of another use. It's not to say that there isn't another use, but I figure I give it a shot and ask you. I don't mind now learning more on top of things, like more article or demonstrative or something, because Duolingo doesn't really introduce much lately, so adding an additional thing and exploring that is kind of extra, and I'm willing to listen and pick up extra at this point because it's feeling really comfortable. We're in like vocabulary town now where it's just vocabulary. You're practicing grammar. Okay, so you started 15 days ago, and to be honest, I think I'm making good progress. That's excellent. Always feeling good. It's nice to feel good. The course itself is very good, but it introduces some quote-unquote useless words for a beginner. I'm practicing grammar with videos. Very nice. Cool. And you're practicing, yeah, okay. And a book you bought. Nice. It's good. It's great to have multiple things to engage yourself in language learning. But what I'm really struggling with is pronunciation. French pronunciation is very difficult. How are you learning? Are you learning any way of breakdowns in phonetics for the written, like attaching the writing with the French thing? Because whenever I think of French, which by the way, I have no background in French, all I can think about is how do you, like, say you don't want to listen, right? You're not listening to the stuff, you just want to read stuff. Is there a system that they start you with in like maybe your books or Duolingo that they're trying to get you to associate some sort of pronunciation thing with what you see? Because the thing that really captivates me about Japanese, and it's very specific to Japanese for me because I don't have any experience with any other language outside of English, and it doesn't work for English. And I can only imagine it probably doesn't work very well for French, if not even worse for French, because English has adopted French words, and those French words are hit or miss, right? And in Japanese, while you have to, there's pitch accent stuff, really, when you're reading Japanese and you're writing Japanese, it goes hand in hand. As in, when you're trying to write Japanese outside of kanji, like the whole kanji thing, when you're writing to communicate a sound, it's incredibly one-to-one. I felt the same with Spanish, actually. So the first language that I learned formally outside of English is Spanish, and I felt the same way. After 2 years-ish of classes, so on and off classes, which is less time that I've invested in Japanese. As in, if I took the first 2 years of Spanish, put them together, I actually spent less time than I have spent with Japanese so far. Way back. And by the end of 2 years, you can pronounce any word you see. As in, when you're writing, you have no idea what that word is, you can still pronounce it. So it has like a way of adapting to the English thing, but it's even more consistent than English, because English has French influences and German influences. So those words, the pronunciation falls apart. But in Spanish, it doesn't. It stays consistent. So it's closer, it's somewhat like Japanese, where if it's written a specific way, there are only few exceptions. There's like slight nuances in terms of like stress accent or like volume, but you can still pronounce it. And it's interesting. Now that I think about French, I'm like, it can't feel great. Like from a psychological standpoint, I don't think it feels great. There isn't, in my opinion, it's more like rote memory. Basically rote practice, as in repetition produces that connection between what you see, what you hear, and what you're learning at the same time. It kind of sounds fun to me. It kind of sounds fun to me when something is very difficult, I suppose. but at the same time, I can't even imagine how you navigate that. When you like see a word in French, how do you even go pronouncing it? And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm learning a language in which the basis of its pronunciation, like its raw pronunciation, excluding pitch accent, the subtleties, is very friendly to rote practice. As in, when you practice it, you will get it reasonably well enough that, yeah, you're gonna sound kind of off to other people, but it's like when you hear someone with the English accent, it's sufficient. So you're all oftentimes saying, well, if I put in the practice, I'll at least stick with some sort of pronunciation, and that pronunciation itself will be sufficient. And then from there on out, you can improve on the pronunciation. So I'm always curious about how French navigates that, because most of the French inspirations in English doesn't help the case for English. When you read a word, it really doesn't help, right? Like if someone is learning English as a second language, you write something like this, and then you write something like this, and that's cool until you start writing. Then you start writing something like this. You're like, okay, well, are these do these sound like each other? Well, to an English speaker, the answer would be yes, they sound like each other. They even rhyme, actually. Or no, not this one. Sorry, not this one. This, yeah. So then, right, like hate, but then you hit this, like, okay, well, that's confusing. And then then you have this, right? You have fight, and then you're like, I don't know. So you have like fight and night, but you have ate and hate. But in Japanese, it's not the case. It's not the case. I can only imagine what it's like in French. In Spanish, it's not the case most of the time. It's the exception. That type of occurrence where when you see a word written a certain way, it doesn't change. It doesn't like become something entirely different. And every time I think about French, right, the running memes and the stereotype about French is you can't trust what you see ever. But in Japanese, you can, outside of kanji. You can outside of kanji. But kanji is kind of like a special thing that's built on top of hiragana. So in my opinion, like Duolingo has taught me to build kanji on top of hiragana. A lot of people though might jump to kanji and do not associate hiragana with it. So a lot of times there could be a chance they forget how to represent it as a phonet, like using hiragana, but that's fine. This part is probably the closest thing to French, in my opinion. What do you say, Lotus? I think this part is the closest thing to French, the kanji part. Like, looking at this isn't going to necessarily help you pronounce it. So if you learn this first, I'm like, what is this? It's predicated on rote memory. Like, you're not gonna know this is Nichiobi. Yeah. So I think that's the closest thing to French pronunciation, where you rely on rote memory to remember how it's pronounced, because it looks nothing like what it looks like. I think the way Duolingo approaches it is perfectly sufficient, where you get used to hiragana's bases. So I could write this out for someone. Like, how do you pronounce this, right? Whoops. Keep right? Nichiyobi. I could at least write this out. I can't do that with English. Like even as a native English speaker, I can't write out how to pronounce, like, how do I differentiate between 8 and night? I can't do it, right? So that's kind of like rote memory. Basically, I've used 8 and night so much that I can't even write and communicate how these guys are different in any way, like, because I have no pronunciation rules. I have no like display for that. And I imagine French might have an underlying pronunciation system, but that's as far as I know. English has one too. I just don't know how to use it, or I have no literacy for it. In Japanese, the way I'm learning Japanese now, is based on pronunciation. So it's kind of fun to draw the contrast. Like English, I learn English without pronunciation rules. Like the more English I learn, it's inherently not obeying pronunciation rules. And in Japanese, it's completely solely dependent on pronunciation rules. So is Spanish. I learned Spanish the same way. So when Spanish, I know Spanish still uses Roman characters, but the way those Roman characters are written, they stay static most of the time. Almost, I would say 90 to 95% of the time, the Roman characters are only pronounced a specific way. So it's not like a guessing game for like, is it Ram or is it Rom? Yeah, hiragana doesn't give me pitch. So that's the rote memory, right? Rote memory is going to come into play with hiragana. So you still can pronounce the sound, but it doesn't give you pitch, right? So it's still closer to English. Yeah, it's ram, like ramming. So I say both. Like for example, in English, I say both. Definitely not rom. Definitely not rom. That's something else. Well, we're talking about rom. Now we're talking about rom as rom, but not as like it's fine. It's fine. I know, Lotus. I should have picked something else. I didn't. I should have picked something else. Maybe I'll choose data and data. Sure. You happy with that? I'll choose another computer thing that you might struggle with. It's data and data. And I actually do both. I disagree with you with the whole ROM thing though. But that's a whole other different story. That's like you being a computer person thinking being a computer person. But this I actually use both. Data and data. I use data when I'm talking about statistics. I use data when I'm talking about interpretation. So data would suggest that resting can promote muscle recovery more than, I don't know, active exercise, right? Like passive, like low intensity exercise. But the data would suggest that the body of data would suggest the statistical average performs better with a period of rest, for example. So I actually use both, just for various reasons. Another one would be something like status and status, which honestly this is where the rule breaks, right? You don't make rules in English. You just know what you're... Oh yeah, and Data when he talks about Star Trek. Yes, I say Data. Data for Star Trek. So, if you're ever talking about Star Trek, that character's name is Data. Do not call him Data. Do not call Data Data. And status and status, this is where the rules break apart too. Like in English, I don't think there should be like, it's not rule dependent. It's more like preference, right? I generally use status 80% of the time, and I use status 20% of the time. That's just, there's no rule to it. The frequency I notice is I use status a lot. Let's not get into this. I mean, you can't trust what you see in French at all. Various words have a masculine and a feminine version, and in the most of the time they are pronounced equally, but they're written differently. Yeah. What you call it? I watched this, there's a YouTuber. I forgot this guy's name, but he's always wearing like a really flamboyant jean jacket, but he does French. He does French, American English a lot, and he does these skits where like, oh, sometimes he does Spanish actually. Yeah, sometimes. I think these are his most common 3 that he does, and he does skits, and one of them deals with the masculine feminine, where they're written the same, but they may or may not be pronounced differently. I think it's so funny. I know nothing about French, but whenever the guy compares it to American English and compare it to Spanish, it helps me understand the feeling of French. Like the clip helps, he's communicating why it's how it would be interpreted from someone who knows Spanish or someone who knows American English, and then interpreting the quirkiness of French, and then vice versa, where he takes like the French perspective and view American English and Spanish from the French perspective. I love these things. I watch these clips all the time of languages that I have no idea what's going on. And it's still funny because they're able to communicate a universal feeling, right? The language learning itself has a feeling that I honestly encourage other people to engage in, because that feeling is universal. Like language learning, the weirdness and feeling like out of place and stuff, that feeling is universal. Meanwhile, you know, the actual context is not, because they're languages and they have their own system and whatnot. But it is really funny, the thing that you described about specifically the masculine and feminine version, where most of the time they are pronounced equally, but they are written differently, for sure. Oh, I remember one where he was saying things like if you wanted to say something more something, occasionally French had words where it doesn't follow with other ones, where like in English you could say something like good, better, best. I know this is a pretty terrible example, but good into better into best. And then it's kind of like this relationship, but it was like a French word, and the French word was like, okay, these two are related, right? It's like kind of like a good and more good or something. It's not exactly good, but then when they get to best, it's like an entirely different word. Like the word just completely changes. And this, I mean, you can see it in English too, where like good and then it shifts to better, and then then better seems like it's related to best. What do the best example I can think of for Japanese that I know so far is adding the modifier more. So like if you have quiet and then you add more to quiet, it becomes quieter. Which in English you could go from quiet to quieter instead of more quiet. But the idea is this word stays the same in Japanese. So like moto shizuka or shizuka moto shizuka, right? So that this word actually stays the same and they like compartmentalize a modifier. But in English and apparently in French, not only does this break apart this type of relationship. Wait till you get to all the the psi. Yeah, I know about the psi suffixes. But listen, that's, to me, that's fantastic. You know why that's fantastic? Because I speak English. In my opinion, I think the more like sprinkle nuance you add to Japanese, to me, it gets closer to English. Honestly, personally, I maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but the idea is, when it feels more and more chaotic and more nuanced, it gets closer and closer to English. I think somehow there's always this like beginners. I feel like it's a beginner's phase. I feel like oftentimes when people are still in the beginning phases, and I totally misspell beginner, by the way, because I'm terrible at English. Beginners. When you get to beginners, right? When you are constantly simplifying things. When you are constantly simplifying things or constantly trying to simplify things, then you're not engaged into the language anymore. You're trying to reduce the language. And that happens a lot now. I don't think I'm in the beginner phase anymore. As in, I need more nuances. As in, now it's the time to build on my foundations. But when I talk to people, there are still people who are saying, oh, this particle only does this. It's the fundamentals of this particle. And I'm like, that's fine, but that's not it. Like, when you're becoming an intermediate language learner, you're not looking for reduction in complexity. You're striving to build complexity, right? You're looking for more information. So you're not looking for things that unify the rules. You're looking for all the color in the rules. So you're looking for exceptions. You're building upon all the things. So they don't only do this. They do a lot of things. It's easier now to remember all the things it does versus trying to reduce it all down to like only one rule to remember, because you don't need to remember the one rule anymore. You remember all of them. Now you can just say day is a means of a verb, right? And nuance and domain specificity, stage 2. Yeah. So like day, one of the functions of day is the means by a verb. It doesn't matter if it depicts or limits something. That's something to be used in the beginning stages, right? In the beginning stages, you're trying to simplify. A lot of times people try to simplify things so that it's easier, right? But as you're getting more and more deeper into a language, you're basically looking for more and more complexity now. You're not trying to reduce or streamline something. It's gonna restrict your growth. So I'm no longer looking for like, Oh, like for example, one of my favorite things is like, oh yeah, you use ni here because of X, Y, Z, and that's why you don't use oh whoa here. And I'm like, no, you just use ni because it's ikimasu. Kind of thing. Or something. Like in this very case, it's like, no, this is right. And in a problem, there is a problem here though. It also means that I'm getting worse and worse at teaching as well. So at some point I'll have to go back to remembering how to explain these things, because it's going to be, I'm losing touch with how to explain things at the moment. I've gotten to the place where it's just like, this feels right. I learned Italian from your family speaking it. Nice, Andy. What'd you call it? I am an immersion baby for 2 languages as well. Like where you just pick it up from your family. I thought I had a walk earlier. Thought I had a walk earlier. Day is used to say the means by which you do something. If you're having relations with someone, would you use the day particle, or is that too impersonal? Honestly, if you say you're having relations with someone, would you phrase it in a way where you would say you would ga the relationship with someone and using to instead? So like your person to relation ga possession, I suppose. I know how that sounded. That sounded so weird, but I'm like using the English parts to accent the particle parts so that you can emphasize the relation using ga. To make it a little like more personal, I suppose. It'll be interesting. Like how annoying things when people say process EEZ instead of processes. Processes? Oh, processes instead of processes. I say processes sometimes. I catch myself saying processes sometimes. But I think I say processes. I think process is just process. Okay, here's well, let's talk about English again, okay? I treat process as plural and singular. I know how that sounds. It might not even be correct, but the process versus the process. So there are many processes, I guess? Do I ever use there are many processes? Or processes? I think I force singularity when it comes to things that are processed, like the process. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I've ever said there are many processes or processes. Now that I think about it. Yeah, see, I don't know. Sometimes English just has a habit of reminding me of how little I pay attention to English. That's a really good question. There are a lot of processes going on. But then I would use processing. But that's not the same meaning though. There's a lot of processing going on. Yeah, no. I don't know. I might just avoid using words like processes and processes. Your English, your dad was Polish, and your mom's Italian. Ooh, that's a multicultural thing. I feel like to is like loving, and de is like greedy. True. Honestly, true. To is like more like compassionate. You're sharing. You know what I mean? Like you're sharing, so it's kind of loving, right? Like if you're towing someone, you need to go. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a wonderful night. Good luck. I would love to hear more about your French journey as you go. Like maybe like in another 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I would love to hear some funny things you observe about French, because I think sharing feelings is relatable universally. Regardless of what languages we use, the feeling of learning language is often incredibly relatable. And when you have feelings, you can stay motivated and happy and whatnot. So thanks for sharing your kind words, Louis. Awesome. Keep it up. Gabriel says through, though, bow, cough. I have no idea how to say that other one. Who, so, soft, puff. Oh my gosh, yeah. Most of them have multiple pronunciations. Yeah, they all sound different. In fact, all of them sound different from themselves too. Yeah, good luck, Louis. Let's see. Processes is multiple. Yeah, I mean, I know what is multiple and what is singular, but I'm asking myself, do I even say those words? Like sometimes I don't think I ever said processes or processes. Like in the sentence, I don't say like there are many processes going on. I would say there are many. Like an alternative word. I would avoid using this. There are examples that I do use these words, like hypotheses. Hypotheses is one. This is a good one that I actually use. So something that's synonymous, sort of. Oh, well, it's not synonymous. It's kind of related to a comment someone's making. Gabriel's comment about ease versus s, right? I use hypotheses. This is hypotheses as opposed to hypotheses. Your uncle lives in France and you're multilingual. Yeah, people ask me so far. One common question that people ask me a lot is how many languages do I speak? And if they're really talking about speak, I guess I'm a little hesitant to say I'm multilingual. However, sometimes when talking about multilingual, it also means literacy, and I'm not literate in multiple languages. I do speak multiple languages, but I am not literate in multiple languages. And I can only imagine growing up in a household where you have a Polish father and an Italian mother. Both my parents are Chinese. Both my parents are Chinese, a specific type of Chinese. They're both Fujianese. So because they're both Fujianese, I have ear training on 3 languages: Mandarin, Cantonese, and Fujianese. But Fujianese is a special case where it segregated from Mandarin, so it could be highly unintelligible between Fujianese and Mandarin. But I can't read any of these things. Can't at all. It's lovely to hear from. Those are wildly different. Are you planning on learning Polish, Italian, and your uncle lives in France? So what are you? Wait. What did you say you were learning? I might have not asked what language you are learning. Or you learned Italian, right, from your family. Are you continuing to explore language learning. I'm doing it because it's kind of related to my family's heritage. Japanese is kind of a family related thing now as well. Not that I have a Japanese family member, but I do have a family member that lives in Japan at the moment. So it's kind of motivated by family a lot of times. To be motivated by family. I'm thinking of phrases that I would say in Fujonese. You know, in Japanese, you would say something like express, do you speak English or something, right? Do you speak English? That's kind of a, if your native language is, if your common language is English, you would ask something like this, or learn this in multiple languages. Right, and in Fujonese it would be nearby ingung ma. Ni ebaikong ingung. How does this fit with the English structure? Do you speak English? It's the same. Ni ebai. Do you? Oh, actually, it's do you Ni ebai no gong ingung. That's the order I said it in, which is very similar. Which it's basically the implicit do is in front. So ni ebai gong ingung. It's in the same order as English is. And then in Japanese, it's not, right? You would start with, if I were to read Japanese in English, it would be English. How would you say no? I guess you would put no here. No, speak. I don't actually know how to phrase this, but I'm guessing this, you have to nominalize no, and then a predicate speak, and then English. English no speak. And then you add ka, which makes the implicit you, and do. Do you English no speak? Or I guess you could put do back here. Two words for knowledge. It's chishiki, okay. Chishiki and Golzonji. Okay, so you would put, oh, but how would that work with speak? Oh man, I'm probably going way too deep into this, right? So if you put knowledge somewhere, do you say have knowledge? Do you have knowledge of English? Have knowledge of English? Like this? Oh, for speaking a language, people say dekimasu ka. Okay, dekimasu ka. Let me see. And then you put the language before dekimasu ka. Oh, right. Right, you're right. We do have deki. We have deku already. Right. True. We already have deku. It's already introduced in Duo. Using deku. So I do have that, but it doesn't. Does it imply speak? Yeah, we already have that phrase. Duo. Already have that phrase. ego like ego ga dekimasu ka? Like, but does it imply speak? Because the way I'm saying it in Fujonese is implying speak. It's not implying knowledge. Yeah, yeah, haneseru and speak, yeah. So we probably go with hanaseru. You don't think deku? Oh, sorry, deru, sorry. Wait. Wait. Hold up. Is it deru? Did I get them? No. Am I getting them confused? No, deru is leave. What am I thinking of? Is it dekuru? No. Is it dekiru? Oh, it's dekiru. My bad. Dekiru. Sorry. Dekiru. Talk about dekiru here. It's a ichidan. Dekiru. Wait, so can you understand the sentence? I can't read. I can't read pinging either. I can't read pinging either. But what are you trying to say? Just tell me in English what you're trying to say. Because I can't read that either. Yeah, you're right, Granola. It's dekiru. I forgot that it's ichidan. It's an ichidan plain form. I don't like the word wrong, but Lotus is correct, I guess. But it's more like I am thinking on my feet as opposed to sitting there and deliberating. I don't know. Deku is a word though, if I remember. Pretty sure Deku is wooden doll or something. Yeah, Deku is a wooden doll. It is a word though. Yeah. Deku is a wooden doll. How do I know that? Naruto. Is a thing from Legend of Zelda? Listen, Lotus. Don't bring Legend of Zelda, you boomer. Okay? Don't boomer me, okay? Deku is also in Naruto. Fight me. No, I'm just kidding. There's a puppet manipulator. Listen, we already talked about Naruto. Lotus was a wee baby when Naruto came out. I'm just saying. But then he referenced Legend of Zelda. Like, holy heck, dude. You weren't even born when Legend of Zelda came out. But that's a good point. So Deku is in Legend of Zelda. Did you say anything about My Hero Academia? Oh no, we haven't yet. But Deku, oh yeah, that's right. Wait, isn't that the wait, isn't that the main character's name? Oh no, like isn't someone nicknamed that? Yeah, the main character's nickname is Deku. I don't even know why the main character's name is Deku. Yeah, it's literally it's the character's nickname though. It's the main character's nickname, Deku. His full name is not Deku, but they mostly refer to him as Deku. I can't speak Fuzhou dialect. Oh, ngoi mei 좋은 공 ngoi mei Fujiwa in English. So ngoi mei Fujiwa. Oh, Ni ni gon ni goi ma ni gu how do you say that? Is that Mandarin that you're typing, Gabriel? I see the gong. Ni goi ma. Oh, it's Fujonese pinging. Ni ebe gong hujiwa. Okay, yeah, ni ebe gong hujiwa is probably what that says. So you say I can't speak Fujo dialect. That translates to can you speak Fujonese? It doesn't say I can't speak Fujonese. Wai me ai gong Fujiwa is I can't speak Fujonese. But ni me ai gong Fujiwa is you can't. Oh, I guess, yeah, you can't speak. Actually, ni me ai, yeah, you can't speak Fujonese dialect. Ni me ai gong Fujiwa. And then why he I. So if you're saying I, oh, is that how you spell why? Oh no, you're right. No. That is why. Ni why me ai gong Fujiwa. Yeah, it does translate to I can't speak Fujonese. That's true. See, I can't read pinyin. So why me ai gong Fujiwa? That looks like the pinyin for that, I suppose. I have no idea, but that pinging does check out. Wow, it looks so weird. Listen, guys, this is what I'm looking at. In case you're wondering, I'm speaking to someone else on YouTube right now. Apparently, is that a tilde? No. How the heck does this... Is that a line underneath? I can't even see that. And then... That's a short line? Is that a long line? I think that's a long line. And then what the heck is the K doing there? I mean, the H doing there? And it's this, and it's hyphenated. Is that a tilde or is that a caret? I can't tell because the font is too small. Is that a caret too? I have no idea. Ni me huye. Yeah, ni me huye. It's you. Why? Yeah. Why me huye? Yeah, I don't understand. Why me huye? Yeah. I don't understand. That's correct. So why? I had no idea that's how you say I. Why? Why is this is what it looks like, or maybe it's a caret or something. So ma is not. Why ma? Why me bai? Oh, sorry, me bai. So like might not know. Speak. Fujiu wa. Fujo language. Or dialect, but I prefer to translate this as language. So ngoi ma bai gong hujiu wa. So ngoi me bai gong hujiu wa. Ngoi me ai gong hujiu wa. I not know speak Fujo language. Yeah. So that is correct. And then you can say ngoi me huye me. So me again. So ngoi me I not huye understand is the other word. I do not understand. Ngoi me huye. Oh, you mean Fujonese is actually in Glossica? Ooh. I'll have to think about that. What is Glossica's model, like cost model? Is it free? Is it freemium? What is it? If there's Fujonese pinging, I might actually take you up on that and learn Fujonese simultaneously. His hero name, also his bullied name. Oh, that's how it works. I see. How about chicken fried rice? Gie chawol. I'm dipping out so you can make some progress today. Lotus, listen, this is progress. All right, take care, Lotus. Have a good one. Chinese dialects are free. Okay, if that's what you're telling me, if Glossica, the Chinese dialects are free, we're going to have to take some time to explore what they have on Fujonese. But Chinese and other languages, that's fine. If dialects are free, we might have to spend some extra time for it. Wow, I can't read any of that, Andy. Yeah, I can't read any. You know what's funny about this? I can read those characters because Japanese has those radicals. It's so funny because in Japanese, a lot of the radicals in kanji are inherited from Chinese. So, but yeah, I can't even read that Ying at all. But yeah, Gie Chao. Oh, you gone? All right, take care, Andy. Thanks for sharing. I'm sure you're probably. It's almost midnight. It's almost midnight plus or minus 1 hour. Over if you're overseas. Take care, Andy. Thanks for hanging out. So much fun. Okay. How much is it again, Gabriel? What is the subscription cost for Laska? I'm very tempted. I might even take it up on their like Chinese course on my own free time, if maybe a little bit later. But the dialect is very interesting. I like that they have dialects. Yeah, gie chao. How do I say? I can't say chicken meat in Japanese yet. Yeah, I can't say what is it? Chahan. Yeah, chahan. Chahan is fried rice in Japanese. But I don't have chicken meat, so we can't say like chicken meat no chahan. Probably chicken meat no chahan. Maybe like chicken niku no chahan, something like that. But gie is chicken. I don't know if. Oh, I guess you could say gie ni chao for chicken fried rice. Chicken meat fried rice. It's $13.33 for one language per month. Okay, so they sell by the language. Interesting. $25 a month for 60 languages a month. Oh, so it's like a package deal versus a singular deal. It kind of reminds me of the model that audio like Audible and stuff is kind of doing, where you do like okay, I'll have to think about it. Pretty cool. I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back, and then we can finally get on our lesson. Real talk though. Real talk. I hope in some way, maybe not right now if it exists or not, that Duolingo actually use pinging for, or some sort of pinging for Mandarin, because then I'll be able to repurpose it for Fujonese. I want to learn more pronunciation systems. At some point I have to make time to use English pronunciation rules too. It's gonna take a while before we get there. Let's just stick with Japanese for the time being, right? No, can't rush these things. I don't think rushing these things will do me any good service in the long run. But I can't wait to touch upon Mandarin pinging, because then it will do double duty. Pretty sure the same type of pinging is used to represent Fujonese. So then in the future, whenever I'm learning Mandarin, I can also manipulate and write the pinging for Fujonese just by sound alone, because I have far more language training, like sound production and ear training in Mandarin. Speaking and imitating Mandarin and Cantonese sounds are so much easier than Japanese. Like I can hear that my pitch accent is off even with synthetic voices. But in Mandarin and any form of Mandarin and Cantonese, I can hear when it's off and when it's on, even without needing to hear accurate things, because of many years of hearing it actively. Oh, okay. Wow, they have a lot. They even have Taiwanese Hokkien. Jeez. Oh, Wenjonese is something particular of interest to me, because I want to contrast it with Fujonese. Those are in Hokkien. So Hokkien, Wenjonese, and Fujonese are the three dialects that I want to relate to each other at some point. That's crazy. I can see why they're charging their asking price for being that high as well. If they're really investing in that many dialects and trying to preserve those dialects, that costs a lot of money, in my opinion. It's very unique. So if there's a service aiming to do that, they would have to charge a higher, in my opinion. No. That's not what I'm talking about, Gabriel. You're talking about the literal charging for a language. But what I'm talking about is how much they're charging to make it free. There's no such thing as a free language. There's no such thing as free, Gabriel. That's the same type of logic that makes Duolingo expensive. Like when people, that's a double standard in logic. These are free because they're charging a lot of money for others. That's how subscriptions work. You offer something so that you get the person to pay for other higher demand stuff. So like the charge model is why those other things are free. Not that they're free from the start. It's kind of like Duo, when people say, oh yeah, Duo is free, so why do I have to pay? Well, none of the stuff is free. It's free to you, right? Why do I watch ads every once in a while? Because it's not free. I think it's one of those types of conditions that have warped so many people's perception of how money works and how products work, right? It's like, oh yeah, this free-to-play game is free. Why start charging about it? Why do they keep having microtransactions in free games? If I play the game and I like the game, then it'll have more players. It's like, well, where are they going to make the money to keep the game free? That kind of thing. Just as a side cut to things. Other people are paying for your service. So for me, it's awesome that the dialects are free. But people like you, Gabriel, since I know you're using Glossica, you are the reason why I get to use the dialects for free. So much like Duolingo, all the people who are paying for the subscriptions for Duolingo for the things they care about, they are the reasons why Duolingo remains free for me. Yeah. They also have Cantonese and Vietnamese and Japanese. Yeah. So, but those are not free. Yeah. I imagine. The more highly in demand and influential stuff are not free, and they probably determine their like marketing, how much things cost based on how much they're willing to share and draw people in, right? So a lot of times they know it's pretty brilliant strategy actually when they choose a dialect that may not necessarily get the most return. So those things are free, but at the same time it draws them into the product. And I kind of like that approach, give something out for free to show, hey, are you willing to invest? And that's a pretty neat way of doing it. Find like dialects that require the other stuff. Like if you wanted to know the Fuzhou dialect, right? It will get you interested in the Mandarin language, right? So that's pretty neat. I think that's a pretty great way of going about it. Showing that you care about dialects and the preservation of dialects, while at the same time learning and being interested in those dialects mean that it will cause the person to be interested in the national language, the language that is common to all of them. So that's a pretty neat way. I think that's pretty sweet. That the reason why they are providing free dialects is because they have a plan to save endangered languages. Yeah, so does that is something that's very attractive right now. Almost all of the larger platforms that have sustaining subscription base and patrons are out to trying to expand into preserving dialects. And they usually go from their foundational, the highest influence ones, and slowly stretch out. So they're the stretch goals, right? This is not only unique to Glossica because Duolingo is also doing so. And if they're able to secure the resources, like the research in it, all the better. But I do want to re-emphasize that there are very few things in life that are free. Someone else is paying for it. And oftentimes I constantly remind myself, it's a privilege in this day and age of the internet to have someone pay for the privileges you have. Like, someone is paying for your YouTube viewing. Like, someone is paying for your TikTok reels. Other people are paying. Whether it's free to you doesn't mean it's free, right? And the reason why I say that is it helps me stay grateful to those people who continue to pay for things I'm not paying for. And Duolingo is definitely one of them, regardless of how privileged and entitled others become. There are other people paying for your products. You don't get to watch free things because no one is paying for it. And it's cool that Glossica is doing that, and they have a model that supports that. I don't know about Babbel and all the other ones, like Babbel, Memrise, Rosetta Stone. I wonder how far they branched into that phrase, endangered languages, like languages on the decline. Curious. I think Rosetta Stone has long since. It's one of the way back. Rosetta Stone was one of the OGs. Like, even before I hit college, Rosetta Stone was already doing that. So I imagine they at least have courses on rarer dialects at this point, because they're still around now. Yeah, Rosetta was one of the first viral language learning products, predating almost. I would even argue predating the internet, like modern internet information exchange. I still even remember when they sold software boxes of Rosetta Stone. Yeah, really cool. Really cool. Thanks for the share. You piqued my interest. So I'll have to make some time to like sample whatever they had to offer for Fujianese, because that's pretty sweet. I'll be completely illiterate, but it probably wouldn't hamper my comprehension that much. I can probably guess on most of the things. It's all in that PDF you sent? Oh. Which PDF? Wait. Where was I supposed to see this PDF? Is it on YouTube? The link above. I don't see a link. Does YouTube automatically filter out links or something? Yeah, I don't see a link, Gabriel. You can try again. I don't actually know how YouTube works. YouTube chat works on links. They might filter it out. I have no idea how YouTube moderation works. I usually don't touch any moderation things. They are always set on default. I have no idea. You can just type it out, but have the link slightly broken. Like, type out the link and subtract one letter, and I'll copy it and save it somewhere. So like make it an anti-link. Add like a character in the front or at the end, and then I'll just remember to remove it. You tried again? Yeah, I don't see anything. No. Yeah, make a broken link. So like type the whole link out and then add a letter in the front or at the end. Maybe it'll show up there. That's one way to work around it, I suppose. Okay, so 日曜日に日曜日に公園に行きましょう。Okay. Wait. How's this new? There's nothing new here. Okay. Review, I suppose. We should go to the park on Sunday. I feel like I got cheated out of a new prompt again.
有名な店で桜餅を買います。有名。
有名な What's famous? Sakura? 桜の something.
有名な店で桜餅を買います。
Oh.
店
の桜。
有名な店で桜餅を買います。
What?
有名な店で桜餅を買います。で、の。
What?
有名な店で桜餅を買います。
Oh.
餅
を買います。You just searched up Alaska 10 language dictionary of okay. So let me I'll write this down. So what is it? Classica 10 language dictionary of Chinese characters. Okay. Yeah, I'll check this out in the evening. Thanks. I appreciate it, Gabriel. I haven't found any other like formal resource for Fujianese, so this would be pretty sweet. And if they continue to develop it, that'd be pretty sweet too.
有名な店で桜餅を買います。
I'm going to buy cherry blossom mochi at a famous store. I see. 有名な店で桜餅を買います。Okay. All right, let's get back to focus. Let's focus. So,
今週、
今週、花見をしましょう。
しましょう。
I had to look for what tense they were going for. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. 今週花見をしましょう。Fair enough. Konshu, I said show, didn't I? Konshu. Konshu wa dou desu ka?
今週はどうですか？
I gotta stop saying konsho. Konshu. If I said it. Hey, let's go.
電車
Densha, right? We have a kuruma, the kanji for kuruma, meaning what kind of reminds me of an elephant, but that's okay. Oh, but if you're looking directly at it, it kind of looks like a train. The front of a train, though. With the little weird tail at the end. Oh, it kind of looks like a train on a track. So, like, you're looking at a train, but from the back, and it's on a track. I'm trying to make the kanji fit the mnemonic imagery fit the definition, which is densha, train. Oh, what else we got? We have Kyoto. It's Oki with Han.
Osaka
Oh, with like the right side of Han, but then the left side, the right side of Kyoto, and then it has Oki. So Osaka. Okay, fair enough.
電車
Densha. All right.
電車
Oh, I can definitely write Osaka. Yeah. Oops. Stroke order. It's probably this. But did I say what the right side was? Gohan. So dang it. I just randomly draw a blank. Yeah, we'll get to it. Oh. Yeah. We'll do it later. It's right. So we add it to this. And then Oki. Right. So Osaka. Okay.
電車電車
Okay.
8分
Hatpun. Wait, did I already know this? No, I didn't already know this. We had Ipun, Sanpun, and Nopun. And it says Hatpun or Hatpun?
8分
Hatpun. So it's still Pun. There's so many Puns. It's almost becoming the rule than the exception. What is that? 4 now? 5? Including Jupun. Does that mean all the other ones? Wait. I don't know about 2, so we're not sure about Ni. Yonpun. Yonhun. No. Don't know about 4 either. Then we have a Gohun. Gohun is locked in. Gohun is for the Hun team. Nanahun is also locked in. Q is out right now. So we need Q, Ni, Yon, and Q left. All the other ones have a team now. And so far, Pun team, Team Pun, is winning. Pun. Alright.
電車
Densha.
8分
Pun.
飲みま
Nomimasu.
今週
Konshu.
花見
Hanami. Okay. Okay. 8分.
8分
I see like Chisai with a extra stroke and the left side of Watashi. Which looks also like heaven.
5秒
Gobyo. Interesting.
9日
Kokonoka. What the oh no. Is that the 9th day? Kokonoka. Oh my goodness.
9日
Yeah, it has ka, so it's probably the day 9. Oh, that's so different.
9日
Kokonoka. Oh no. Oh no. Man, that's disgusting. Looking forward to it.
水曜
Yeah, suiyo. That makes sense.
8分
Apun. Alright. Kokonoka. Oh my gosh. We only have up to 4 days. So 1日 tsuka, utsuka, mika, and yoka right now. So we're not even close to the 9th day yet. Train, yeah.
Densha?
Densha, sure.
電車で行きましょう
Densha day ikimashou. And day is only highlighted here is because it's a means by which we go. It's a means by which we go. And it's highlighted as new is because it's related to probably Densha in its form. But it's reminding
で
us,
行きましょ
yeah, by means of or let's. Oh, wait. Maybe not. Oh, it's a flip. We're going to the train. Or we should go to the train. Oh, okay. They did flip it from the... Oh, you know what? Oh, I know why they did this. I know why they did this. Instead of ni. Ah, I see. I see. Oh. Interesting. I see. Oh, why are they yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's not changing. It's not changing. Instead of saying going to the train, right? It's we're going by train. We should go by train. Yeah. No. So it's highlighting again. And this is highlighted because ikimas has up to this point been used with ni, which is to go to a train, like to the destination of a train. So, if they said densha ni ikimashou, we should go to the train, right? As opposed to going by train. And that's a pretty nice way of introducing that, I suppose. Again, just to make sure. And they added to here. So, it's really just the go to the train. Oh, I guess there's no the down here, so you can't really make it work. That's fine. Right. Okay. 家族と車 yeah
車
車で行きます this is to demonstrate that this is coupled because kuruma you have to recognize from 3 units ago. This is about 3 units ago that kuruma, the same kanji as 電車
バスで行きましょ
bus で行きましょう We should go by train bus sorry
今10時48分です。
8分です 今 yes it's 10 it is 10 sorry a little burp 10:40 10:48 now it's 10:48 right now
う。東京駅に行きましょ
Tokyo eki ni ikimashou. Yep, they did it intentionally. So there you go. AXD, yeah, so they did it intentionally, just to contrast between de, and ni here. Which is very Duolingo. Very Duolingo. Right after the de use into the ni use in the same structure. And then they toggled the location to show that it's irrelevant if it's marking a location. It's more about the nuance of the relationship between ikimasu and the location, not specifically just the location. So we should go to Tokyo Station. Right. They could have made it even more interesting by flexing a no here. If they flex a no here, it would change the definition of this too. So they could flex two different nuances, plus and minus a no here, which would demonstrate the difference between a station in Tokyo versus Tokyo Station itself. Right. That's why station is capitalized. We should go to Tokyo Station. So, 11時8分 I'm not sure if it was high or low, but 8分の電車に行きます 行きます 乗ります 乗ります
乗ります
乗ります Okay. 11 11:18 11:18 the 11:18 train. Let's get on the 11:18 train. One can also say, let's get on the train at 11:18. In English, those would be equivalent, but in Japanese, those are not equivalent. But however, I'm interpreting this into English as opposed to the other way around.
そして新宿駅に行きます。
Okay. そして something 駅。
そして新宿駅に行きます。
Oh, okay. 行きます。新宿
駅に行きます。
Then そして then we go to 新宿 station.
お菓子を忘れました。
忘れました忘れました。
忘れました。
forget 忘れました。忘れました。
忘れました。
忘れました。Let's take a look. It's probably 忘れる Ichidan. Wasureru. Yeah, to forget. Wasureru. Okay. Wasureru. Forget is wasureru. Yeah. Yeah. Ichidan. So, そしてを忘れました。I forgot. Snacks. Oh, no, I said そして didn't I? Say, okashi. I don't know what I said, actually. I have no idea what I said here. But okashi. Okashi o wasuremashita. I forgot snacks. Okashi. We're good. Okay. Wasureru. I forgot chopsticks. That's a great way to review chopsticks. Hashi o wasuremashita. You can say snacks without the. What do you mean by you can say snacks without the? Plural, you can say a lot of plural things without an article. In English. You can do that on Duolingo if you want to. If you omit the article on a plural by happenstance, if there's the in it, you can put the in and Duolingo will still accept it. If you remove it, Duolingo will also accept it. For plural, you can't you can be specific or not specific in English because there are multiple things. So without the is non-specific plural, with the is specific plural. When it's singular, it has to be specific. It has to be specific. Or it needs a specifier. So usually you add an article. Because it's only one thing. It's one thing. So the works. A/an. A plural, there's multiple things. So you don't have to be specific. Yeah, so you're saying you're forgetting the snacks. As in a very specific group of snacks. So this becomes a group of snacks. Like it's one thing. It's the snacks. But if you're forgetting snacks, it's many different types of snacks. So you don't have to specify. It's not. That means it's not specific. I forget snacks. Or I forgot snacks. As in not just the snacks, but many different types of snacks. For example, I forgot the homework. I forgot homework. And here this sucks. I also pick up a different English rule. Homework is plural and singular. Homework is plural and singular. So technically you could say I forgot homeworks, but this is a bad example too because homework is singular and plural. So you can say specific or non-specific because homework is singular and plural. It's so dumb. Sorry, I'm not saying English is dumb. I just feel like every time I pick up some like whenever I think of trying to think of a simple example in English, it turns out it's not a simple example. It's a terrible example. This is a terrible example because homework is plural and singular at the same time. Sorry, bad idea. Yeah. The question is, how often do I hear I forget snacks versus I forgot the snacks? Oh, you know what? Here's a great idea. I think most people say I forgot snacks more than versus I forgot the snacks. The way you can tell, in my opinion, is if someone said I forgot snacks, they mean they haven't bought or envisioned snacks. As in their mind, they think snacks are a good idea, but they didn't buy or get any snacks, whatever that is. But when they say I forgot the snacks, it means they already have the snacks or the concept of the snacks. They already know what it is. As in, oh, I bought potato chips, right? But man, I forgot the snacks at home. As in, the snacks are there. I already know what the snack is. But when I say I forgot snacks, as in I forgot to like go and get snacks to bring, as in I don't know what that snack is yet. Like I didn't go to the grocery store and figure out what kind of snacks I was going to get. So that's usually when people say I forgot snacks. And I think this is far more common than when you're going to like a party situation. If you enter a party, if you forgot snacks, that means you didn't bring anything to the party, as opposed to, oh, I already have snacks and I forgot the snacks, you know. And then yeah, it's kind of weird. Oh, and this is a weird one where people don't usually say the singular version of snack a lot. And you could add like, I forgot a snack. I guess like when they're eating or something and they forgot a snack to bring a snack. Fair enough. Sorry, XD. I don't even want, like, if anyone ever asks me for advice on English, I'm just gonna be a very terrible person at providing advice on English. That's terrible. All I can think about is all the excess reasons for needing to know this phrase. I sound like pretty much any person who spent like 10 or 15 years learning Japanese. It's like, well, you can say that, but no, you really can't. So many exceptions.
箸
箸を忘れました。忘れました。Can I hear this?
忘れました忘れました
Why? 忘れました。
忘れました
You can hear it. It's a really either a non-existent W or it's so light it sounds like asuremashita. And I know why that's the case. Because all the the W sound is fading away in general. So this sounds like asuremashita.
忘れました
Which could be what the synthetic voice is doing, actually. Asuremashita. But we'll keep the wa in. Wasuremashita. Right. It's kind of like this. O. Right. Os. Not wo. You've noticed fading W's in some songs? Yeah. Sometimes when I hear older songs, like a classic song like from Bees or like Pillows and stuff, you can still hear W's. You can still hear the W's, but most of the time, like when I'm listening to like, it's more common now to hear the fading W. The W being so light, it's almost like if you're not listening for it, you might not be able to tell. And it doesn't help me understand the words, but yeah, because the reason why is like if you have to go and write it, then you're like was it asuremashita or was it wasuremashita? Wasuremashita. Probably not this specific word, but I have heard a bunch of times where the W fades so far in the back that I have trouble figuring out what the word is. Yeah. I think they had more, they had more W words before. Not just wa and wo. There was also wu. Yeah, wu. Wu was probably the most recent one to go. I think. It's kind of like ya, you, and yo. In some places I still see the ya yi, you, ye, yo, like the full ya yi, you, yo. But I can't even say yeah and yi too often because I've, like, since I started learning Japanese, it's only ya, you, and yo, right? So I don't know. It's interesting. Will they bring it back? I don't know if they're gonna bring it back. Imagine saying we, which, by the way, people already use katakana for we, and I think they do we by putting a special case where they take ooh and place it next to e, like this, in katakana to get we. But this is ooh in katakana standalone. But the way they did it was they used, like, I've seen this a bunch of times with people who were sharing with me other Japanese words, and this ends up being we or v, closer to v and we, to get like that type of sound, even though this is technically the katakana for ooh, right? Instead of doing it this way, which I haven't seen, which is wa mixed with e, because there's no woo, right? Usually when you have these, you can place other things next to it. Like, what's woo? I don't know what woo is. There's no character for woo. At least I didn't practice it, so I don't know what the character is for woo. So if you combine woo and we, or e, you could get we. But instead they ended up using ooh, the character for ooh, to place it next to e to get we and v. That's kind of how they're compensating for it. At least that's what I've noticed. I don't know enough. I didn't dig deep enough because it doesn't come up often enough for me to concern myself with that at the moment. It's so interesting though. I thought I had an example in English. And now I lost it. Oh, it's like what happens when you have a word and it ends with T, right? These things are fading away. So these are fading away. Things like or K, any like consonant at the end, like des. I say desk. We talked about this quite a bit already, where these endings are fading away now. At least in American English. We're talking about American English here. So it's no longer test. It's no longer test or desk. It's tess and des. I figure maybe that's kind of what Japanese is undergoing as well over time, where some of the consonants are fading away a little bit. At least that's my thought. I don't really know what the reason is. Just my thought.
すみません。
Sumimasen. Sorry. I think Duo... I get it. So they're combining a specific unit right now with this current unit. And I don't even know what the theme of this current unit is. Is it party? But Kapu and Foku, of course they would bring in Foku. And then we're probably gonna get plate. Osada is probably one of them. Do we have any other dinner things or table things? Maybe like napkin. Napkin is probably one of them. Cause it's with the same unit as chopsticks and everything else as well. I don't remember what that unit was. I think it's about outdoors activities. It's outdoors activities like picnic and barbecue is the same unit as that. This is how I arrange my knowledge for the time being. At some point it fades away and then I don't need them anymore, but I'm kind of organizing them right now like that.
カップ
Kapu
と
to
フォーク
foku
を
o
忘れました。
wasuremashita. Wasuremashita. Wasurimashita. Wasuremashita. 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 Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Kaputo. Kaputo. Kaputo foku. Foku o wasuremashita. Okay.
電車の事故。
Jiko. Densha no jiko. Really?
事故。
Jiko. Accident. I was thinking of something else. You hate to see it, but it is definitely a word that I hope to not hear too often, but at the same time should really be aware of it. I don't really like this word because it brings so much concern and insecurity whenever someone says accident. It's a necessary word to learn, but at the same time. Sometimes I use the euphemism happy accident, right? To offset this, but this word carries so much baggage. I wonder how Japanese people feel about their words. This word makes me feel lots of things. Ambivalence is the best way to describe accident. Whenever someone's like, oh yeah, I had an accident, it's like, really? And I'm just all sorts of ambivalent already. This word has so much weight. Densha no jiko. Okay.
電車の事故。
Jiko. Oh.
電車の事故。
Jiko. Jiko.
電車の事故。
Jiko. Jiko.
電車の事故。
It's less. It sounds more like j. Why are they going like j instead of g? Jiko. Oh, it's probably because this person's very breathy. Like Lily's voice is very breathy.
電車の事故。
Yeah, Jiko. Kind of sounds like Jiko instead of Jiko. We'll hear more samples later.
事故
Jiko. There. This one more with Vikram here. I'm more with Vikram here. Jiko.
事故
Yeah, Jiko. Jiko. Junior. I don't like this. Okay, Jidensha no jiko this.
自転車
A bike accident. It's a bicycle accident.
バスで行きますか
Bus de ikimasu ka? They highlighted it again. Like, hey, we're really grinding it in now. Nice. Okay. Are we going by bus?
大学の前の川に行きます。
Double highlighting between day and ni. I like it. They're really hitting it hard with the no chain as well. With the no chain this time. So, 大学の前の川に行きます。川に行きます。な川に行きます。そう。大学の前に川に行きます。Are we, you, where are we going? Where are we starting with? Oh, no, not a question. We're going. There's so many ways to write the prepositions in this translation. We're going to the river in front of the university. Okay. この駅で what? 電車に乗り換えますか乗り換えますか乗り換えますか I wasn't always a big fan. 乗り換えます。I'm guessing it's 乗り換える。Yeah, 乗り換える。Took a while to say 乗り換え and then now they maybe like 10 it's like 14 units back. They introduced 乗り換える乗り換えるます乗り換えるますか and then adding the ka, it's like I'm a little there's just one too many syllables.
電車
I need to hear this.
乗り換えます。
Can you say the whole thing, please? Yeah, 乗り換えますか Best.
私たちは多分タクシーで行きます。
私たちはJust kidding. 多分タクシーで行きます。Fair enough. Ooh, I like this. They did a topic marker. Into a probability. Interesting. I like it. You can probably... No. I would arrange it this way anyways. It's fine. We should probably... Wait. We're where oh sorry, I have the wrong tense. Ikimasu, my bad. I was thinking of ikimashou. I was like, why would I say this? It's like we're probably going by taxi. I was like, we should probably go by taxi, is what I was thinking. Because when I think of probably, I instinctively think about suggesting something. So we should in the polite, but I wasn't reading the statement, obviously. We're probably going by taxi. I was being a butthead. I'm not like focusing on what's here, but what I would typically say. Like, for example, what I would typically say, or what I would typically say.
電車に乗り換えましょう。
Norikaemashou, of course. Okay. Oh, and I like this. They introduced norikaemashou. They didn't need to highlight this. They don't usually do this anymore, where they highlight the different tenses of the predicates that we already know. But they're using a ni this time to show a different aspect, constantly contrasting between ni and de. We should, and it's interpreted as switch.
乗り換えましょう。
Interesting. Yeah, switch and transfer. Fair enough. They kind of mean different things. To change. Okay. So transfer and change. Change to another ideology, party, company, etc. To switch, to move on to, onto a new love interest, for example. Interesting. All right. That's both. Sure. So we should switch trains. Or we should switch. We should switch to a train. Yeah, alright. Okay. How would that change? Oh, you know what? I'm curious. I'm curious if they replace this with a O, right? They would replace this with an O, and it would be considered we should switch trains. I wonder if you can. It's probably not this one. It's probably not this one. Well, it's transitive. It is a transitive verb, though. I'll have to look up that too. See if I can get some grasp. Right, if you switch an O into here, would it be we should switch trains? Right, because you're switching the trains, the actual trains, so you're acting upon, but then again, you're not actually like literally moving the trains around. Interesting. But this would be we should switch to a train. That's fine. To a train works here. Yeah. And it's not telling you what they're switching from, right? There's no information about what you're switching from. You can be switching from a train to another train. And it's transitive.
この電車は東京駅に止まります。
Okay. この電車は東京駅に止まります。止まります。
止まります。
Stop. Wait. Hold up. What am I thinking of? Omarimasu. Is that the same? Oh, no, it's not. Omarimasu. Yeah, I'm thinking of Owari. Owari. Yeah, Owari. Oh boy. Okay. The question is that is Owari the one that was introduced before? Yeah. I'm pretty sure Owari. No, not Owari. It's something else. Oh no, it might have been Owari. Yeah, it is Owari. Oh, Owadu. No, not Owari. Owadu. Owadu is the one. Yeah, Owari is end. It's a noun end. And then Owadu. Owadu is the thing I'm thinking. So we have Owadu before. Is that the intransitive? Yeah, the intransitive Owadu. So I'm gonna associate tomarimasu with owarimasu. Like associate it to contrast. Owari is to end or like close. And that was used for something like presentation, like a meeting. A meeting ends at a specific time. It's intransitive. Much like it was contrast with open, to open. Like a shop opening. The intransitive open, which was wait, did they use a sudo for that one? Oh no. No, I don't think so. It's okeru. Okeru is the other one. So we had owaru, and okeru. Right? Open and close. Intransitive. And this is to stop.
止まります。
Okay. And is this? I'm guessing it's whoops. Wait. Low? Tomaru? Tomaru? Yeah, Tomaru. Tomaru. To stop moving, to come to a stop, to stop doing work, being supplied, to come to a halt, to cease, to be stopped, to be suspended. The reason why it's associated is technically when you're thinking about when something closes, it does come to a stop. But the reason why I'm loosely connecting these is if I can remember one, I can try to remember all the other ones too that's related. For memory aid purposes. Okay, so this train stop. Tomarimasu. Yeah, this train stops at... Oh no. Is this because I have poor English? This train... No. This train stop at... Oh, will stop. Oh, okay, okay, that's fine. I was trying to interpret this as a present tense, but they're talking about future tense. Yeah, non-pass, right? This is non-pass, so I was like, wait, this train stops at Tokyo Station. I'm like, what? Stop? That can't work. And this train will stop at Tokyo Station. That's fine. Sure. I really need to start looking at the word bank some more. Bus wa something. Bus blank no chikaku ni tomarimasu. What? Tomarimasu ka? So does the bus stop near location? Bus stay? Does bus stay? Do I have a bus stay? No. Denbo. Peter. Kuchishita. That's sock. Kuchishita. Koen. Okay. By the
Koen.
park, sure. Near the park. And then we have omocha, which is a toy.
じゃあバスに乗り換えましょう。
じゃあ、バスにの... sorry. バスに乗り換えましょう。乗り換えましょう。I have something in my eye that won't go away. Okay. Okay then. We should switch to a bus. Fair enough.
モノレールは千葉駅に止まります。モノレール
モノレールは
千葉駅に
OK 止まります。
止まります。モノレールは千葉駅に止まります。
モノレールは千葉駅に止まります。止まります。
駅で事故がありました。
駅で、事故、oh man。駅で事故がありました。There was an accident at the station. You hate to hear it.
公園までどうやって行きましょうか。
公園までどうやって行きましょうか。
どう
Yeah, how?
や
How should we go? How should we get How should we get to the park? Yeah, to the park. To the park. まで or through the park. Yeah, sure, through the park. はいはい。上の公園. Oh, that's interesting. 上の公園はとても有名です。That doesn't work. That's fine. バスはどうですか? How about that bus over there? 公園の前に止まります。It stops in front of the park. Fair enough.
はい、今から電車に乗り換えます。
乗り換えます. Wait, why is this highlight again? I guess they're just highlighting it if it comes up more than once in the new units. はい。はい。今から電車に乗り換えます。乗り換えます。今から personal favorite in the recent units. Pretty useful phrase. Yes. We switched. Wait, we're switching to a train just now. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, this unit's great. I think I might not be able to complete this unit. Lots of thoughts.
じゃあ、
じゃあ should we switch to a train? 電車 Yeah. 電車にno. 電車に乗り換えましょうか?
電車に乗り換えましょうか。
乗り換えましょう。乗り換えましょうか? Just switch to a train.
電車に
乗り換えましょう。
乗り換えました。
ました。
乗り換えました。乗り換えましょう。
No one saw that. I just basically read 乗り換えます。and then I'm like, just click on the first box that had that stem. 乗り換え。Okay.
焼きそば。
Yakisoba. I can get behind yakisoba. What do they call it? Fried noodles? Yeah, kind of not. It's yakisoba. It's fried soba. You know, it's not called yaki. Oh, wait. Well, you know what? That's probably because it's nondescript, right? Yeah. I guess it's not called yaki ramen or yaki udon, but I'm pretty sure people would... Oh, actually, that's a good question. If you were going to a restaurant that said it's a yakisoba restaurant, would you still get udon or ramen, right? Would you still get those things if you went to a yakisoba place? So if that is the case, I would totally be on board with fried noodles. If that is not the case, then I don't know. It's fried soba. It's not yaki udon or yaki ramen. Now I'm starting to sound low-key like an Italian. And what I mean by that is the fun clips that I've seen about, like, well, it's not macaroni. It's not macaroni, right? It's elbow pasta. Elbow-shaped pasta. Like, you know, udon, like, noodles is a form. It's a form factor, not not a type. And I'm being a stickler. Yakisoba. Yakisoba works. And then meanwhile, a Japanese person just comes up to me and is like, no, we really just use it as a way to say anything. So yakisoba can be prepared with udon noodles. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. I respect that. And it's probably stir-fried, yeah.
焼きそば
Yeah, stir-fried noodles. Yeah, stir-fried. I feel like the phrase stir-fried in English adequately describes yakisoba. Even to someone who's also Chinese and English. I think the idea of stir-fry is probably the closest to yakisoba. And I'm pretty sure this is in the dictionary already, yakisoba. Yakiniku. Yakiniku was recently added within the last week to the Oxford Dictionary. Yakisoba.
焼きそば
Oh, I can use... I really love yakisoba. It does bring it very, very suspiciously close to chow mein. Chow mein. Or chow mein as the English goes. Chow mein and yakisoba. Very, very close. Mazu. Mazu. Yakisoba o tabemashita? Tabemashou? Okay.
食べましょう。
Fair enough. First, we should eat yakisoba. It's interesting. Here's another Duolingo weirdness. I don't know if I like it or not. But personally, whenever there's like a somewhat of a transitional word, I know that Japanese prefer not to put space and punctuations. So when there's a transitional word like mazu, Duolingo does both. Sometimes they put a comma here and a space, right? Which demarcates it as a transitional word. However, the way this is phrased, it is a transitional word. There's no other way, in my opinion, there's no other way to interpret this as a transitional word. So it would be something like first. Oh no, wait, I lied. I totally lied. This can be an adverb, actually. It's probably being used as an adverb here. So it can only end up at the end of a sentence. So like we should eat yakisoba first. So or we should first eat yakisoba, right? And you can put it at the end, which is still an adverb. Now, it is still an adverb, but if you place it in the front, a lot of times it's a transitional word. So it says, first we should eat yakisoba, as opposed to we should first eat yakisoba, or we should eat yakisoba first. And that's an English thing. I don't... Personally, this is kind of neat where you just say it this way. and whether you deal with the English meaning or not, it's fine. They went with the right here. They went with the transitional. Make it a transitional word. Emphasize first we should eat stir-fried noodles, as opposed to saying we should first eat stir-fried noodles, or we should eat stir-fried noodles first.
やっと川に着きました
Yatto kawa やっと川につけました。つきました。Sorry, つきました。This is つきました is arrive, one of our newer predicates. So やっと Finally?
やっと
Finally! We got it! Oh, and then now they're not using it as a traditional. They're not using it as a transitional here. See, this is what I mean. Duo does both. Here, you could say this is a transitional. So you could write this as finally, we arrived at the river, right? However, they're like, nah, not like last time. We want you to say, we arrived at the river finally. Or you could also probably submit, we arrived finally at the river. So I'm pretty sure all of these are acceptable. Right. But this you can still write like this. Finally, we arrived at the river. I think they'll still take it. Even though the way you can tell where they want it, if it's not in the beginning, is that it's not capitalized. So you could probably place it here or here. But I'm willing to think that it actually might be here. But let's put it at the end, just for fun. Yep. Oh, they want it. Oh yeah, we finally arrived. Sorry. Oh, there's another place. That's right. You could put finally at the end of this or in front. So they want it in front. We finally arrived at the river. Yeah, and there's no distinction. You can't distinguish this. What happens if you put a wa? No. That doesn't work. All right. I'd probably go with this. This seemed, yeah, what they said is good. I like it. I was just testing it out. They accept finally in all 4 positions. I'm pretty confident. If you place finally in any 4 of those positions, it'll be acceptable. Let's see. やっと公園に着きました。Something をしましょう。Let me guess. Picnic. Where's my picnic? There it is. Oh, hey, Shady. Yo, whose emote is that? It's actually really funny. Oh, it's Dan's Gaming. Oh, I didn't realize you watched Dan's Gaming. Old school guy. Father figure. Like it. Next to Co-Carnage and etc. Right. Co-Carnage. Maximilian Dude. Shoutouts to them. Father figures. Yep, you tend to watch Dan and Co. Yep. I'm not surprised. And Max. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Shady. Remember this. We are resonating people. So no matter what I do, it's statistically unlikely that we differ in things. Like if I start listing things I do, you probably do also. Yeah, Dan, Co, and Max. Those are the 3 father figure / like consistent content creators who are also live streamers, right? Dan, Co, Max. Yep, without a doubt. Without a doubt. They coincide all the time. Funny. How are you, Shady? How are you? They're all slightly older than me too. Actually, I'm not sure if Dan... I think they're plus or minus 5 years off of me, right? Most of them are. 5 to 7 years off me. Let's see. やっと公園に着きました。ピクニックをしました。しましょう。Yeah. We were expecting this picnic eventually. It's the same unit. So they're combining the picnic, the outdoors activities unit, with this unit. Doing alright, hanging out while I do my language studies, then probably going to curl up on the couch and watch more of the Chinese version of Three Body Problem. Oh, I should watch Three Body Problem. You've got me the Chinese version? As in, did China release a Three Body Problem Chinese version? Or is it Three Body Problem in Chinese? I know how this sounds, but Chinese production tends to also have their own Chinese version of mainstay Hollywood, like mainstay productions, much like Japanese and, you know, like for example, the reverse, like Infernal Affairs, right? A great example. Martin Scorsese's The Departed would be the Americanized version of Infernal Affairs. Is it like that? Is that what you're referring to? I'm getting too sweaty about I'm getting a little sweaty here. Just a little bit. I need some clarification
や
here.
っと公園の入り口に着きました。
Because then I need to know which one I need to watch, or I'm gonna watch. Three Body Problem is originally a sci-fi trilogy written by Chinese author. And last year, a Chinese version of the show released on Amazon Prime that covers all 3 books. Ah, okay. Yeah. So, it's kind of like an old boy situation, if you know what I mean. Shout outs to Korean cinema as well. But there's so many. Like, what's a one that's not Asian, East meets West? The girl with the dragon tattoo is another great example where there are multiple versions, right? And then this year, yeah, Netflix really, yeah, I saw the Hollywood version of the show. Like, I saw that there was, like, Netflix released their version. And yeah, it's by the Game of Thrones peeps. Yep. Yeah, they're renewing for the rest of the book. Yeah, so I was trying to make sure that you're watching, you really meant the Chinese version. I should watch the Chinese version. I quite liked Infernal Affairs. When I saw The Departed first, Martin Scorsese's Departed, and then I went back to watch Infernal Affairs. Even though there were a lot of sequels, I didn't think the sequels really... I'm not sure if people ask, but cop dramas are one in a doubt, you know, one of many. The Netflix version was alright and got me interested in the premise of the series, and I heard that the Chinese version is basically a word-for-word version of the book, so watching that now. Ah, yeah, I do that too. You gotta see all the versions, right? Or at least if you're interested, personally. If you're interested, you know, if you're piqued, I like watching, even in horror films. Like, you know, there was a time when Hollywood was incredibly fascinated by Japanese horror, and things like was spawned by like Ringu, and then Grudge came out, and then all that. Then I went through a spiraling of Japanese horror films, even going back to The Audition. And then I started dabbling in like Miike's work and whatnot. So like Ichi the Killer kind of thing. But that's enough of that. Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But I did watch both of the versions. I mean, they were kind of They were still horror films, but it's fun. It's a little different from, I don't know if you're interested. I'm sure I know the response by now. But do you ever follow the Godzilla saga between like the West and the East? Because I still haven't been able to see Shin Godzilla 0 or minus, or Godzilla minus Godzilla. I don't know what order the words are, but I really like the Shin Godzilla. So Gojira quite a lot. I don't know if you also dabble in both, because I still watch the US, like the US's thing too, and the US thing was like going a little ham. They were releasing like 3 or 4 movies for every one Japanese counterpart, and it's not quite the same. Obviously, it's not like it's taking it to the next level, where it takes the premise of the kaijus and you can compare and contrast the type of target audience and like the way they present information and how they build compositions. Is such a interesting way to see the juxtaposition between two different cultures approaches. Japanese horror is incredibly unsettling to me. I can do US horror without much excitement, but yeah, oof, it's really unsettling. Japanese horror, it's something else. And it's probably also unsettling in the sense that it's not normalized as well. So, you know, like US horror is incredibly ubiquitous, and it's so ubiquitous in the sense that you might also be less unsettled because it's also normalized, right? Like things that are less anxious and possibly disturbing can also be numbed. It can also be due to mere exposure. And then Japanese is unsettling. At least my initial foray into Japanese horror was a little bit unsettling due to its novelty and its unexpectedness. But after a while, mind you, I'm not suggesting you should mere expose yourself until numbness, but after a while it becomes like you kind of get acquainted with it. It almost feels like a comforting thing. Not that I spend most of my time watching horror stuff, but it's quite different and I like it. Yeah, there's a place, right? They'll both have their places. You have to understand the audience, right? The culture that they're catering to, right? Movie is still also a business, and there's psychology, and then the creators have visions, and the visions are shaped by their culture. So it's really great when you have an example of really being able to contrast between two cultures. I recently got into Bollywood, and now Indian cinema is making their way around that isn't Bollywood, but Bollywood started trending recently. So I watched like RRR. It was a blast. I freaking love Bollywood too. It's so refreshing how to be so esoteric with their culture. So it's certainly my comments certainly sound like someone who's dabbling in things, and that's fine. Like I don't mind being a weeb and stuff. I'm basically the equivalent at the moment of a weeb for Bollywood, because I only watched like 7 Bollywood films. Haven't really dissect what the essence of Bollywood really. You learn the tropes and then you start to pick out the tropes from the genre. Yeah. I was a big fan of RRR for like a breakout trend for Bollywood in like outside of India. Your exposure to Bollywood is when a corridor crew broke down. Yes. Yep. That's why I watched RRR. Shady. Why do we even have to tell each other about our motivations anymore? Because I watched corridor crew. That is why I watch RRR, by the way. When they started reacting and breaking down Bollywood, that's when I pulled the trigger and started watching Bollywood. RR was the reason. Corridor Crew was the reason. 70% to 80% of my motivations about Bollywood owed to them. Yep.
やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
Yeah. Now I'm starting to wonder if we have any voluntary intellectual interests that are different, if you know what I mean. So I think this would be a fun experiment to see, a social experiment, to see if we have academic curiosities that are different. I can think of one. Did you play a musical instrument in your life? We could get a little bit more specific, so just to make sure that we're not, you're not like an AI of me, or am I not like an AI of you? You did? You were in band like 7 or so years ago? And then you played a guitar into that. Okay. So you're a band person. For shame. Oh, wait. But that can be ascribed to our cultural upbringing, which that is not fair game. So I didn't join the band because I picked up the violin, and it's because my parents are Asian, so there's a kind of a stigma, a stereotype against brass instruments or like woodwinds. So I picked up a violin, and now I play a guitar in addition to that instrument. Yes, I do have 2 guitars. You played the alto saxophone, so a woodwind. Interesting. Of all the things, you picked up a woodwind. I mean, my parents would have been accepting of a woodwind or a reeded brass instrument. I tried the trumpet first, and my parents was like, no. Heck no. If at all, my sister got a chance at the clarinet, which is a woodwind, right? Because of the reed. But I ended up with the violin. So I was a violinist. And now I do play the guitar. Your sister played the clarinet. That's so funny. Sorry. Like, you could pick a lot of instruments. There are so many instruments, but it's kind of funny. It's very funny. And I think that's more of a cultural thing. But the instrument that I picked voluntarily was the guitar. So I do own 2 guitars. In fact, you might be able to. It would be really okay. Here's a Hail Mary pass just to see how crazy this is. What kind of guitar do you think, if you had to name a celebrity, right, that would influence me to buy their guitar, which one would it be? This would be really scary if it's the same one. I think I would personally think that you're an AI at this point of me. If you're able to narrow down what was my most recent guitar, which celebrity who happens to be a guitarist would influence me to buy their guitar. And we're not talking about a YouTube content creator. I'll narrow it down. Like a musician celebrity. Ooh, that would require me to keep up with which celebrity has their own guitar for sale. So this celebrity, if I can probably narrow it down to you. Like, it's a celebrity that's iconic for their guitar. As in, like, it might not be a guitar that they own, but they also might have guitars that they own. But we're specifically talking about the celebrity themselves. So I'll let you, if you guess it on the first shot, I would be very scared at this point, because that's an awfully low. Is this the realm of acoustic or electric guitar? Knowing yourself, what would you think my guitars are? Like, if you had to pick, what would you lean towards? It is an acoustic guitar. It is an acoustic guitar. So you want it's probably not 50-50, but you got that. Yeah, it is an acoustic. There are a few choices, so that's why I don't think you're gonna get it. However, it can happen. It's like I'm gonna say like a 33% chance. I can think of 3 that would fit the profile. It is a celebrity, so we're not talking about like some indie person, right? I specifically mean celebrity. I'm so scared right now.
やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
やっと公園に着きました。
着きました。やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
入り口。Oh yeah.
入り口。
入り口。
着きましたです。やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
やっと公園の入り口に着きました。やっと公園の入り口に着きました。I'm going to assume it's not one of Taylor Swift's fabulous guitars. That is correct. You can assume that it's not one of Taylor Swift's fabulous guitars. It is not. And I'm just gonna be real with you. You're already in the ballpark though. And you probably know the same facts that I do as well. That's why you're thinking of Taylor Swift. Probably. I probably know your motivations of thinking about Taylor Swift. Wow, of all the people to pick, my brain goes like Ed Sheeran, and it's definitely not. You don't believe it is Ed Sheeran though. Okay, so you didn't go. Good. We're still different people. It was Ed Sheeran though. I have a St. Martin's 3.25 travel guitar. The very same one that Ed Sheeran used before he started releasing his own line of guitars. Because I have small hands. You're creeped out that the very first person I thought of was Ed Sheeran, but I thought that was too easy, so you didn't believe it. Oh my god. Listen, when you said Taylor Swift, the only way I could have ascertained that you mentioned Taylor Swift is you already thought about Ed Sheeran. Like that's the only way. Because, you know, Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran, right? When you think of guitars, but you also think of couples or former couples. It's Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift. So, well, there you go. I guess maybe you are my AI bot at this point. Who's the real one though, Shady? That's the better question. Who's the real one? You know, I know you're learning Chinese, but I already know a lot of Chinese. So like, who's the real one here? Are we having like a isekai moment? Is this what's happening here? All right. I got one. Apple, iOS, or Android. That's done. Like, let's might as well throw in the coin flip. iOS or Android. I think this one kind of breaks. I have an answer for this, but it is a coin flip. So this is more like serendipitous coin flipping. If I know myself well enough, I can make an argument for both. So it would be more serendipity than it is preferential.
やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
入り口。 Why does iriguchi is exit? Yes, exit. Oh no, this one's really hard to decide. I haven't seen enough to be able to make that call since your camera and what you show on screen doesn't really give me much to go on. Oh, you're doing deduction? Wait. There is a clue, though, in my camera. But thank good, it's very small, so you can't actually see it. But we're not about, you're not trying to guess me. Yeah, it's the pixel box in the background. Alright, well, that ruins everything, doesn't it? That ruins everything, doesn't it?
やっと公園の入り口に着きました。
ドーナツをもう一つください。
But I'm asking you, are you an iOS or an Android person currently? I was Android for a long time, but when I went to Japan, you swapped to iOS. Yeah, because it's a 90% of the market share. And so now I am. Yep. So this is kind of unfair, Shady. So this is a little bit unfair. If we're saying, so let's make the assumption. Let's say you and I are similar, right? The thing about iOS and Android is that functionally, if we were to execute our balance of pragmatism and thinking, the only way we would end up in the same situation is by serendipity. And the serendipitous nature would be that we stayed in an environment that would attack our pragmatic and thinking to choosing a platform. So if our experience differ is when when our experiences favor one or the other. And my thought was immediately that you already went to Japan or any country, right? Any country that is, say, like the East, like in the sense of like, oh, you know what? It doesn't actually hold up anymore for China, does it? But there is a high preference, at least I know in Japan, for iOS. It used to be China as well, or like people who have access to phones, but I don't, it's kind of hard to know at this point, right? Because of the trade wars, right? However, my guess, I already deduced, in my opinion, that you had like a 70% chance that you're on iPhones because of your visit to Japan. That was my initial thought. So it was most likely we would differ. However, I would have made the argument that you probably use both platforms due to pragmatism. Because when someone already asked me before, like, do I have iOS or Android? And I said, well, I don't have enough information to make a comment on iOS. Like, do I prefer iOS or Android? I use Android because of the pragmatic uses I have and the flexibility I need. However, I would make the argument that if someone offered me iOS or there's more pragmatic use for it, for my current situation, I'd probably pick up iOS. My mother has Apple products. So it's kind of funny that was I'm curious now if you have any ideas that would differentiate, but would be really fun to see if they're the same. I wish iOS was an open, yes, it's largely because of its open platform, yeah, or more open, right? Because Android is, your iPhone is still on the Japanese app store, so I can't install US apps. Oh, like fast food apps and stuff. But on Android, you can install apps from anywhere. Yeah, in that regards, it's definitely a nice pragmatic feature to have. This year I'm due for a refresh, so I haven't decided if I was gonna pick up one or the other yet. I haven't decided. I have till Techtober, right? I have till Techtober, so plenty of time to negotiate until Techtober. Bit wait. Donatsu を This is one more. Mo hitotsu?
ドーナツ
Uh,
ドーナツをもう一つください
hitotsu. Okay. Hitotsu kudasai. I really want the new iPad, but that's because the Touch ID broke on your existing iPad. Dropped it one too many times and it's really inconvenient. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. It's been a while since I had a tablet though. It does fit that if you're in the iOS ecosystem, you might as well. I mean, if you're in the Apple ecosystem, you might as well splurge a bit on the Apple ecosystem. It's been a while since I've owned a tablet, but I don't travel much anymore. And I don't do anything outside of my current desktop, so. I'll say that I haven't found a tablet that I like using as much as an iPad though. Phones, I can go either way, but Android tablets have either been, and the Apple Pen is a lovely experience. That's fair, the Apple Pen. I was like one of the early adopters of the Samsung Flablet, Batlet, I guess that's what they call Flatlet. So I had a stylus on my Galaxy for a bit before the Pixels started really, and now I have Pixel phone. But since I do artwork, you don't happen to do artwork, do you? I'm very used to like other tablets and not other like smart tablets per se. So like Wacoms and largely just Wacoms. You tried to do artwork but you can't draw anything. I can design websites though. Shady, I used to say that to myself too, honestly. Like for real, I used to work on like UI design, like UXs, things like that, things that deal with vector, lots of vectoring, tons of vectoring. But you'd be surprised how you had a Wacom bamboo that I bought forever ago because I wanted to be an artist but gave up on that dream. No, don't do that, Shady. I didn't have a dream to become an artist, but I also didn't scare myself away from it. I only started recently though, the last 2 years. I say largely the last 2 years. It's all amateur art. However, it does have its rewards for making. What is tidy up? To clean up, to like organize. You know what? How would you describe tidy up, Shady, in English? Like what would you do to describe tidy up? I want to say clean up, but then clean up isn't quite tidy up. I feel like it's the combination of cleaning and ordering. When you organize, I don't think it's enough to describe tidy up, and I don't think it's strictly cleaning up. I feel like tidy up encompasses both organizing and cleaning up at the same time. Like what I mean is the phrase tidy up as like a nuance of encompassing two different phrases, because you can clean up without tidying up. It's 40% and 60%. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like 40% cleaning up and 60% organizing. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to use percentages. I would have gone as far as 50-50, but it's pretty much like both. The tidy up is like replacing cleaning and organizing at the same time, because you can clean up without tidying. Because you don't necessarily need to organize something if you're just cleaning it. You can clean without organizing, and you can organize without cleaning. To some extent. It's a question from XD, so it was a fun question. Okay, all right, one more donut, please. Says me. all the time. One more donut, please. I haven't had a donut in a very long time. Whenever I have that one donut in a blue moon, it's like euphoria, momentary euphoria. It makes you want to eat the whole dozen. A baker's dozen. What do you have there? Is ordering the table. 테이블, 테이블, 테이블,片付けます.片付けます. Yeah, ordering the table. Yeah, ordering the table. So it's kind of like you're cleaning off everything. So you're cleaning off everything, and then you're putting things back in order. So like you could be at the same time cleaning the things and then putting your utensils, your place settings onto a table. You introduce your partner to Krispy Kreme. Bad decision. Dude, Krispy Kreme though. OG glazed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you interpret it as getting rid of things you don't need, which is like cleaning up the stuff, and then you're wiping it down so that you're cleaning it up, and then you're putting it back in a specific order that you want it again to tidy up. Yeah, kind of like tidying up your closet. I know that a bunch of people say like to clean a closet, like for example, clean closet, right? If you clean a closet, it's almost strictly to remove something. You're cleaning the closet to remove something like dust, things you don't want, right? And then when you organize a closet, it's like you're ordering things, but it's not for removing. There's no removing, or like there's no input or output. You're rearranging. You're rearranging the things. And then when you tidy up, you do both. You both clean, so you're going to remove something, and then you're going to move them around, right? And if you if you ever hear a Japanese person describe a donut as mora, a mochi, it is the texture of fresh Krispy Kreme donuts. Oh, like QQ. Like QQ? I don't know if that's Japanese, but that's Taiwanese. QQ. At least that's what I heard it in the context of. But QQ. And if you clean out your closet, then you're airing out your dirty laundry. Yeah, you're airing out your dirty laundry. QQ? I don't know how they represent it, but QQ, like this. Not to be confused with QQ, like crying, which is the Western QQ. Language. I tell you, Shady, language. Not QQ as in crying, like cry me a river, or get good. You know, get good, kind of QQ. But QQ as in chewy. But not the same. Like this is not to say this is the same as mochi, mochi. But it kind of like the same element. Like they're describing the texture, QQ. Which QQ is for the bubbles, right? For the boba. When you're having boba tea and stuff, you always describe the bobas as QQ. Yeah, QQ, the bubbles in boba tea, right? Yeah, you're right. I looked it up in Pleco. Yeah, so QQ, the boba tea. Wait, I imagine your husband. I imagine your husband likes boba tea, right? Otherwise, I might have to reject the idea that your husband is Asian. I just kidding. Not all Asians like boba tea, but I'm telling you, they're nice. Actually, what do you think of boba tea? I think it's like donuts. The reason why we're having this discussion is it's like donuts. I wish it was sustainable to drink like gallons, drink gallons of bubble tea, but it's not sustainable, right? It's the same context as donuts. It's nice to have as a treat every once in a while, but if you consume too much, you're gonna destroy yourself. He liked boba tea too much and he blamed it for him putting on 30 pounds a couple of years ago. Ooh, it wasn't the bubble tea and now he avoids it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it turned out it wasn't the bubble tea. I love bubble tea. I just wish I had fewer calories because I could slam it way too. Yeah, exactly. I figured that'd be the case. Yeah. The kind of conversation you had about donuts immediately made me think of boba tea. And they both have texture words compared to them, right? And they're also both, the texture words are of Asian interest. And at the same time, immediately you start thinking, you can't eat a lot of these stuff. It's gonna destroy you. It's gonna wreck you so hard. I legitimately inhale donuts and boba tea. And they would make so much. It's like you go outside, you're like, maybe you can get a $6 extra large boba tea, and that's like gone in like 15 minutes. Not even. I can't even hold on to an extra large boba tea for less than 15 minutes. Yes, I love First Take. Yep. For all the artists. Yep. They've been branching out too. They've been branching out. Like even Avril Lavigne had a First Take. For some reason, Avril Lavigne is very popular. East side. Yeah. So, yeah, I love First Take. Yeah, she's really popular in Japan. Yep. I found out very quickly. But yes, I do watch First Take all the time. Did we already talk about music? Because we already talked about Yorushika, right? I'm pretty sure we already talked about Yorushika. If not, I'm just gonna assume you like Yorushika. I'm pretty sure we talked about this already. If you don't like this band, then we're nothing alike anymore. But you probably like this band. I'm pretty sure we talked about it. Yeah. You tend to use the First Take as a way to discover new Japanese artists. Me too now, actually. All right, I gotta keep moving here. There are a few things that obviously we have differences, but I also really like Yuri a lot. Yes. Solid Yuri. I also listen to like old school stuff a lot. Like the harder indie rock, like Sambo Master and like Asian Kung Fu Generation. Or I mean, if we really want to go back, it's more like Pillows. Old school Pillows. What is this? Blank? Mo hitotsu kudasai. What are you ordering? That looks like an orange juice. Juisu. Juisu works? Review. I don't want to go to the meeting. Well, suck it up and go to the meeting.
Meeting.
会いたくないです。ミーティングに会いたくないです。Oh, no. 行きたくないです。
行きたです。
Sorry, I was thinking about meeting all of a sudden, but don't want to go to a meeting, not don't want to meet up. Remember way back when I first got into Japanese, this would have been in high school maybe, I rocked out to Utada Hikaru, Kingdom Hearts. You probably played the Kingdom Hearts thing too, Simple and Clean, right? Utada Hikaru. I was introduced to Utada Hikaru through Kingdom Hearts, but not before I learned about Ayumi Hamasaki. From Gundam, and then that introduced me to TM Revolution. That was my J-pop days, so I used to listen to a lot of J-pop. That was a phase. And then 1OK Rock after that, and Gakto. Yes, Gakto is a great one. Throw in Elark Seal with Hyde, the singer. There's like Porno Graffiti, and 1OK Rock is like the D-Techno Life side of things. D-Techno Life with like Bleach and whatnot. So we're listing all the things. I'm pretty sure all of those sound familiar to you. You still listen to Utada Hikaru. Interesting. I left that phase a little bit. The others not as much unless it's their older stuff, yeah. Like Gakt also had Gundams. Yeah, Elark and Seal, Ready Steady Go, or Driver's High. Great anime would be a Great Teacher Onizuka, right? Onizuka, GTO. And then Full Metal Alchemist, of course. Hearing that name just gave you whiplash. I missed out. My best friends, the triplets, right? They went to I go to this anime convention called Otakon every single year, but I started going maybe the year or two when Elark and Seal performed at Otakon. And I was like, dang it. I've gone ever since. But I volunteer and work this convention every year now. It's been this will be my 17th year. This will be my 17th year. Technically, it's my 13th time because of COVID. One of the Otakons were canceled. It was COVID year. So this will be the 25th year of Otakon. And it's pronounced Otakon because it's otaku meets convention. So you could argue like, but it's Otakon, and it's like, nah, it's a combination. East meets West. Otaku meets convention. You could make when I think about Otakon, like a combination of Otakon, I think of Pasokon, but it's more like like with a C instead of a K. But it's spelled with a K though. Otakon. One Last Kiss and Beautiful World, the capo version. Oh, I see. Utada Hikaru is one of your partner's favorite artists. I see. And so we often listen to her when we're driving around. She did the song for the last Evangelion movie, and going to see that movie when it released in Japan was a really special moment for us. So we have fond memories of those songs in particular. I haven't finished watching the Evangelion movies. Yeah, I haven't finished watching. I didn't realize she made a song for it. Interesting. I'll have to get on that. Hello there, Cozy. Hello. But listen, so your partner is not into Ayumi Hamasaki? She was like the OG. I don't know what, I totally messed up her name, but Ayumi Hamasaki was like the OG J-pop. She might have been a generation before Utada Hikaru. Oh, how about this? Okay, I'll throw a curveball. Aya Hirano. Is that her name? Pretty sure it's Aya Hirano. Thanks to Suzumiya. I like her songs. From specifically attached to Suzumiya. When Haruhi Suzumiya was big. Actually, were you still in Japan when this happened? I don't know if that lines up or not. The melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya when this anime was so big, and this was the seiyuu. This was the seiyuu of Suzumiya. She also sings. I don't know. I'm reaching now. All right. Let's keep moving.
フライドチキンをもう一つください。
フライドチキン。Okay. フライドチキンをもう OK。もう一つください。One more fried chicken, please. Okay.
池の隣で桜を見ましょう。
池の interesting. 池の隣 nearby something. Sounds like pond, right? Ike is pond.
池。
Yeah, Ike. My partner is a massive Evangelion fan from the beginning, has seen and read every single part of the universe. He waited 9 years between Evangelion 3 and Evangelion 3+1, and that movie made him so emotional, I can imagine. 9 years of build up to the ending, and it was perfect. And he also listens to Ayumi Hamasaki. Fair enough. There was another one that was around Utada's and Ayumi's name. Oh, Boa. I don't remember there was a hyphen in her name, but Boa. I don't know if your partner listens to Boa. I went through a phase. I'm sorry. This is my J-pop phase. So, Boa. I don't listen to that much J-pop these days, but Boa. Pretty sure there's no hyphen. But she was a rival. She was like a Utada Hikaru rival. Boa is a South. I think Boa is Korean. Yeah, she was Korean. Yeah, she's the queen of K-pop, quote unquote, queen of K-pop. I don't know how far you're. I wouldn't be surprised as yeah, like she was a rival. So if your partner is not like outside of that in the pop scene, Boa was very popular internationally overseas as well. The rival, the queen of K-pop. Memories. I don't want to tell people things. Like I have this soft spot for Keikona music. Oh yeah, Morning Matsume. Yeah, Morning Matsume. Oh my gosh. Now we're going into the J-pop, like J-pop what do you call them? Big groups. The J-pop supergroups, like the gigantic supergroups. Yes. Yep. AKB. Yep. AKB 48. Yep. There's another one. It has a number in it. There's another Japanese group. Why can't I think of it? Did they have a number in their name? I think that group is still going right now. I'm out of touch now, by the way. I'm way out of touch. Let's see. We should Ike no tonari de chikaku no, just kidding. Sakura Sakura o mimashou. Okay, we should look at the cherry blossoms next to the pond. There's a bunch now. AKB48 still exists, though none of the original. Yeah, because they graduated. Yep. Yep. Well, labels rotate groups. It's the group's name because of the industry, right? I watched a documentary a little bit, like 2 or 3 documentaries about how like K-pop and the J-pop industry manages the image of the labels, right? Like the group's labels. So it's more the symbolic namesake as opposed to, and those members that move on to do whatever they can from garnered from that, and like the rigors and all the stuff that they have to do, like how they rotate members and how you get into a group. Yeah, the industry is incredibly insane. Yeah, and the documentaries are about the truth, you know, behind the scenes. I like deep cuts and behind the scenes of how industry works, right? So even like how writers guilds work, like in cinema, and like how like currently the landscape of live streaming services and how they manage creative labor supplies and stuff like that. The documentary on like mangaka, like the work culture behind anime deadlines and stuff, was inspired off like Miyazaki. When people talk about the documentaries about Miyazaki, Studio Ghibli, and then when you start getting into the deep cuts of the work culture behind anime, producing anime and stuff, it's really quite incredibly almost dark and incredibly like non-sustainable in a way. Your introduction to K-pop was through a show called Beauties Teach the K-pop Stars, or something like that. Got me into U-Kiss and MBLAQ. All right. What is the thing right now? This is, I'm probably showing my boomer. The last time I heard about like some crazy K-pop thing, it was Pink, right? Blackpink. Is Blackpink a K-pop group? I'm so out of touch. I don't want to like jump on anyone's thing. I'm a boomer in this. I no longer really participate in keeping up with the pop scene. I'm like an indie person. I'm very, very much indie. I don't even think Yorushika qualifies as mainstream. Anime production needs to be changed for sure. It's what made the Kyoani situation so much sadder, since that's one of the few animation studios that treat their staff really well. Yeah. Like, I really love what they produce, but at the same time, it helps one get grounded. I like to ground myself in how much it takes to keep standards up, right? It makes it so that the end user isn't always feeling self-entitled, because there are so many things that go on to produce these things. And if you're in that shoes, it's hard to empathize with that without actually knowing this, or at least getting a little bit semblance of what is responsible, what is currently how they're operating to present these. Yeah, it's a great appreciation for what you actually consume all the time.
池の近くで桜を見ましょうか。池の
wait.
池の近くで桜を見ましょうか。近くで
is the same phrase, only in reverse. 桜を見ましょうか。
見ましか。池の近くで桜を見ましょうか。
見ましょうか。池の近く Sakura o mimashou ka? We should... The last phrase, we already did this.
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。
Yeah, I think K-pop right now is Blackpink, yeah. BTS for sure, and Twice, yeah. Yep. Wasn't there Bang too? Is Bang still around, or did they break up? I thought Bang was going... By the way, all this K-pop stuff was largely due to my sister and others that are acquainted with my sister, because I really know very little about them. I just know their namesake. I just formed a massive crush on the guys that were on that TV show, so listen to their music, and they had some great music. The last time I listened, okay, this is how far back I go. Someone brought up BTS a couple times, maybe a couple years ago, and I watched a talk show that, you know, like BTS was really big, so they ended up on the talk show. I had just happened to watch a clip of a talk show, and then because of that, I watched Smooth Like Butter, or is it just called Butter? That song, and I thought that song was pretty entertaining. I think the song was just called Butter. That was the last song I listened to. So that's like a couple years ago. Oh yeah, Big Bang. Yeah. A bit ago. Oh, they broke up. Okay. Okay, I see. I think the most from the group was, yeah, G-Dragon. Yep. The names. Okay. Last thing. I know I'm digressing a little too much, but last thing I have to say about names and about first takes and stuff. I saw a headline from an NHK site, or like a network on YouTube, like a channel that's affiliate kind of covering topics, and there was a band that is clearly Japanese, I think, or maybe it's not Japanese. I'm curious if anyone knows this, but their band name is Creepy Nuts. I don't know if it's a rap group or a hip hop group or like a, but Creepy Nuts. Like, yep. That's the last thing I saw when it comes to like the hip scene right now. Creepy Nuts. They are supremely talented. Okay, alright. Well, there you go. That's as far as I went. Yeah, BTS has catchy music. I did some research into them to see why they were so famous, and apparently their lyrics outside the pop scene gets really into... Yes. Yep. I did a deep dive into that for a bit. Their lyrics are incredibly underestimated. Like the deepness in BTS's lyrics. You know, it deals with a lot of depression and emotional trauma. Yep. And overcoming adversity, basically. So it's very motivational. And that's one of the great, like, the things that made... I forgot what the BTS groupies are called. But yeah, those people. Yeah, Creepy Nuts is what came up on my algorithm recently. Okay. 池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか? Should we have a picnic next to the pond?
この屋台でフライドポテトを買います。
Oh yeah, that's right. The army. Yes, the army. That's right. They went by the BTS army. Yeah, the army. Man. I do know one place where I'm pretty sure we do not have an overlap though, to prove that I'm not an AI copy of you. I know a couple. I know a couple too. But let me hear yours first. I'll exchange one that I know probably isn't going to happen because of our upbringing. one of your favorite band duo is 21 Pilots, get out of here. I'm out. It's not. What I mean is like you're right. That's a solid one because of our upbringing. Since you went to Japan, a cheap one I could say is something that's so ingrained. I know how to cook Chinese food. That's like a really cheap one. You know, if anything you can pull off is anything pre like adolescence. So like if you go further back to a phase where we no longer have like intellectual curiosity being melded, anything that, and what I mean by I know how to cook Chinese food, I mean like American Chinese food. Yeah, you can make a quesadilla. Yeah, see, now we're digging into our cultural stuff, our cultural upbringings. Yeah, for sure. You might be considering like those are superficial things, but nah, they're ingrained. What is my go-to dish to make for people? Mapo tofu. That's go-to dish. I even feel like at this point you have considered making mapo tofu at some point. Right? Yeah. We're actually having that for dinner tonight? Gosh darn it. Yep. There you go. Yep. The things that are available now, though, I think shady. If we go to the current present day, I think we can probably lock in incredibly suspicious things. Like incredibly suspiciously similar things. Man, freaking Ed Sheeran. Wow.
Yatai.
Yatai. Okay, yatai. この屋台で、フライドポテト No, is that fried potato? Yeah, fried potato を買います。Okay. I'm going to buy another one, either influenced by upbringing or my more flamboyant leanings, would be that I love the Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Laboratory. I like both. I love both of them. I actually watched Powerpuff Girls multiple times. I even tried to watch the reboot of Powerpuff Girls. Didn't go so hot. And recently I watched all of Dexter's Laboratory again. Right after I watched Invader Zim. Because Invader Zim got renewed. So I watched Invader Zims. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls did not. But Invader Zim got renewed recently. So I watched all of Dexter's Laboratory only after watching Invader Zim. What of the 1,000 Power Puff Girls reboot? Yeah, that's what we were talking about, XD. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls. The reboot was meh. I watched all of Teen Titans again. So, speaking of Ayumi Hamasaki, Avatar, yes, Avatar Last Airbender. Watched it multiple times. I even watched the live action recently. The Netflix adaptation of... I even watched M. Night Shyamalan's movie. And I watched all of Legends of Korra. So, yeah, that doesn't... Oh, how about here? I'll throw one out to see if if it's recent, but it's outside of our spectrum. Troll Hunters. Originally created by Guillermo del Toro. All of Troll Hunters. The Tales of Arcadia. It's on Netflix. That might be a left ball thing, but maybe. You're trying to convince your partner to watch The Last Airbender, but he won't because he doesn't like the animation style, but it's one of your favorite. Okay. Yeah. I like Del Toro. So, Guillermo del Toro's work. Like anything that, a lot of things that he has touched upon, I really enjoy Del Toro's work. Like Pan's Labyrinth. Ever since Pan's Labyrinth. Let's not start on Pacific Rim, right? Pacific Rim 1, right? Talking about an intersection of Japanese culture and Western culture. You know, like East meets West, Pacific Rim. The first one. The first Pacific Rim. The one that was directed and created by... you wish Pacific Rim has a second movie? It does. I think it actually has 3 movies. But not a second film directed and created by Del Toro. Though, to be fair, I watched The Last Airbender, the cartoon in Japanese, and the humor doesn't really cross the language barrier too successfully, in my opinion. It doesn't. I absolutely agree. It doesn't. And I think it's the reverse problem. The pacing and the animations still require the stringency, right? It's much like the reverse, where when you have the eccentricities of English and the pacing of English cadence versus Japanese, the reverse doesn't... It's very difficult. It requires... like, something so beloved requires a lot of, like, fine nuance control, right? And a lot of times, the reverse is true, too. And this is one of those few cases where... Many cases, but not in this regards. Where... Yeah. And to me, the animation style is incredible. I like the animation style because of its Chinese influence, not the Japanese influences. Because it's actually far closer to Chinese culture, not Japanese culture. So I could kind of see the dissonance and less popularity among Japanese people. Oh, speaking of things that don't cross the language cultural barrier, is stand-up comedy. Yikes. Yeah, let's not talk about my attempt to understand Osaka humor. Like Osakan humor. Oh my gosh. But I do like it, just it's not the same. He does not understand American stand-up at all, which makes sense given how much it relies on cultural norms. Yeah. Or subverting them. Yeah. The reverse is so funny too. I like it, but not in the same way that you would like American humor. Like American stand-up is, woof, that's gonna be rough. You tried to show him Bo Burnham? Oh, okay. And it told me to turn it off because he thought Bo Burnham was a selfish butthead. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I think, wait, let me think of stand-up comedy. There's this one guy, I think if there's any like straight man humor, that might land. There's this one, I keep forgetting his name, but he says things with incredible, like, it might be British too. I think British humor might land a little bit better than American stand-up, but anything that's straight-laced, you know, something closer to the funny man, you know, the straight man and the funny man routine, but without the funny man. If you know what I mean. Like, if they drop the funny man, if you find someone who's like really straight, as in the straight and narrow, they make observations and they're funny with observations. But the problem is that that person also needs to have cultural norms that are relatable to that person. So it would have to be someone who's like Japanese American per se, like possibly a Japanese American who is playing the straight ball, where they talk about like things living in the United States, being a Japanese person would say things like you know, you have a problem when you get sushi in a landlocked state. or something. I don't know. I'm not a comedian. I'm very, very terrible at comedy. My only thought was like, well, yeah, where do you get the sushi at a lilac state? Yeah, I think there's way too much there. Maybe after he lives here for another 10 years. I think so too. I think after 10 years, that will do it. That will do it. I don't know if you've ever watched this person, since our YouTube, Shady, our YouTube preferences are very similar, but do you know a channel called Lost in the Pond? I feel like Lawrence is someone... Lawrence might be someone who... I can't even spell Lawrence. Lawrence? Is this how you spell Lawrence? I think this type of humor resonates, but only after a couple years. Like Lawrence is a transplant from Great Britain, and the way he talks about things in the United States and then compare it to their place of British culture, that's kind of that type of in your face. Yeah, you watch a lot of linguistics. He talks about linguistics. Yeah, so he intersects American culture, contrasting American culture and British culture, while having a heavy emphasis on linguistics. And the way he talks about it is that straight-laced thing that my parents love too. Like, I would say the Asian side of me likes straight-laced things. Like, yeah, no bidets in the US. Proceed to laugh. You know, like that kind of thing. Like, well, my butt is always you know, like my butt is always 80%ish clean or something, and like make a bidet joke where like, oh well, we have to buy toilet paper. Proceeds to laugh. Or something like that. I don't know how to really element it, but yeah. So we had to buy a bidet when we got our own place. Yeah, Japan changed it. Yeah, that makes sense. So I feel that's something, along with puns, but the puns have to be Japanese understood for your partner, probably. Like my parents, like, there's something about Asians, in my opinion, with puns and the layering of puns and like dad jokes, but they have to be relatable dad jokes, and they have to be like very stilted in delivery. Like, oh yeah, man, people say life is cheaper these days, but here I'm thinking $6 eggs. Proceeds to laugh, right? That kind of thing. Like, their observations, they're very very salient observations that you live in today, right? Like, man, back in the day I was trying to find a book, and now I'm trying to figure out which book that I need to read. Or like want to read, that kind of thing. Maybe like a take on the internet or something. It's like these days all I'm thinking about is, am I gonna have to subscribe to drive my car one day? That's funny because it's like truth, but at the same time scary, but it's also nuance. Like, one day I'm gonna walk out and I'm gonna say, have I paid my subscription to get into my car? That's kind of, in my opinion, that's the kind of thing that resonates with pragmatic, incredibly pragmatic cultures. You're talking about like life and observations that you see and fear and think about all the time, as opposed to like making commentary on people's emotions or how ridiculous and being hyperbolic with like how complaining and tenuous human emotions are. I feel it's rarely ever that in Asian directed conversation. Like situational irony is fantastic. because it's literally the situation, right? You got yourself into a really weird predicament. That's funny. Not figuratively what happens if you thought there was a misunderstanding of certain things because you have emotional compromised things. That's usually not very resonating. And oftentimes American stand-up involves emotional compromise things, like, oh, you know, a husband overreacting only to lead to a bunch of misunderstanding later down the road, as opposed to, oh, something happened and now the two are maybe inexperienced in encountering and solving that. That's like the reverse direction, where something has happened and then incompetence ensues, right? Instead of the person being incompetent and then creating and precipitating a series of weird occurrences. It's kind of like a characters versus world kind of thing. It also breathes into a lot of the contrast between like American cartoons and anime, for a sake. Like, some of the mainstays of American cartoons are like Family Guy or Simpsons. What propagates all the situations in those humorous situations? It's the characters. The characters drive all the things. They're character centric. But when you make observations on the world and its humor, like the humorous and elegance and harmony and weirdness of the world itself that shapes the characters, then comedy can be a little bit more resonating. Like Expensive Eggs. It's $10? Oh, wow, that's really expensive egg. I struggle with Japanese humor because a lot of it is wordplay, yeah, and homophones. Oh yes. All right, you're gonna give me severe whiplash to get you back to Japanese. In Japanese, you have, okay, okay, omake, okay, which is a freebie, something free, okay. And then make, I'm guessing it's make. Make is a loss, and o is an honorific prefix, yeah? So an honorific loss is something that you may build loyalty or paint your business in a positive light, yeah. AKA something you give your customer for free. Oh, that's really cute. That's super elegant. I don't think it's funny. At the same time, it's beautiful. Yeah. Here's one that I do that myself. So today I learned the word jiko. Jiko. And it's translated to accident. And I use the euphemism because I don't accident is often a lost or unfortunate circumstance. So to make something funny, or like to make something elegant in an Asian way, you put something to subvert it, like a happy accident. Then when you think of happy accidents, you could say you peed your pants by accident, right? Pee your pants, but you pee your pants, say, out of laughing. And that's funny. This would be a funny humor situation. You peed your pants out of a happy accident. So it's playing on the word and subverting the nature of the word, for example. So it's kind of like that, where you play on the word offsets the meanings of words and turns around, like the turn of phrase turns around even within words. So this would be something that I feel would resonate with someone that are Asian focused. So this would be cute. I would think this is endearing and funny if told as a story, where like they set up for an accident, but then it turns out to be a happy accident, which is a euphemism for something like peeing your pants, which kids do, and you might end up talking about a kid, like your kid, who had a happy accident, right? instead of describing like, oh, getting peed in the face or changing a diaper, how it makes you feel, that kind of stand-up is more American, where like you talk about, oh, how you don't want to change the diaper and like, oh, it smells terrible, and then talk about like the marital roles in determining that kind of thing, right? This is more about the language of accidents. You ain't cool unless you pee your pants. Real talk. Real talk. I'm pretty sure as a kid I probably peed my pants at least once. I don't remember it, but it's probably happened. Yeah, sorry, Billy Madison, yeah. And I feel, I don't know how often Japanese people quote for comedy. Do they quote for comedy very often? I wouldn't know because I don't know Japanese quotes. Like, it'd be... Not that you're aware of? Yeah. Quoting is really fun. I think that's the closest thing you can get to the pun nature. I do have to admit, though, if I had to guess, if your husband is Japanese, right, and has some command of the English language, right, to an extent, I think if there is a comedian who tells sort of dad jokes, but subverts dad jokes, and it just so happens to involve the English that involves the comprehension of your husband, that could be really funny. Because puns are very funny. A lot of times. And they're usually very prevalent in subverting dad jokes. So like a evolution on dad jokes, but they're predicated on puns. So if you know what your partner's English comprehension is and find a comedian that works on puns, that could be pretty fantastic. It would hit really, really hard because puns are hilarious, at least in my opinion. It's not a coincidence either. I heckin' love puns. Puns are fantastic. You and your sister share lexicon is 90% rom-com quotes. Oh, I don't have a lot of good rom-com jokes. Rom-com quotes. I don't have a lot of quotes in general, actually. Now that I think about it. Rom-com quote. What's a good rom-com quote? Like, I can't bring them up. I can't recall very well without context. If you tell me a quote, there might be a chance I might know the reference. But I haven't dedicated to bringing up those quotes. Not the way my memory works. Alright. I'm going to buy fried chicken. Or french fries. French fries. At the stall. At this stall. At this... Is this a food stall? Oh, it's a food stall. Yatai.
あ、屋台があります。何を食べますか?
There was a joke someone said on Overwatch when he was playing that. After I explained it to him, it made him laugh super hard. It's not family friendly, so if I wrote it to you to not read it out loud. Okay. Let me read it. My sister and I quote movies like She's the Man, Fired Up, Legally Blonde, Bring It On, and Grandma's Boy all the time. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting into things we don't share. She's the Fire. She's the Man, not sure. Fired Up, not sure. Legally Blonde, yes. Bring It On, yes. Grandma's Boy, not sure. I'm espresso depresso guy. So mine's more like things like Joker recently, The Whale, like extremely espresso depresso things. I watch like deep cuts into Human Condition. I'm always about the human condition most of the time. And if I had to take a quote from them, it's probably from these things. The whale is pretty depressing. It'd probably be a line like, "You're the greatest," you know, something about never making a difference in one's life. There was a guy he matched up with like 4 times in a row, and every time the guy said, "I'm going to make you scream" without the S. Oh, okay. It's fine. That's all right. Sorry, kids. That's all right. That's all right. You were talking about the honorific. I learned that the in Chinese reading you use go, and kun Japanese reading you use o, like gokazoku, yeah, and oshushi, yeah. Yep. Yeah, what you call it, in Duolingo, they use pretty much all the honorific form additions, including slightly non-honorific if it was able to be presented. And go kazoku is a good example. Ryoshin and go ryoshin is another example. Or the transition between your personal and trying to talk about some third thing, third person thing, like haha versus okasan, and then like chichi versus otosan, that kind of thing. And then all the honorific stuff like okashi for snacks or snack, okashi, right? Okashi. Even the honorific, the fun joke that I always remember is what was it? Someone made a comment about honorary butt, but I forgot the context. It was around otearai probably. Oh, oshiri? Is that honorary butt? Yeah, honorary butt. Yeah, that was the comment. Oshiri. Yeah, oshiri. That's it. And I haven't learned this yet in Duolingo, but oshiri, the honorary butt. They honorifies the butt. And it was around the time of otearai, the honorary restroom, otearai, when I still had trouble constantly juggling ahs and ohs. So there were things that had the honorary ohs, but there were a lot of things that start with ah, like atama ga ii, or like abimasu, and then suddenly there's a lot of o things, so I got them back and forth before. So I used to say atearai, and then Indy gave me crap, and then after every time otearai shows up, I'm like, yes, Indy, otearai, I got it, I got this. It's still fairly common though, like, because a lot of ahs and o predicates still there. It takes a while. Anyways, honorifics. You haven't watched The Whale, but I've heard it's simultaneously amazing and depressing. Yeah. If you want me, if you like espresso depresso stuff that deals with the human condition, and you like, because I actually think Japanese films do quite a bit of that, but in a different way. They tackle less of the emotional component, but they tackle the realness of how to deal with it. So while Japanese cinema has a lot of stoicism, as in like the stoicism is what's elegant and poetic about the Japanese culture, in the Western world, like the Western cinematography, especially like more expressive cultures, those ones tackle the emotional expression of those, and it can be very eye-opening between the like stoicism, the overcoming adversity through stoicism versus overcoming adversity through expressionism, as in being expressive. And The Whale is a combination of both of them. It is both amazing stoicism, but at the same time incredibly expressively depressing. Incredibly. Maybe we will learn it on the hygiene lesson. Oh yeah, the honorific butt. Honorific butt. There was a Japanese show that I really wanted to watch again, but I can't remember what it was called for the life of you. It was about a family that was struggling to exist and about their hardships. That's so many of them. There's so many of those. And if you're into Chinese, just pick up any Chinese film, any Chinese show. All of their shows are about the hardship of struggling to exist in their lives. Any of the modern dramas deal with hardships. That is like the main drama, like Chinese dramas. That's the main setting. How life sucks and the struggling to exist over and over again. Yeah. You got really into Asian boys love, especially Taiwan and Japanese, because of how emotional they are. I see. You're a glutton for emotional punishment, I suppose. Have you seen... I would love to see what you think of this movie. Hold up. I'm getting so off track.Maybe we'll call this a half day. Hold up. Oh yeah. It's a movie called Love is Strange. Love is Strange. I like Western modern love. These are dramas, so hold on to your hats. They're not rom-coms, unfortunately. They can be like rom-com adjacent, but I like modern love, contemporary love movies a lot from the Western like Writers Guild stuff. Love is Strange is one of them. It stars Alfred Molina. I keep forgetting his last name. Alfred Molina? Yeah, Molina and John Lithgow. John Lithgow? I don't really know how to... Yeah. Molina and Lithgow. I don't know if you've seen that before. I think that's it's a really beautiful... Yeah. I figured because we might have similar preferences for like performing arts as well. I think it's a beautiful one when you mentioned things about like Asian boys love, that type of subject matter. Love is Strange is a really big one. I recently watched Holdovers. The Holdovers. Low key, I'm a Paul Giamatti, Paul Giamatti whenever he's doing indie films. But The Holdovers recently, that was fantastic. It deals with a different type of love, compassion between adversity, like an unexpected, Giamatti, unexpected companionship, like you know, the non-suspecting companionship forged out of serendipity, as in when multiple people are having hardships, somehow when they're together they were able to bolster each other, and that's fantastic too. I love unexpected companionship, or not unexpected, what is the word that I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess it's unexpected companionship. Companionship in the weird, unexpected places, right? It's a fantastic movie. The ending leaves a little bit. These movies tend to be open-ended endings, so you kind of have to deal with it. So it doesn't necessarily provide closure in the same way that rom-coms do. I think rom-coms, one element that distinguishes the type of movie that I'm talking about with rom-coms is that it's open-ended. There's rarely ever a lack of closure. I mean, there's rarely ever significant closure. The idea is life goes on, right? It tends to go on. What is hardship? Hardship is the idea of things that bad things, or things that hurt someone, things that drag someone down, right? Bad things is hardship. So if you ever have like a bout of hardship, maybe like a death, grief is an example of hardship, right? Grief, depression is an example of hardship. So we use at least I'm using hardship in the sense of this is the general category. Yeah, XD. Have you seen The Bear? I've only watched the first season, but that show was very gripping for you. I need to finish season 2. I haven't gone to The Bear yet. Ooh, I'm gonna add that to the list. I totally forgot about The Bear. I've only recently been catching up with a lot of shows. Lots of shows. So what are your thoughts about why did you write Giamatti with the exclamation mark? What is your experience with Giamatti? Okay, let me continue this. 屋台があります。何を食べますか？甘い wait sweet? 甘いものが食べたいです。Like, I want to eat sweet things. That's fair. What kind of food stalls? No, we have foods. There are food stalls. What do you want to eat? Or what are you going to eat? Sweet stuff. I want to eat sweet stuff. That's fair.
池の前でピクニックをしましょう。
You enjoy his work? Yeah, one wild film back in the day with Owen Wilson. Yeah. Wait, Cleve Owen. Oh. That I've never forget. Cleve Owen. Who's Cleve Owen? I haven't seen Shoot 'Em Up. The immediate movie that I was thinking of, and I already spoiled it because I said Owen Wilson. Wait, hold up. Maybe no, I'm not thinking. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. Am I? Oh no, I'm thinking of someone else. A different movie. Not Owen Wilson. It's what's his name? The guy that played opposite of him in Wedding Crashers. Was that the same guy? Maybe it wasn't. Hold up. Who was in here? Oh no, no, that's not it. I was thinking of oh, never mind. Different movie. But I was thinking of Sideways. The specific movie I'm thinking of is Sideways. Not shoot 'em up. Oh wait, maybe I have seen shoot 'em up. Hold up. Oh, I have seen shoot 'em up. But that's his like, I don't know. That's his like B-roll stuff. Come on, man. What'd you call it? Giamatti. I like watching his stuff because he's always playing the average Joe, the person that life sucks but he makes do. Oh, that's what you haven't, because it was very turn off your brain. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, most of Giamatti's films and shows that I watch is the one where like he's always the misunderstood person, a constantly misunderstood person, but making going through hardship all the time. So a great family one would be Win-Win. I typically go to Win-Win. Sideways is more for those who have a midlife crisis. If you have a midlife crisis right now and you're middle-aged, perhaps Sideways might resonate with you. Win-Win is a father figure. If you're a father figure. There's another one called like A Modern Life. It's that's if you're trying to become a father figure. Wait. I think it's called a wait, hold up. It's A Modern something. Hold up. I am a fan of, oh, it's called Private Life, my bad. It's called Private Life. Private Life. If you're a prospective parent, that's a take on trying to become. And then if you're really into American history, like if you really love American history, there's a mini series called John Adams, or just Adams. I think it's literally just called Adams. And Paul Giamatti plays the role of John Adams, one of the founding fathers, the second president. That one was great. I think that's his. If I had to say which role is exemplary of his career, is Adams, the miniseries Adams. I don't remember if Adams have an S or not. Sorry. I think it's John Adams with an S. Yeah. It always feels weird to put an S at the end of the name. You can't hear that name without thinking of Hamilton anymore. Yeah, John Adams. Yeah, founding father. Hamilton was involved in the Treasury, the establishment of the Treasury. Okay. Yeah, if you want to see a really... Adams is... It's like both amazing and depressing so much. I think one of the things I watch a lot of is the life of someone. So, you know how like for example, Benedict Cumberbatch portrays a lot of influential people. You know, the people who start their lives, they like start their lives rough, peaks, and then you see their decline all in the span of the movie. I watch a lot of those too. Like reenactments and dramatizations of quote unquote famous people. And what I mean by quote unquote famous people is because they're famous post-mortem, or like posthumous, or however you say that, where these people, yeah, Imitation Game would be a great example of Cumberbatch's thing. The more recent movie that I saw was The Electric Life of what is it? The Catchrawler. The Electric Life of Louis Wayne, Wayne. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's a British artist. Sorry, British author. You see the early days, the peak days, and then the decline, and the endings are brutal. They are incredibly brutal because most of those influential people end up passing away with regret and stuff, because remarkable people don't necessarily have wonderful lives or time for themselves often. You watch Imitation Game with your parents and cried super hard, and I hadn't come out at that time. Oh, so I told them it was because of how influential Alan Turing was in my profession, which he was. Yeah, you're in computer sciences. But the tears were more so for the other reason. Yeah. It's really tough. Like, man. I watch them all the time, but I get wrecked all the time too. It's kind of the whole thing about keeping yourself grounded, keeping yourself humbled. Even the most famous and influential people in the world, you celebrate all their high rises, but you also forget all the things that they exchanged for being that extraordinary. Extraordinary comes with exchange. I don't want to call it a sacrifice. I think a sacrifice would imply that they didn't find joy or purpose in, like, they felt like it was something they gave up. I don't think those individuals aren't compelled to think of what they gave up, but more what they were pursuing, and it wasn't enough. You think that you found Japanese drama I was talking about before. It's called All About My Siblings, as the title was translated. I can't find anywhere to watch it outside of Japan anymore though. Oh. How much of Japanese programming reaches outside of Japan? I have always been curious about that, because much like what I think about Chinese programming, I reckon only a very small amount of Chinese programming actually reach outside of the country. What is the exact meaning of wrecked or wrecked? I see it at video games when my team wins and say get wrecked to the other team. Oh no. Oh no, XD. If I didn't talk to you over a couple of days, I would have thought you'd be joking. But yeah, getting wrecked. Oh my gosh, wrecked. I picked this up too. It's getting wrecked. When you wreck, you have an accident. It's kind of like an accident, but it's like getting messed up. Getting messed up. Or getting broken. Honestly, I'm gonna say broken beyond repair a lot of times, but maybe not beyond repair. But like a car wreck, it's usually a car wreck is where that came from, in my opinion. That's how I think of it when you get into a wreck. But I would throw in my own idiom here, an American idiom. It's foobarred. How's that, Shady? How's that for English? Getting foobarred. Yeah. I got destroyed. It took me a while to recover. Like, you have to, when you wreck something, you have to put it back together. Put yourself back together. Or put it back together. Like, in pieces. You are broken in pieces, and then you have to put yourself back together. Foobar. Yeah. Good old foobar. I'm waiting for the day that this phrase comes back. Speaking of boomer phrases, yeah, foobar. Foobar is definitely a boomer phrase. That I'm gonna give it like 10 years. I'm gonna say in the next decade, this word might actually come back. In trend back. Foobarred. which is basically messed up beyond repair. Messed up beyond repair. Quite a bit does not, thanks to like Viki and Netflix. Netflix. I see. Ubar is such a good phrase. My job involves working with the military, so I hear that phrase all the time still. I see. Yeah, effed up beyond all recognition. Yeah, and I replaced recognition. Yeah, I replaced recognition with repair as a way to like make it closer to a literal sense. Because I believe things that can be repaired, they don't have to resemble what they used to recognize. So this is going way deeper into this, but when you repair something, sometimes you're not trying to repair it back to what it was recognized as, in my opinion, a lot of times. This is a deep cut, but I feel like repairing means to make it into something stronger. It can become stronger than it once was. And in a undesirable sense, it can become weaker than it was. But I like to gravitate on the idea that repairing something doesn't necessarily lead back to what it originally was recognized, kind of thing. A new one that I heard lately was WAG, which stands for wild. Oh, a wild guess. I see. A wild that guess. Okay. Interesting. All right. We need to get more lessons in. Oh, Vicky has mainland China stuff. Oh yeah. Netflix has some. Netflix definitely has some. I noticed it. I almost try to encourage my parents to try out the Netflix catalog because they watch a lot of satellite television. So they watch things broadcast out of China for like programming and news and stuff. Okay. 池の前でピクニックをしましょう。Okay. We should have a picnic in the pond in front of the pond. Oh, you know, they probably included this phrase because now they're showing the flexibility of interpreting suru with the like this phrasing, because they recently did the traveling, no, not traveling, but means. They recently did a means thing here for viewing, for the cherry blossom viewing. Yasumi, no, hanami o suru. You paid for an IPTV for a while to watch live TV from Japan. I see. While you lived in the States. Great service, but can be quite expensive. Yeah, my parents do something similar with a different network for a type of program, and it's quite expensive. And they keep hiking the price. Understandably so, because it's very difficult to negotiate things from a different country, especially China. You know, the geopolitics and whatnot. We should buy snacks at a cheaper food stall. Okay. At a cheaper? Motto. Oh, they're bringing back motto. So, motto yasui. Yatai. 屋台でお菓子
お菓子
お菓子を買いましょう。
買いましょう。
Okay. We should buy stir-fried noodles at this food stall. Oh, hey, I have a question for you, JD. I asked myself... Oh, it's time to wake the hubby up, grabbing to wrap up, getting... Okay, thank you. After this question, one question. So, they introduced stir-fried noodles as yakisoba, right? But I have a question. When you go into a yakisoba place, do you get yaki udon and yaki ramen? And do they still refer to it as yakisoba? Because Duolingo defines this as stir-fried noodles, but it's stir-fried soba. So do they actually say yaki udon and yaki ramen when they use that? Because we're talking about like pasta now, in a sense. It would still be yakisoba? Oh, okay. Yaki udon does exist, but it's a separate thing. Oh, okay. So they are using yakisoba as generically referring to noodles, like the form factor of noodles. So when they when you go to a yakisoba place, the noodles really, the yakisoba is referring generically to noodles, and you could expect different noodles referring to as yakisoba, as opposed to like yaki, right? Yaki and soba, which soba is a type of noodle. You see what I'm getting at here? It's like calling penne is like not exactly the same, but it's like calling penne linguine. If you know what I mean. Like, they're different enough that there are separate Japanese names for soba, udon, and ramen, right? Like, they're separate names, but they're all noodles per se. Traditionally, yakisoba would be made from soba, yeah, but nowadays they're made of wheat, flour, Chinese style noodles. Okay, so it's a traditional thing. Okay, like what you call it? It's a inherited word that has changed. Okay, fair enough. I have been curious about that because on labels and stuff for yakisoba, it's not specifically a soba noodles anymore, right? Like you're not buying yakisoba to specifically expect soba. So, and I do love soba, but at the same time, I was really curious. In Japan, do they do the same now, where when they say yakisoba, it's the idea of yakisoba, like stir-fried noodles, as opposed to the idea of stir-fried soba. Interesting. The more you know. The more you know. Like, for example, sushi, right? Last thing, like sushi, it also includes things that are not raw fish, if you know what I mean. Like tamago, like what do you call sushi, you know, sushi with tamago. That kind of thing. Anyways, I'll let you go, and yeah, I should complete these lessons now. Lots of good talk. Thanks for sharing. As always, always a blast.
この
この
屋台
この屋台
焼きそばを
を買いましょう。Yes, 買いましょ
買いましょ
う。Wait, 買いましょう。What am I missing here? この屋台 Oh, でat a food stall. Yeah, sushi has turned into something on a bit of rice at this point. Exactly. Exactly. Like, not to be confused with, maki sushi, which is what sushi often becomes here in, America, the sushi roll, yeah. And for example, like, which is separate from sashimi, which is on rice as well, slice. And even more so, damburi, as opposed to like a beef bowl. Right, gyudon and stuff. Damburi has taken on a life of its own too. Anything on rice. Donburi. I keep saying donburi. Donburi is all over the place, and it doesn't help that bibimbap, right? There's bibimbap. Yeah, it's the start of donburi. But then we have bibimbap. So now it's basically it's rice bowls. Let's not even talk about like Hawaiian influence with poke. Poke donburi? Poke rice bowls? Oh my gosh. All right. We're gonna stop. We're gonna enjoy your mapo tofu, by the way. I'm jealous, but enjoy your. I'm envious. I think the word is envious. I envy your mapo tofu. Perhaps I'll go make some of my own in the future. Have a good one, Shady. Have a good one. All right. Focus.
来年
Dainen? Interesting. Dainen.
来年
Next something? Maybe?
来年
Next something? Duck. Oh, that duck is actually pretty jank, actually. It is your classic mallard, though. You enjoy it? Ours is slightly different from what you make, though. I'll take a picture and then not share it with you since I have no way to do that. Technically, you can share it with me. We're Discord. Wait. Are you in Discord? You can always hit me up on a Discord. Anytime in Discord. I hope there's Szechuan peppercorn in it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I would love to see your pictures. Sub-Zero shares his food exploits too. He recently double tapped on a local Szechuan house, and I'm like envious.
Kamo.
Yeah, kamo. Oh yeah, that's right. A katakana for animals. Yeah, animals. So ducks weren't indigenous to Japan. Interesting. Kamo. Unless this is one of those few ones that are, but not in Japanese. Kamo. Now I'm kind of curious about the status of ducks in Japan. I feel like ducks aren't indigenous to Japan. You triple tapped Sub-Zero? Oh my gosh, you freaking triple tap. I do have a Discord. XD. It's in my channel description on the YouTube channel description. Usually my Discord is where we exchange. It's not like a thriving thing. It's a place to chat when I'm not here often, and I tend to be next to my computer a lot of times, so we tend to chat random things. So you're more than welcome, XD. There's a link in the YouTube description. I can't believe you triple tapped. You're such a jerk, Sub-Zero. Where's my share? Second Sub-Zero. Kamo.
Kamo.
Okay.
Kamo ga imasu.
Kamo ga imasu. Oh. There are ducks. Honestly, I could see myself saying this just out of comedy. If like I hosted someone, right, and they visit my house and they ask me like, so what is there in the place you live? Well, well, there's a movie theater. There are a lot of there's shopping malls we can go. Maybe we can eat at some of the restaurants. Oh, and there are ducks. Oh, there are ducks. I can totally see myself saying that. But yep, there are swans too. Swans. There are geese as well. Try to avoid the geese because they might actually chase you. Geese are kind of mean. They're quite mean. All right, we have bridge, which is hashi. So, hashi. Funny enough, hashi also means chopsticks, but I saw the bridge earlier, and as Duo does, explore all the meanings of a specific word. So hashi is also bridge. I mean, you can kind of see the connection, right? If you look at the bridge, it's basically made of a lot of chopsticks. Look at this. Look at all these pillars. They're practically very, very large chopsticks. If you think of it like that, then a bridge is pretty much chopsticks, right? Right?
Hashi.
Hashi. Wait, I didn't hear if it's different though. It still sounds like hashi. I don't know if there's a different pitch accent for that.
あの橋から桜を見ましょう。
あの橋からokay. あの橋から桜を見ましょう。Sure. We should see the cherry blossom. They're toggling this too. Should see the cherry blossoms from the bridge over there. From that bridge over there. Yes. あの橋から桜を見ましょう。You know, we should see the cherry blossoms from that bridge over there.
そろそろ家に帰ります。
そろそろ家に帰ります。Okay, they're making sure people understand the difference. Like, I understand the difference between ni and day. So they've been highlighting each ni and day the whole time as it's bouncing back and forth. I'm going home in a bit. Okay.
アレックスさんはもう家に帰りますか？アレックスさんはもう家に帰りますか？アレックスさんはもう家に帰りますか？
Right. Did Alex return home already? Oh, it's vocative. I don't like that. Vocative. Are you going home, Alex? Fair enough. Yeah. Let me think about that. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't know without context. Yeah, I wouldn't know without context, without more context. I'm sure if there were one or two more context things, then that's fine.
あの小さい橋から桜を見ませんか？
あの小さいはWait. 小さい 小さい足か、wait. 橋から、橋から。Ooh, that looks weird together. 小さい橋から。Yeah, 橋 looks weird. 橋から。What is the kanji for 橋? Okay, well, there's no mistaking that. Okay, that's fine. When we get the kanji, maybe less crazy. 小さい橋から桜を見ませんか? Would you like to see cherry blossoms from that bridge? From that small bridge? It's a small bridge. Ah! Okay.
私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。私たちはうちに帰りました。私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。そろそろ私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
Okay. Fair enough. We returned home. Us, we all. Not so not just we, like we imposed. I don't know. It's the same. We all. Wall. It will be the day when y'all also includes wall. That would be, oh no, that won't catch on. I don't think that's gonna catch on in American English. I don't think so. But we all returned home in a bit. We all returned home in a bit. Wall. Oh no. Oh, wait. What did I miss? Oh, did I miss something? Oh, wrong tense. My bad.
来年も桜を見たいです。
Wrong tense. Wait. 来年? Wait.
来年。
Okay. Like 去年, 来年, next year. Yeah. 来年 and 去年. Confusing much? But 来年も桜を見たいです. I want to see the cherry blossoms next year. 2. Yeah.
みんなはタクシーで帰りますか？
みんなはタクシーで帰りますか? Will everyone go by taxi? Will return home? Will go home by taxi? Ooh. Okay. Instead of saying returned home, go home. Okay. Sure. That's fine. 電車で帰りましょう。Where's 電車? No 電車? 地下鉄? That would have been a... Yeah, I know. Yeah, konnichiwa. Hello there, Yeah, I know. I know all the I stuff. Yeah. Those are all introduced in Duolingo, NAR. So far. Yes. No, they don't help remember since I already know them. Yes. Hello there, Kinorashi. Hello. Konnichiwa, Kino-san. Genki desu ka? Okay. Chikatetsu. I was looking for... This was a missed opportunity for Densha, since we got the kanji for Densha. Missed opportunity. That's fine. It's an image of the subway.
楽しい花見でしたね。
楽しい花見でしたね。Oh. Ooh. Oh, they didn't highlight this, but this is actually new, doing it this way. However, we're already aware of this because of other people, but they swapped it up. So, 楽しい花見でしたね。Let's see. はい。来年もここで桜を見ましょう。What is new? ね is new. ね is new. A lot more conversational. Yeah, so more like, isn't it? Yankee desu. I see 1.5k no Anki de o benkyou shimashita. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Well done. I'm guessing if I try to put all that phrase together, you got a certain number of points in Anki today. Studied a certain amount of points. I don't know how much 1.5k is, but nice. Way to go. I like that almost every transport in Japanese has the kuruma, kuruma kanji. Starting to realize that. You're starting with the Ashi 1.5k. Okay, Anki deck. I see. Cool. Very nice. Oh, that's what Kashi means. Okay. It's a specific Anki deck. I see. Very nice. You said you have studied just recently. Very nice. Cool. I wonder what is the history of Kuruma. You just finished streaming? I see. Good for you, man. Good for you. How long have you been studying Japanese? History of Kuruma kanji and word Kuruma. Considering cars are recent, that's a fair point. I don't know what the first motor vehicle oh, Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I just looked up for chia, right? Let me think. Che, yeah, for Mandarin. Che is not the same character. So kuruma is unique. Che is not the same unless it's automobile. Let's try automobile. Nope. Kai che.
汽车
Oh, 汽车. Oh yeah, 汽车. 开车 is to drive a car. But 汽车, yeah, neither of those share. So kuruma. That's really interesting, Nar. That piques my interest about the history of the kuruma kanji. Maybe it's just a simplified Chinese character? Oh, you're right. I need to look for traditional. Hang on. Traditional character for for car in Mandarin. What's the traditional Chinese character? Oh, it is. It is. You're right. Granola, you nailed it. You nailed it. The traditional Chinese character is kuruma. Kuruma, you got it. You nailed it. Because I was looking at the simplified character. A car is from carriage, no? I guess. Well, the question, the thing that I thought about when historically is like, so how, I don't know if automobiles were even before that because of Chinese, right? Because of Chinese. And that's, oh man, that's a deep cut right there. But in the long run, though, it's still Western. The first quote unquote like vehicle powered by gas engine was Western. So I'm curious when that kind of floated into. It's got to be like within the last the 1880s, I would say. Maybe like the 1900s. Maybe a little bit later. It used to mean carriage from some quick search. I see. Makes sense. Well, the first cars were called the horseless carriage. Yeah, and it's still referring to the 1880s. Yep. Although the automobiles that che and kuruma is referring to is the ones that are gonna have to need a name change. Or like a meaning change, I suppose. Oh, interesting. Actually, I don't know. It's Kugatsu. Kugatsu de Motsu bete. What does what does that gatsu kanji mean afterward? Oh, you're saying from, it's about 19 months to, I see, 19 months. About 19 months or something. Speculation, maybe. 19 months, but not every month, let's say. Oh, but not every month. I see. But not every month. Yeah, I got it. Alright, that makes sense. Where Gatsu showed up twice. So Motsubete Gatsu. Oh. But not every... Interesting. The word Kuruma itself has some speculated origins from other words relating to the motion of the wheels. Interesting. Demo Demo. Oh, is it demo? Oh, you're saying demo. Oh, okay, okay. It's not a range. You're not giving a range. Okay, demo. Yeah, that makes sense. Demo. As in although or but. I see. That makes sense after you clarified that. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Sounds. I think that involves a lot of things. It doesn't involve things I don't understand. I should have seen that. Yeah. 19 months. That's a lot. But not every month. I got it. I have no idea. I don't have that grammar point. I wouldn't have been able to tell you or read that anyways. Yeah. Your guess is as good as mine. Kagetsu? Yeah, I see the I see the kagetsu, but I don't know. Like I wouldn't know at the moment.
綺麗な桜でしたね。
綺麗な桜でしたね。でしたね。Is that the same response? It is the same response. Let's read this. はい。はい。来年。Yeah. 来年もここで桜を見ましょう。What do you say? 綺麗な桜でしたね。
私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
What did I do? Oh. I was complacent.
私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
Right. 私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
Right. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Again, still beyond my comprehension. Nothing about my remark has changed. The more you talk about it, the more I'm going to reiterate what I mentioned. It's beyond my comprehension.
私たちはそろそろ家に帰ります。
Yep, yeah, I know, I made the error. Come on, stop it.
はそろそろ家に帰ります。帰ります。
Stop it. The tachi is the same as dachi in tomodachi, right? Tomodachi. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I didn't make that connection. Huh. That's a fair point. Tomodachi? Maybe phonic change for the tachi. I probably agree with you, XD.
あの屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。
Guru equals spin. Kuma equals horse. Kuruma equals car. That's gotta be a coincidence, right? That's so funny though. I love it. I actually love it. Wait. Hold up. I thought his spin was oh, you're how do you spin? I don't know kudu, by the way. I don't know kudu. Wait, I thought kudu was to come, but oh, to Rio. Oh, that. Oh, interesting. Kudu. I don't know kudu, by the way, to spin. I think that's funny, though. Kudu, yeah. The one that I know about is not the same. The spin that I know is mawaru. Which is funny because I think the song that I'm using to remember spin, I think it's kudu mawaru. I'm pretty sure that's what they say. Oh, sorry, kudu. Like they say kudu mawaru. Right? I'm talking about the School Rumble song. The anime School Rumble. I think they actually say kudu mawaru. Mawaru. Mawaru is the one that is the word that I was thinking of. For spin. Or to orbit. Or to rotate around. It was introduced last unit. Am I streaming in another place? Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. XD is my YouTuber. The YouTube guy that I speak to around this time. No, you're not missing any chat messages. No worries. The speculated reason for ma was not uma, from what I saw. It was like an old speech thing. Yeah, I think it's just hilariously funny though. Kudu plus uma equals horse. So kuruma equals car. That's hilarious. Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. Oh, hey, you kept the same name too. Nice. Hang on. I really need to listen to the song. Hold up. I could have sworn. Okay. Kudu. Oh, actually, I can look up the lyrics. Oh no, it's not quite. Hang on. Come on, give me the lyrics. And I'll get flashbang too. Oh, it's not. It's spinning round and round. So they're saying guru. Oh yeah, they are. They're saying guru mawaru. Yeah, guru mawaru. It's the flip of the ku. The kudu. Yeah. So it's basically kudu mawaru. Like guru. A lot of times the gu, the g and the k gets flexed back and forth. So yeah, it is the literal chorus of this song. It's called it's by Unscandal. Wait, is it called Scramble? No, Scandal. Unscandal is the group, and it's called Scramble. And there's a the refrain of it is spinning round and round, and guru mawaru. That's how I was remembering mawaru when it was first introduced, because it has a very catchy chorus, by the way. If you guys ever want to listen to a very cute song from I guess it's a slice of life comedy anime, very old school, around the time of like Azumanga Daioh, like that period where those types of things were very popular. I remember watching Azumanga Daioh as well as School Rumble at the same time. Okay. Kudu, like guru gu wa mawaru. Okay. Let's see. Yatai de choco. Yeah, of course. Choco banana o kaimashou. We should We should buy chocolate. Where's... What? What? You're just gonna stick with chocolate now? Chocolate bananas? Instead of saying chocolate covered bananas? Listen, this is not chocoreto. Chocoreto. No, I'm just kidding. Fine. Okay, choco banana. We should buy chocolate at that food stall over there. Sure. And they want over there this time. It's inconsistent, but this time they want over there. 家族と車で行きます。
浅草で同僚と花見をします。
浅草で同僚と花見をします。Okay. I'm going with my parents. Oh, just kidding. Co-workers. Parents. Sorry, I was thinking Ryoshin. Dorio. I'm going with my co-workers. I'm going... Oh, yeah, right. They're phrasing. I'm going cherry blossom viewing with my co-workers in Asakusa. Oh, did I shift the thing around too much? Yep. Oh, I don't agree with this. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, no. Did I mess up? Oh, yeah. I don't agree with this. That they can't accept this. This is actually unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Oh, I don't agree with this at all. It's both. Yeah, it's both. I can report it. It's fine. Let's see. Oh, this is...
自転車?
The vocabulary here is jiko. So, like jitensha no jiko desu. Jitensha. I can't be exclamatory with new things yet. There's an exclamatory mark there.
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。Should we have a... I wasn't looking for that word. Have a picnic. Where are we going here? We're going next to the pond? Sure.
電車の事故がありました。
Okay.
電車
事故の事故がありました。
電車の事故がありました。
You hate to hear this, right? You hate to hear this.
3時28分の電車に乗りましょう。
3時28分。8分の電車に乗りましょう。Okay, sure. We should take the... Breathe. 328 train. Precisely the 328 train. Only in Japan though. Only in Japan.
京都で花見をしませんか? 京都で花見をしませんか? しませんか? 京都で花見をしませんか?
Okay. Would you like would you like to go cherry blossom viewing in Kyoto?
公園までどうやって行きましょうか。
公園までどうやって行きましょうか。How indeed. バスはどうですか？ How about a bus? 公園の近くに Alright, our new predicate 止まります。I thought that was flower viewing and not cherry blossom viewing. I mean, it is flower viewing for sure. Like what I mean is the kanji would be flower and viewing. But I think they're making a literal interpretive thing for this case. So what I would say is it's both. It's both flower viewing and cherry blossom viewing. Yeah, it's probably both. So one is nuance use and one is non-nuance use. Yeah. It's kind of like what's a good one? I thought I had an English version of it. I think English does this too. I can't think of one. Ocha? What does ocha mean? Oh, what is the other meaning of ocha? Oh yeah, green tea and tea. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's excellent. Yeah. Yeah. A very specific type of tea, but it's also tea in general. That's an excellent example. Nice. I like ocha. That's a great example. Yeah, instead of like matcha, using matcha. Huh. I wonder if there's sakurami. Wait, hold up. Let's just put this in. Sakurami. Does it miso mixed with minced grape? Oh, okay, that's not. I was making something funny. I was seeing if you can put in like sakurami. Kind of like matcha. I was like, what if they have another word for it? No dice. It came up with minced pork. It sounded like a dish. Koen made どうやって行きましょうか? So how? And then we're going by bus because the bus stops at the nearby park. Near the park. Stop near the park that they're referring to. How they're gonna get there.
はい、今から電車に乗り換えます。はい。
はい。Wait, what?
はい、今から電車に乗り換えます。
Oh.
今から電車に
乗り換えます。
乗り換えます。
That's a pretty good phrase. They broke up ima and kara just to demonstrate that it's separate. はい、今から電車に乗り換えます。
はい、今から電車に乗り換えます。
Yes, we just now switched trains. Or we switched trains just now, right? Or we're going to switch train. I mean, it's fine. We're switching to a train. That's fine too.
上野公園までどうやって行きましょうか?
Ocha is from Portugal, no? I think so. Maybe. And with the honorific cha? I don't know. Is Ocha from Portugal? I don't actually know how to say cha in Mandarin. Da. Da is Fujianese. The T in Mandarin. Oh, it's cha. Probably not. Then it's probably Chinese. No, oh no, wait. Maybe not. Oh, in today's Mandarin it is cha. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it's Chinese, but I don't remember how to say T in Mandarin. So let's get Google Translate here. And I'll tell you if it's... No, not my phone. Stop activating. Oh, I see the simplified in the... I see the simplified and the...
Cha.
Oh, cha. Oh, I didn't realize it's just cha. There you go. That's what I heard at least. Like 2 different words in Chinese spread through many languages, like many language borrow cha and many other T's. Yeah, I would say. Oh, why is this an emoji? Coco. Wait, why is that an emoji? Oh. Okay, Nar. It kind of... Do you know why? I feel like I'm thinking... Sorry, kids. This is not friendly to kids. I don't know. Because I don't know. Let me dig deep in this. The way that emote looks like, it looks like this, guys. So if you're thinking about like coconuts, cocoa, maybe. And what does this look like if you were to complete the picture? I don't know if that's what they're going for, but personally I think I don't underestimate the lewdness of... At least that's my thought initially. If I had to dig deep for why it's an emote, like why cocoa is an emote. So ume is not actually an apricot or a plum. It is something related to both. Interesting. The Unicode emoji though is just meant to be here. Is it? It says Coco to me. Unless I don't know then. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. Wait, am I being a pep? What's with the ume comment? Oh, Japanese apricot, Japanese, okay, Chinese plum. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, the JB Coco, but I'm just brainstorming. It's okay. Yeah, cha. Man, I should have known that. Yeah, cha. I'm surprised I didn't say ocha instead of ocha in the beginning. I'm surprised I didn't say ocha. Sometimes I do. Like ramen. I talk about ramen a lot because I have a habit of saying ramen a lot of times, and that deals with like the whole ocha thing quite a bit. Okay, ueno koen made doyatte ikimashou ka? Kono bus wa dou desu ka? How about this bus? And then yeah, same deal. The bus stops at the park or near the park.
浅草で同僚と花見をします。
Was this the thing? No. Yes. I'm going cherry blossom viewing in Asakusa with my coworkers. All right, kanji time. We have... Whoa. All right. Okay. Okay. Nannichikan. Nannichikan. With konshu. Interesting.
Konshu.
Konshu. Okay.
何日間
Nannichikan. Sure.
何
Naishu.
今週
Konshu.
1週間
Ishukan.
何日間
Nannichikan.
3日間
Mikakan. Yeah, those are...
何日間
Okay. Okay.
何日間
Okay.
300今週
Just kidding.
何日間何日
Oh, I see. 4
4
時
時
間。
間
4時間。
何時間
Yep.
今週
Man, I have to be... I'm a little bit slow on this, huh?
何日間来週今週
Okay.
今週
今週。
何時間
何日間3日間
今週来週
Okay.
何日間1週間今週来週何時間何日間
Okay. All right. Okay, we have Gohan with Honshu. Oh, no. What?
今週
Okay.
Go.
Fair enough. Interesting.
ご飯
Why did they clump Gohan with Honshu? Honshu? Huh.
卵 魚 今週
Honshu.
ご飯
Gohan.
来週ご飯ご飯
Yeah, sure.
今週ご飯
Okay.
今週
Excuse me. So, Honshu.
魚
Sakana.
来週
Laishu.
食べ物
Tabemono.
Gohan.
I can see why they include 食べ物。
今週今週先週魚ご飯今週卵
Okay.
ご飯
え
卵ご飯今週食べ物来週
Alright. 今。
今
Probably 今 and 今週。That makes sense.
今週
Yeah.
今今週分
今日。
今日車
車 is just noise.
今週
Okay.
今、
今
今週
Now the shoe. Or. Okay.
私今週
今週
雨今先週
Introducing the dual.
We're skipping that for now. Unless it comes at the end. 今週 Okay.
今週
With 今 Yeah, fair enough. Again. Sure.
今今週今週
Okay.
今今週今週今
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 先月
今夜
今夜 Yeah, 今夜 is a good one too.
今週今先週今
Mm-hmm.
今口
Sorry.
左今週今今週今週今今夜
今夜
来週
今週先
先週
週
今
Okay.
今
Mm-hmm. Oh, 住んでいます。
今週大きい大学今住んでいます
Okay. Filling in. Filling them in. Okay, 今
今
日
日
今週 right?
今週金曜日
The beat. Right.
今日
日
3日
Fair enough.
先週今週今週
Okay.
今日
今日
今週
金曜日今週火曜日先週今日
Alright. That's it for Ima. Now we have Densha. Oh, is this the writing portion? Densha?
電車
電車、
Okay. Alright. I know that particle. Ooh, okay. Interesting. They decide to go with the left, right?
電車
Okay. No surprises until this part.
電車
Huh.
電車、
電車、 電車、
Probably because of the tail. Whoops.
電車
My tunes.
電車、
電車
電車
Oh boy. This one has some spacing prep.
電車
電車、
電車、 電車、
Yeah. Some spacing. Okay. 3日間 and 電車
電
Interesting.
3日間
え
電車3日間何日間田中
1週間
3日間3日間で3日間
え10月10月
9
9
時間
時間
電車1
1
週間
週間
3
3
日間
日間
電車電車
え
電車
3000
何日間何時間3日間
え
3日間3日間電車何時間1週間4時
Alright. What the? Oh no. I'm gonna go with 電
電
気.
気
Yeah, this is it's kind of like a feed forward thing. Denki is gonna probably show up in the next unit. And they're using it to they always pick two different phrases for two different kanji. But the newest kanji always has a kanji phrase or a kanji combination that isn't available yet. So probably gonna go with Denki. And we know the other two, I think. Yeah, so it can't be the other two. Denki sounds like electricity to me. We know the other two, by the way. So we already know souvenir and bookshelf. That's kind of how you have to figure it out. Oops.
電気、
電気
Can't draw horizontal lines to save me. No, oops.
電気、
That was a stroke order thing.
電気
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 I overshot it.
電気
Oh my gosh. Save me. That angle is not my friend. I meant to pick up my pen, but that didn't pick up. Okay. Densha. Alright. Alright, let's try this again. With more focus this time.
電車
電車
Is it just me, or is this crooked?
電車
Is it leaning? Oh yeah, it is
電
leaning.
車
電車
I didn't even notice that.
Densha.
I keep trying to do a different
Densha.
tail. I need to stop doing that.
電車
電車
Yeah. Stop doing that. Too far deep. Too deep. Alright, that's 15 minutes. We're gonna try and continue. I was gonna try to do a full day to like go all the way. We'll see. Let's see.
花見
Hanami.
花見
Short.
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか
I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Ooh. All right. Now that I am another 200 mils, 200 mils lighter, let's see if we can get this. Okay. All right.
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか
Uh,
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか近くの公園に行きませんか
really? Yeah. No chains. うちの近くの公園に行きませんか
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか
Yeah, would Would you like to go? Would you like to go to the park near the house, my house? Near home? Okay, sure. Near home. Fair enough.
今週
Honshu.
今週
横浜の公園に行きます。
Okay.
浅公園の横浜公園に行きます。横浜の公園に行きます。
Yokohama no koen ni ikimasu. We are going to I'm gonna say we are going to a park in Yokohama. I know how that sounds, but it's a park, it's a nondescript park in Yokohama. Not necessarily automatically assumed is Yokohama's park. Do I feel like I am making the amount of progress I expected? Well, I don't know what I was expecting. That's probably the first question that I could answer. I don't usually do things with expectation. I know how that sounds, but I don't usually do things with expectations. However, my expectations are that I'm going to meet new people. I'll tell you what my expectations are with how I'm feeling, right? I'm gonna meet new people. I get to talk about learning. I get a chance to talk about learning. I also learn more strategies or apply more strategy, or actually get opportunities to apply more strategy. Maybe learn a new technique. Maybe learn a new method that I haven't done in a while, or let's just say relearn something. And I think, honestly, it's exceeded my expectations. So I've met far more people than I was expecting. So far more. Because I've been doing this for over 5 years. So that kind of exceeded my expectations. In the immediate talk about learning, I got to talk about this a lot. And not necessarily I get to talk about it as opposed to discuss about it. I didn't get to discuss about learning. Actually, this exceeded my expectations. I did get to discuss far more than I thought with other people about learning itself, the technique learning. And then I got to apply this, of course. This was as expected. And then relearning. Relearning is spaced repetition. And I got to test out my rote memory again. Test out my rote memory strategies, which exceeded my expectations. I still could sort of say humbly, I still got it, kind of thing. I still got it. As in, my rote memory is pretty okay, even though I was expecting it to be lower because I'm older now. I'm quite older, and I don't know how well my rote memory strategies are coming along. I don't usually rely on rote memory. Now, in terms of expectations... Hello there, Vang. It's been a while. So in terms of expectations, I've become familiar with what is expected. So by like linguists, or maybe not linguists, but maybe general internet things. So to give you an idea, maybe some people said to get to where I am, I'm not going to go over a lot of statistics because we need to complete these lessons, but to get where I am, a lot of people place like somewhere around 600 to 700 hours. And I'm actually around 600 to 700 hours. So according to like a lot of the nebulous like collection of stuff, it's like kind of on track. So if that helps out a little bit. So what this means is, what is this track? Well, like a combination of formal education. It's usually the metrics that are coming from formal education. Parameters like vocabulary, grammar, less so output efficiency. Output is not categorized in any way meaningfully, like how to produce pronunciation. That stuff, it's harder, it's pretty nebulous. And it's even worse when it comes to feeling of competency, like self-competency. That's really hard to gauge. But largely, I would say, if it's according to the people's expectations, like linguists and stuff, I think largely on track. So my feelings are, yeah, sounds about right. Overall though, while I'm staying on track, right, on track of most people's, so I'm average, basically. I'm very average. What I see is that I am happy. I'm happy because I exceeded expectations. As in, I didn't have to sacrifice my intent to meet whatever standardized things that people want. So I was able to at least still meet the average, I would say, vocabulary, grammar, output, etc., while focusing entirely on something else that's not involved in how people measure language. Right. My ultimate goal was to learn a skill, learn quote unquote skill, and be able to demonstrate, at least in my opinion, try to demonstrate, have an opportunity to demonstrate the life skill of learning. And on top of learning is problem solving and critical thinking. Those are my life skills. So I've been playing video games for quite some time now to demonstrate how problem solving and critical thinking feeds into any form of learning. So for me, my expectations were, if I'm using Duolingo, it'll present me with a lot of opportunities to talk about how to like analyze things and then to optimize, change things dynamically, usually involving like the psychology, motivations, logic, things that deal with like learning, like evaluating a tool, for example, evaluating what a tool can do for you. So I would say I feel pretty good that I can still do this. And I honestly think if I had to be brutal with myself, my Japanese, I would say there was a great chance, there was a good odds that I would fall below average on how much vocabulary I know now and grammar and stuff. So for example, if you wanted to know, there are grammar points in N4, N5, right? That's one way to track progress. N4, N5. So this is 100% on N5. And we're looking at like 50% on N4 right now. And in terms of vocabulary, I have 100% coverage of N5's vocabulary. And N4, I haven't started looking at the N4 vocabulary list yet, but if I had to guess, it's like 40%. This is probably a reasonable place. What is the total count? To give like some metrics of total counts, I think I could say conservatively, like super conservatively. All these are conservative numbers. I prefer to underestimate myself than overestimate myself. So I continue to work. I'm at 1,800 words-ish. And all the kanji is exclusive to Duolingo, so it's like 120 kanji. And these kanjis are at least used twice on average. So there's 24 usage of these kanji. right? So a lot of times people don't distinguish between how many kanji they know versus how many usages of those kanji, right? And also, to another metric that people don't measure is my hearing covers 95% to 99% of all these things here. My reading, though, I probably place it a lot lower. I place it lower to 90%, because sometimes when I read something, I might not be able to recognize it, and when I hear it, I'm more likely to recognize it. So hearing comes a lot faster and more consistent than reading. And then output, we have to talk about output. I can actually write all these kanji, and all the words that I know, I can write them because they just use hiragana. So I have the capacity to write, and I can pronounce them intelligibly is probably the word I would say. I can pronounce the words intelligibly, but not pitch accent, or because I have no point of reference at the moment. I have not decided on a pitch accent, but generally most of the things I can pronounce. All these words and these kanji, I can read and hear them and pronounce them intelligibly. As in, the pitch accent might be lofty here and there, but I know how to approach them already. So that's where the progress is when it comes to the numbers and stuff. Most of the time, though, my expectations, I tend to do the best I can regardless of the expectations. Actually, I mostly engage in most things without expectations. This is a difference, just to make sure we're clarify. Expectations, while I don't have expectations, while I don't operate on expectations, it's not the same as having my predilections. So there are predilections, as in my life experience will cause me to think of certain things, and my feelings towards them are typically pretty muted. Like, for example, if I screw up on something multiple times, I will have like a feeling where like, oh yeah, I shouldn't be screwing this up for the 20th time. But then they're immediately muted, as in, no, that's okay. That's to be expected. I'm human, right? Right? So I'll make conscious effort and think about it and then change it if I need to. That kind of thing. So while I don't operate on expectations, I do have biases that come up that would affect my feelings. And overall, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm average 5, right? On a number line, it's about average. It hasn't been worse, nor has it been exceeded my expectations. I have encountered problems and stuff that made sense at the moment. Are they still problems now? Probably not. If that helps. Yeah. I like to say conservatively, it's been a while since I've learned something because I have to learn it. So most of the things that I choose to learn, which is probably everything that's streamed. Everything that's streamed is that I voluntarily choose to do them. So I do them without expectation. However, if I had a job, then I can probably answer your questions with a more directed thing. Thanks, Gemini. So how have you been, Vang? How is your front with your life and stuff? Oh, Vang. I have been learning Japanese with Duolingo and other things since the last time we spoke. How are you, Vang? And you too, Gemini. The last time we spoke. Yeah, so when it comes to expectations, it's kind of I'm kind of being like nebulous here. I don't ever stream anything with an expectation because I chose to do them. But if you ever ask me about my, like, if I had a job, it's been a while, or if I help someone, like if I'm helping someone, I have expectations because I need expectations in order to make sure that I don't stray from the goal. However, when I'm streaming, everything I do strays from everywhere because I don't have a goal in mind. It seems like it's unfocused, largely because it is. It is largely unfocused. Regarding Japanese, you're gradually understanding onyomi and kunyomi. I see. I feel like someone said that a bunch of times, and it's not just you. That's interesting. I haven't really looked into it. Maybe I'll come across it when I do. Right? Hanami.
Hanami.
Okay, hanami. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question, Bernoa. It's not quite answering your question, but I tried my best for the objective side of things. But yeah, streaming, you're probably never going to expect me to say something like, oh, that's bad, oh, that's good, or oh, this is bad, as in the sense of I knew what to expect. A lot of times, the vast majority of my experiences are, this makes me feel bad, but it's not because I know enough to know that it should be bad, kind of thing. Yeah. Life is interesting that way, I suppose. Life seems a lot more interesting when you're not operating on expectations. You do need I'm not saying you don't though. You do need expectations. If you have a job, you work on expectations. Otherwise, you'll become unfocused. So, learning Japanese can be incredibly unfocused for me. It might even trigger some people actually. Because you have to be realistic about this. Learning Japanese for me is optional. It's optional. So, I talked about this before. I believe, in my opinion, that anyone, I hope, have the privilege. When you do something optional, it's a privilege. As in, you have enough time, you're happy to spend some time doing something voluntarily. So, when you're engaged in something voluntarily, the more it depends, the more conditionals you place on the thing you voluntarily choose, the more restrictive it's going to be, and the more it will feel like work or obligation. So if you ever love something like creating YouTube videos or creating content or enjoying a video game, the more what if buts and stuff, that stops becoming a point of passion. It becomes a point of obligation. You have many people, pretty much everyone, has to already have enough obligations in their lives. Your life will provide so many more obligations for you. The things you love, in my opinion, I would encourage most people to not place that expectations onto things they love. Because the things you love are meant, in my opinion, healthily to be unconditional. And these unconditional things help you balance the things that have to be conditional, like your job or raising a family. There are things that are unconditional about raising a family versus things that are conditional. You must make money to pay for food and shelter for your kids and your loved one, right? Your significant other. However, your love for them is unconditional. Placing more and more conditions onto your love for something, even someone, adds to the obligation. As in, oh, I must support my child. No, you want to support your child. You want to love your significant other. So all of that stuff comes with no expectations, right? Because the sky is the limit. You are voluntarily choosing to enter this contract, for example, with Japanese learning, or whatever your next thing is, your favorite car, your PC and stuff. So that's kind of how I see Japanese learning. Every day I get to enjoy learning Japanese. So expectations can make it feel awful. Like you could feel like you're stagnating. You no longer enjoy Japanese. That kind of thing. Those are the things that are elements of expectation, right? You become hyper-focused on practicing certain things. You get caught up with pitch accent, and it ruins your enjoyment of Japanese, that kind of thing. Also making Anki decks for the next set of 200 kanji. Nice, nice. Do I practice kanji, but like you choose a kanji and you make all the word that you know with that kanji, like with E, and you practice all days of the month, the word yesterday, and so on. Duo already does that, and it does that habitually upkept. So I just use the Duolingo section. So when you're talking about practicing kanji, yeah, I do it with Duolingo. So Duo already does that on its own as they come up. So when I mentioned that my kanji is almost exclusively recalled to Duolingo, is because Duolingo does the thing that you described. It's a great way to create association. Originally, and it wasn't Duolingo always did this. It was actually an update. It was an update to the kanji section. And it was around... I was already 30 days in. I think I was already 30 days in before they started doing that. So I do Duolingo exercises. Like the last 15 minutes that you saw me do, it was clustering all the he's. It was clustering all the imas. Yeah. Yeah, Duolingo was only used for kanji writing at first, yeah. So now I write my kanji outside of Duolingo from time to time. Once every 2 weeks, actually. Once every 2 weeks. Once every 2 weeks. I might increase it as kanji increases, but I write on my own. Be it air writing or something. Hello there, Cradle. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. So once every 2 weeks. If the volume of kanji goes up, I will probably write all of them, or at least most of them, every maybe once a week, maybe once a week again. So in terms of writing, I air write most of the time. So I use my hand motions. I don't have to like literally write something. I'm always imagining it in my head as I'm doing it. I don't necessarily have to literally write things, but mechanically at least once every 2 weeks to get my hand used to the motion, because it can get really rusty. Like your hand can get unsteady and, you know, not used to things. So and occasionally you get writing practice from the Duolingo's kanji section. And the reason why I say I only learn kanji exclusive to Duolingo is because all the other kanji that other people use, there's a lot of extra kanji going around in my head. Once they come up in Duolingo, it's solidified. It's like get spaced repetition. So I keep the stories in my head, like the nebulous shape. Like there's a kanji that kind of looks like this, right? Like this would be the nebulous shape I'm looking for, right? And the reason why I'm drawing it like this is because I'm looking at shapes. As in, like when you're drawing this, like if I looked at Lily right here and then I switch to a different screen and Lily disappears, how would I draw Lily? I would think like, okay, her head shape was like this, right? Then her face was like this, right? You would start to mask her silhouette. So that's kind of how kanji works right now. So the kanji that I'm confident that I know is in Duolingo. That's 100% retention. Now, everything else, like when people say genki desu, and then they use the kanji, I'm starting to form associations. However, that's memory associations. It's not output. That's different from output. When you're purely outputting, you require the entire thing in fidelity. So that is what I mean by dual 100%. All the kanji that I can output is in Duolingo. The rest of it is more like I can talk about it. Like, oh yeah, it's kind of like this. And the reason why I say genki desu is because it's related to my memory of Genki. So Genki, so that's kind of how I would go about when it comes to kanji. And then when it comes up, then it just irons in. It's the same thing with grammar. So a lot of people ask me about grammar. How am I doing grammar? As I continue to collect new patterns. Oh, this is how this works, right? For example, let's say day shows up. And then they highlight day. So what's before it? Well, it's a noun. Okay. What's the predicate? Well, it's something. Maybe it's a plain form of something. Okay, check. I log that in. That's log number 1. Right? Then next time day comes up again. What is before it? Oh, it's an object again. But now if you go over here, the predicate's like, but this is like an act that is modified by the noun. That gets logged in to pattern number 2. And as I'm accruing new patterns, I'm going to grammar sources. And what the grammar sources do is they add the rules to all my patterns. They don't replace them. As in, I'm not learning this grammar rule to forget these patterns. I'm adding the grammar rules to explain these patterns. So what happens now is, if I remember the grammar, that's great. If I remember the pattern, it's also great. Remembering one pattern means I'll remember the second pattern, or the third pattern, or the fourth pattern. And any of these patterns will remind me of the grammar rule. So I'm not here, over time, I get to the point where I'm building up. My logs are really big. So I'm practicing tons of logs. And I'm bootstrapping through them. As opposed to streamlining. Over time, maybe if I find that I'm having trouble remembering something, like, for example, outputting something reliably, I would streamline this log. But for the time being, I'm adding more and more logs. And that's what Duolingo is teaching me. Basically, Duolingo is teaching me rote memory. How good is my rote memory? Where you keep adding more and more rules until I can't juggle them anymore. So far, that part exceeds my expectations. I really thought I would struggle with rote memory because I'm getting old. I'm like getting pretty old. And after a while, you just try not to remember. If you can remember, you know, you have 10 separate things, but if you can group them into 3, 3, and 4 because of grammar, that increases your efficiency because that's 3 things. Now you have to remember 3 things instead of 10. So far, not so much. I don't really need to do that. So grammar has been an extra thing added on top, which is kind of nice. I think that exceeded my expectations so far. Yeah. It's so nice discovering new things constantly. I'm always asking, but technically, or can you guys tell me something more about this? That's when I know that I'm telling myself I'm not capped yet. I'm not like going too far. I'm not being oversaturated by information yet. So I don't streamline until I do. Until I get that feeling.
今週
Yeah. That exceeds my expectations. So I have much more room for kanji. Much more. In fact, I actually think kanji is probably the least involved thing itself. Like, remembering the kanji, and associating it with a static meaning is probably this is the meditative part. All the rote memory stuff is very meditative. Like flashcards, if I were using kanji, Anki, going through flashcards, that is the mechanical part. That's the one that I do without investing too much effort. It's the lowest form of effort. To me personally, I use the least amount of effort using rote memory. What requires a lot of effort is streaming, talking about the stories, connecting the grammar to English, juxtaposing Japanese and English all the time, and then talking about the psychology behind what is motivating me to remember this, and then forming stories around these things without a context, because these are contextless. For the most part, these are contextless. So formless sentence structure. That's what's creating the effort. Not, oh, this kanji means X, Y, and Z, and it sounds like this. So usually I'm not focused on that. Conjugation, though, is kind of neat. Conjugation is a little bit more involved. So whenever we get to conjugation, be it conjugation of the predicate, right? Oh, we don't have, well, be it like predicate conjugation or adjective conjugation. And then soon, Lotus already spoiled this, but suffixes and prefixes, those inherently deal with more steps. But remembering a kanji and its hirakana and an image and like maybe a summary of what it is, it's okay. I think this part is my comfort part. I think I love to do this before I sleep. And that's what I do. I actually do extra vocabulary and maybe some kanji and stuff as flashcards, but not in Anki, just YouTube videos that have them. And largely it's kind of like semi-active. It's like 50-50. It's like 50 passive and 50 active. It's not like full send. It's super relaxing. Yeah. The thing I'm doing right now is probably the most engaging thing in language learning. I invest way more effort into working on my articulation and explaining of how my memory and practices work. Because that part, in my opinion, is far more important than the semantics of a Japanese language. Like the semantics, you'll acquire that, in my opinion. If the foundations of your learning and how you motivate and take advantage of your skills so far in problem solving, critical thinking, if you can solve a problem, if you can critically think and evaluate, the skill itself is irrelevant. In my opinion, it's a very hot take, but if you can solve problems, learning can be your problem and you can solve it. So being able to do that, in my opinion, is the core essence of the thing I'm trying to demonstrate. And I'm investing almost all my efforts into trying to explain that, or maybe like show examples of how I would go around like solving my boredom. And not that I typically show boredom. Solve like my schedule problems or my voice giving out. Because right now my voice is pretty much giving out. So I'm probably not going to say output too much. And things like that. I think that's something everyone can relate with. So, or a lot of people can relate with. Solve my voice giving out. resting, as in ending the stream early and then going rest, right? I've talked about that before, where I would stop, say, guys, my voice is giving out, so I'll complete this lesson and I'll go rest. Because if I continue to push, it will only set me back in terms of my health. So nothing, in my opinion, there are very few things in the world, maybe a significant loved one, that's worth sacrificing your own health for. Okay? That is non-obligatory. If you are choosing to do something, that thing you choose, it is never, in my opinion, almost never worth sacrificing your own health. The only exception, in my opinion, one of the few exceptions, is a loved one, right? Your child, your significant other, your family member, your friend. Those are the things that are worth your health. But if you're learning language and you're getting more depressed, you're getting more insecure, and you're choosing to do this, love yourself first. Because if you can't do that, the skill is going to fall by the wayside. It's going to eat you. It's going to start, eating at your health. And when you learn unhealthy, it's a vicious cycle. Then you'll learn to do everything else. You'll learn that, language learning sucks because your first experience with language learning or your second or third language learning experience sucked. So it will always suck. And that's kind of how it feels over time. So definitely, in my opinion, that's kind of the thing I'm talking about. So when people talk about what language they're learning, I'm more interested in how language learning makes them feel, because that is relatable, regardless of what language you're interested in, regardless of what semantics you know, how much you know, your proficiency. What connects a lot of people are some of the universal things. And universal things is the struggles with learning, the struggles with problem solving, which involves the problems you encounter with learning, and the things you have to think about critically about yourself. So ask someone a lot of times, what do you think is making Japanese boring to you now? What changed? Those are the things you have to think about. And everyone thinks about those things. In my opinion, 99.9% of people will eventually say, yeah, my progress isn't that great. But what is your progress? How do you measure your progress? So when someone asks me, how do I feel about my progress? I can explain it in the most cogent way I'm able to, because that is how I stay happy and in line with what I'm doing. And I hope that other people are able to do that in their own way. And that's kind of the whole goal here. It doesn't have to be Japanese, but I actually really like it. Learning Japanese is a bonus, in my opinion. And it's not because Japanese is not worth learning. It's because I think people are worth more than the semantic knowledge I gain from learning Japanese. As in, if I don't learn any Japanese, but I'm able to connect with more people, that is worth way more. There's the biggest currency, in my opinion, on this planet. The biggest currency is people. That includes yourself. So do not discount yourself. And I think a lot of times when people think about things are too hard or too easy, they're either discounting themselves in more than one way. If you think it's too easy, then you're overestimating yourself. You're likely to. If you think things are too hard, then you're underestimating yourself. So oftentimes when you voluntarily do something, I often think, do your best. But know that if your best is not providing something for you, you want to reevaluate what you're voluntarily doing. Because your time that you have the privilege to use is priceless. It can be anything. It's different from having to earn a living. Earn a living is obligatory. You should encouragingly be focused on how to optimize that. That is something you have to do. So optimization is very rational. It's very objective. When you try to objectify things that are supposed to give you good feelings, objectifying them takes the feelings away. You can no longer be surprised. You can no longer be disappointed. Or like, not really, like, you can no longer be like, exceed the bounds of your expectations. Or even sometimes it deflates the disappointments. So a lot of people would argue like, oh, if your expectations are too high, you're more likely to get disappointed. If your expectations are too low, you're more likely to get pleasantly surprised. Like, that works for some people. For myself, not so much. I go where the wind blows, and I value the most precious thing, in my opinion, which is the value of myself and every other human being. And that's probably the take-home message, right? I don't want to make people feel second fiddle. So, like, if I don't get my lessons done, that's nowhere compared to the well-being of a person I'm speaking to. I'm just saying, like, if you want some perspective, if you prioritize your hobby over someone else, ask yourself, how many times did you prioritize your own hobby over your own health? Because it's not that far away. If you can easily overlook someone else for your hobby, you are more than capable of overlooking yourself for the hobby. What does that look like? Being super depressed because you can't compete in the esports. Being super depressed because you're not as good as someone else. And this is a hobby you chose, right? Something you voluntarily do. You think you're stupid because someone else is doing better. You're prioritizing your hobby over your own health. You have plenty of time to do that. When you're working, trying to make a living, all that stuff, you save it for that. But when you're choosing to do something optional, make it the best, in my opinion, or try to make it the best. And sometimes I do worry. That's the red flag I see a lot in language learning. The idea that at some point, somebody is going to be disappointed in themselves because they decided, oh, I set myself up for 200 words and I only got 50. Well, that's 50 more than the last time you had. And that's worth celebrating, because no one's telling you you have to do this. You're doing it yourself. That is very hard, actually. Sometimes people might think, oh yeah, but doing something you want to do is less hard. Like, well, yes and no. Because you're comparing something that you're bad at to something you're good at. And yeah, sure. But what if you're bad at both of them? So you choose to do something bad, and something bad you're bad at is forced upon you. That's a little closer of a comparison. Because oftentimes, when the things you have to do in life, you're comparing it because you're not prepared for that life experience, as opposed to you're always prepared for it. You know what I do? I choose things that I'm not prepared for. In my free time, I prefer to do things I'm not prepared for, so that I can leverage it in case it comes up later on. So what do I prepare for? Problem solving, critical thinking, and interacting with as many people who maybe dislike me, agree with me, think I shouldn't exist, that kind of thing. That is preparing me for all the things that I might have to be dealing with. To me, that's what skills are for. Skills are for the betterment of your person. So when you ask yourself, why are you learning Japanese? Does it make you feel good? That's a great reason to learn Japanese optionally, right? So when people say, oh, I would love to understand Japanese while watching anime, that's fantastic. If you're telling me you're learning Japanese so that people think you're an expert or, you know, for credibility, then that's a different story. That's not the type of motivation that will be sustainable, because you're dependent on something outside your control, right? And yeah, like when I talked about the N4, N5 and N4, I have no control over that, right? So I place less focus on this stuff, these metrics, because I don't have control over these. If it's your job, if it was my job to pass N4, N5, and then get a job and stuff, that's a different story. That stuff is probably going to make me feel bad because I have to do it. There are things that I have to do. I wouldn't let them get in the way of things that I love, which language learning seems to be one of them. Although I'm going to say most of the time you're not going to hear me say bad things about most things. I wouldn't have chosen to do them in the first place. Right? Now, that's not the same as people who do it for profit. So if you do things for profit and you do things for clout, right? Because it's their job, right? Other content creators, it's their job, then they will have to do things that they don't like. They will have to provide critical, like negative experience and op-eds. So that's the expectations. But until I am forced to do something or have to do something, usually you guys are probably not going to see me upset. Like really upset, like actually like sad or something. I might be upset in the sense of for comedy. Can confirm, I have no reason to take JLPT in the first place. Yeah, you can take it for fun. Like what I mean is, I'm not saying to ignore those things, but it's to connect with people. Yeah, studying more Nihongo just feels better. And when someone tells me that, I know they're in the right place, in my opinion. Like professionally, I don't know if I can even say professionally, but as a teacher who sees green flags, when someone says the things that are coming out of their mouth is things like, oh, okay, oh, well, I got this wrong first, but now I know what the correct answer is. All right, now I'm going to just go back and then review and do more things. Instead of, oh, man, see, like, if I didn't have this point off, I would have gotten an A, and I would have gotten an A, and then, you know, I would have gotten a degree, and I would have gotten a 4.0, and then in 3 years, I could have been... Those are the scariest thought spirals that I would discourage people from getting. That type of thought spiral is insane, and it carries you to adulthood. It'll keep on growing. The thing about like, oh, if I didn't make this mistake on this test, then these 5 points would then have a butterfly effect on my visa in another 3 years, which then it would delay my eventual visit to Japan, which then I can start a new life in Japan. And that stuff, that is expectations. That is the scariness of expectations. And that's expectations unhinged. As in, when you choose a hobby, something that you are doing for love or passion, the thing about passion is when you start putting expectations on it, it is unhinged as all heck, all get out. Now, when you're thinking about jobs provide conditions, and those conditions ground you so it doesn't spiral out of control. The things you love, you're going to expect way more. It has to be perfect. It has to be ideal. Everything has to work out. The moment a kink is placed on it, the tower falls apart, right? Like, for example, love. A person you love will not be ideal. They will be something that is beautiful and unconditional, not an idealism that comes with some sort of unhinged expectation. It comes with, noise, unexpected things, right? Literally unexpected things. So humans, right? Humans. Jobs, outcome, paycheck, budget, time allocation, scheduling. That's fair enough, right? Eating, you could even say eating could be a thing that is like have expectations. If you eat so much, you'll be full. Fair enough. Although even I would treat eating as somewhat of a passion, right? So that's probably one of my mantras you're probably going to hear for the rest of Japanese learning, for the rest of language learning. I'm going to say this over and over again, probably. Maku gatekeeping the JLPT now too. I might do a JLPT exam for fun, for sure. I think that's my major message that I want to express to people. I'm gonna do a half lesson today. I'm not actually doing the full thing, so I've already taken into consideration my voice and health here. But I do want to tell people, right? The one thing I have to say is, if you notice yourself saying overtly negative things about something you voluntarily choose to do, stop, breathe, and find out if it's still worth your emotional health. Things you love should not be kicking you in the butt every day. So when you get up and say, ugh, if I don't do these 50 kanji today, I'm not going to feel good about myself tomorrow. That's a red flag. That's a really big red flag. That will not be sustained. In my opinion, it will be unlikely to be sustainable. I understand that there are people who say, oh yeah, but if you kick yourself in the butt, it makes you want to do it more. It's like, okay, those people are good to go, I guess. But they wouldn't phrase it that way. They wouldn't say, ugh, if I don't do 50, they're saying, I better do 50, or tomorrow I'm going to do 100. Like, the way they phrase it is not something negative. If they slack off today, they're working harder tomorrow because they want to work harder. Not that it makes them feel awful, right? So those are the two different things. So do not feel awful when you're doing something. It makes you think, right? Now here's a deep cut, slight deep cut. Now here's the deep cut. So the question you have to ask yourself is, when someone is upset, like with themselves, I know this is going to sound sappy, but when I see a content creator, especially a live streamer, right, that spends most of their time being upset or being challenged to be upset, I typically worry about, like, when is the breaking point? When is the breaking point? Because as much as I want to believe that there's an unbreakable human spirit out there, like a human spirit that is unbreakable human spirit, I think most people are human, right? So there is a limit. Constantly being surrounded by negative stimuli, you could be Superman or the most unbreakable human being. There is a breaking point for humans. So oftentimes, I usually am more thinking about the person's well-being. And that when you're yelling at your lungs all the time, you have to ask, is it an act? And what I mean by an act is this part of their brand or their, like, skill or something? Or is it hurting them over time? Like, comedy itself can be self-deprecating. And there are ones who channel the self-deprecation to their advantage and know how to rest from it. And then there are comedians that wasn't able to. So we know where that leads. And that's kind of how I always think about when it comes to the internet generation. It's so hard to tell. At first I thought it was easier to see some red flags, but it's getting more and more complicated nowadays. It's harder and harder, in my opinion. And personally, that's what I care about. I'm building more, like in language learning. I'm building more to make sure I'm a little bit more and more consistent. I err on the side of caution, though. I don't do this for a living. Not yet, anyways. It will probably start to look a lot different if I were to do this for a living. Because you'll know. There'll be days that I'm tired. There'll be days that I'm not tired. There'll be days that I'm running out of ideas. There'll be days that I need to orchestrate, like schedule and make sure I accomplish. I will tell you that I will have purposes, goals. Those are the elements of doing something for a living, as in they're obligatory. So it's humorous to me. It's a good reminder to myself when someone asks me, what are my goals? And I can't answer the question. Like, what are my goals? I'm like, that's a good question. That's when you know you love something, you love to do something, and it still hasn't become conditional. I think the best example I could think of is when recently Magnus Meatball, the YouTube climbing influencer, right? Magnus met with PewDiePie, and then they did a climbing thing in Japan together, because PewDiePie resides in Japan right now, and Magnus was visiting 5 years ago. He visited Japan, and now he was doing another trip. So he asked Magnus, oh hey, you're pretty good at climbing, right? Why not do a channel on it? And his comment was like, well, you know, I still want something for myself. I still want something for myself. Something that does not, basically, I'm going to paraphrase, isn't subjected to expectations outside of what he can control. So when you turn a passion into content, it's subjected to the expectations of your viewership. And he knows well about himself that he's a professional. So if he decides to make this hobby of his into a job, it's going to be subjected to expectations. So he'll have to meet something. He'll have to do something, meet a specific criteria. So that's kind of a great way. You know, they had a lot of fun together, right? It was but Magnus's job, right, is coupled by his passion for climbing. So it's one and the same at the moment, but he still has to meet it. And he's going to continue to sustain that until he can't. Whatever that looks like. And he'll learn how to problem solve through that, right? Anyways, that's all. That's a thing. I like watching passionate people. And I want passionate people to continue being passionate. It's so disheartening when I see someone like 4 years down the line, like, guys, I gotta step away. I didn't tell you this side of my life, but while I'm really happy in front of the camera and all that stuff, my health has gone down south, or something like that. I've heard that so many times, right? And I've already been there. So I don't even, the years that I was performing the best, I was using my health, my excess health, and then eventually it becomes non-sustainable. And that's kind of what's in store for a lot of people who burn really brightly, at least in my opinion. They don't have to burn out, in my opinion. Yep. Okay, let's get back. Hanami o shimashou. And that's it. Okay. Wait. Yes. Konshu. Konshu.
今週
Konshu. Where should we see the cherry blossoms? Where? Okay.
どこで桜
お
見ましょうか
I'm gonna save my voice a little for now.
花見今週4時3万2月
今週友達と上野公園で花見をします。上野公園までどうやって行きますか？近くにバス停はありますか？
Yeah, directions. So, this person is saying, Honshu, Honshu tomodachi to yuan no koen de hanami o shimasu. So, I'm going cherry blossom viewing, in UNO Park with a friend. This week. And I guess are you UNO Koen, right? UNO Koen made do yatte ikimasu ka? How do we get there? Basically, like, how do we go to UNO Park? And then they're saying is there a bus that take you nearby, right? Chikaku ni bus de is there a bus stop near the park? UNO Koen Park up there. Yeah, it's Ueno Park. Yeah, the park. It's that's the city park. Yeah, the city park. Yeah, Ueno is a city. Yeah, and the name, I think it's Ueno Park, or like the name of the location is the park. Yeah. 1 second. Which by the way, Lotus had the weirdest flex. By the way, Lotus had a weirdest flex. He showed me of a picture of him doing a Duolingo exercise on his phone about Ueno Park while literally being in Ueno Park. Talking about a weird flex, but yeah. I saw it. It was definitely him. I don't know if I can confirm it's Ueno Park, but he was clearly wait, I'm not sure if that picture had like a sign that said Ueno Park, but he was in Japan before, like recently. So it was pretty funny. It was like and it was an older lesson. I think that's a pretty funny flex. I feel like he was ready for this moment. He's like, oh yeah, you know what? I did this. I'm like jealous. Okay, sorry. Slight. This is how I it's a memory that I'm using to remember Ueno Park every time. Ueno Koen every single time because of Lotus's image. Like never forget. 1回先月1つ今週 Hanami.
今週の月曜日、仕事の後、みんなと花見をします。公園の桜はとても綺麗です。一緒に行きませんか？
Okay. The speaker is, I guess, extending an invitation is fine. Yeah. So they're asking pretty much a coworker, probably, is inferred here. So, 今週の月曜日. So, this week, I guess this week, on Monday, 月曜日, after work, right? 仕事の後, after work. みんなと花見をします. We're going cherry blossom viewing with everyone. So, 公園の桜はとても綺麗です. The cherry blossoms are very beautiful. The park's cherry blossom is very beautiful, whichever park that is. 一緒に行きませんか? Would you like to come with me or together? Would you like to go? Not come, but would you like to go with me together? It's implied with me, but together is fine. They usually just say together, but specifically it's often meaning with me, the person that's speaking, right? So they're extending an invitation. どこで桜餅 yeah, right. 桜餅を買いましょうか? We should, where should we buy cherry blossom mochi? Okay. Blank de 会いましょう. 公園? 公園. It's a place.
桜餅。
桜餅. We should buy cherry blossom mochi too. Okay, sure.
桜餅も
買いましょうか?
しましょう
no, just kidding. It's not a question. 買いましょう. And I don't know why I clicked on this.
しましょうか
Oh, hey, Bloom. Saku. They brought back Bloom. It is the same unit too. The last unit, that Cherry Blossom. Cherry Blossom is forever linked with Saku. Sakura and Saku is linked together thanks to Duolingo.
今週
桜は
咲きます。
咲きます。Okay. Moment of truth. Yeah, we're gonna cut this into a half day. So let's do like 2 or 3 more, and then the next day I'm gonna try to complete Unit 12 and do the introduction to Unit 13. Any of these days we can normalize. I need to squeeze in a full day at some point.
電車
I have a new schedule.
カメラを忘れました
Kamera. Wow. When was Kamera? I think Kamera was at least 30 units ago. 30 or 40 units ago.
カメラ
Kamera. It's with the sightseeing one. Like traveling or like going on a trip. Sightseeing. It was also the unit that Hana was introduced. Hana, Yama, views in general. Yeah.
カメラを忘れました
Oh. 忘れました。
忘れました
忘れました。Oh no. It's oh no, wasureru? Oh, forget. How ironic. Or not how ironic, how coincidental that I forget. Wasuremashita. I forgot the camera. How?
カメラを忘れました。8分。
Or I forget a camera is fine. 8分。
8分。
電車で行きましょ
う。忘れる。Yeah. Yeah. 忘れる。Okay. You guys said the same thing. Yeah.
電車で行きましょ
う。Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but I set the plain form and then I repeated it in its conjugated form with the prompt. Same wavelength. So if you guys were listening, I say the plain form to myself most of the time now to remind myself what the plain form is. So I'm reverse conjugating in anticipation for the plain form. However, when I say the actual answer, it's in the conjugated form. So if you're wondering why I keep going back and forth, it's because I'm doing it intentionally. So most people will think that I'm making an error a lot of times, but it's not an error, it's deliberate. And oftentimes I can make an error though. Like earlier I was supposed to say dekeru instead of deku, because there's no, the deku is a noun, not a verb that I was looking for, a predicate that I was looking for. So just a heads up. It's very tempting. I know it happens a lot when people conjugate for me, but usually I'm going back and forth because that's better, in my opinion. It's better than doing one thing, which is the right thing. Always doing the right thing. It's very efficient, but we're not here for efficiency. You see what I'm doing? I personally don't really think that way, but whatever works for you. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know what you're doing, so that's perfectly fine, right? And I'm not here to convince you. My way is better.
電車で行きましょう。
電車で行きましょう。
行きましょう。電車で行きましょ
う。電車。
電車。We should take the 328. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that written out like that as a prompt. We should take the 328 train. Sure.
Mochi, 3時。10。8分の。
They're introducing Hapun. Hapun is added to our list of minutes.
電車に乗りましょう。乗りましょう。
Yeah, all good. Yeah, so 3時28分の電車に乗りましょう。乗りましょう。Nah, that sounds too peppy. 乗りましょう。 8分。
8分。
Yes, we're going by train too. Alright. はい。
はい。電車
電車も。
も
Just kidding.
で
Wait. Oh. Fine. That's fine.
私たち
私たちも. That would be one of the occasions to throw that in. Yeah. True.
行きます。
行きます。そう。はい。私たちも電車で行きます。
電車で
They probably like this phrasing a bit better. No? Oh, they wanted the other way? I disagree with that. It can be either. All the particles are already ascribed. Okay, fine. Fine, Duolingo. One day I'll remember if pun counter is read as pun or pun. Yeah, that's what Gemini is referring to. That depends. That's the whole point of Gemini's comment, because it depends on what it comes before. That's like, yeah, that's the point.
食べます。
食べます。
8分。
電車。
今週。
花見。
切符はもう買いました。一緒に2時8分の電車に乗りましょう。2時に駅の北口で会いましょう。
Okay. I guess they'll meet up and find a train? Yeah, Kipu? Well, actually... Oh no, they already bought one. They already bought a ticket. Kipu wa mo kaimashita. 一緒に2時8分の電車に乗りましょう。2時に駅の北口。Oh, okay. 北口で会いましょう。So they're just meeting up and taking a train. They already bought the ticket. Nomimasu.
今週。
I don't want to think about
花見。
8分。電車。
ここの桜はとても綺麗ですね。一緒に写真を撮りましょう。あ、カメラを忘れました。
Oh, what is the problem? They forgot the camera to take the picture of today's very pretty cherry blossoms here, where they are. So I did that backwards, which is a different way to interpret the thing. So instead of reading from left to right, I was reading backwards, right? If you can process the logic going forward and processing the logic going backwards, it's a great exercise. So they can't take a picture, right? That's the problem, because they forgot the camera, right? Forgot the camera. What you call it? We should take a picture together. And what are we taking the picture together of? The beautiful cherry blossoms here, right? So taxi で渋谷に行きましょうか。Should we go to Shibuya by taxi? I need a time. 1時 1時38分、8分の、電車に乗りました。Fair enough. Take the 138 train. 電車、電車で東京に行きましょう。Enjoy your lunch, Gemini. Yeah, thanks, Gemini. Good luck, good luck. Good luck with everything. Until next time. またね. We should go to Tokyo by train.
すみません。カップとフォークを忘れました。
すみません。カップとフォークを忘れました。Okay. Sorry, I forgot cups and forks.
お菓子を忘れました。
お菓子を渡りました。渡れました。oh, jeez. 忘れました。忘れました。I gotta make sure not to accidentally say cross. お菓子を忘れました。I forgot snacks. What did I do here? Oh yeah.
Hi.
Huh.
私たちも
That's fine.
電車で行きます。
Slightly contentious. Slightly contentious.
じゃあ、電車に乗り換えましょうか。じゃあ。
乗り換え、what?
じゃあ、電車に乗り換えましょうか。に。
乗り換えましょうか。
乗り換えましょうか。じゃあ、電車に乗り換えましょうか。
Okay. I guess, are we going to switch to a train? Okay then. Are we going to switch to a train? Sure, that works, right? We switch to a train. Should we? Oops. Yeah, should we? My bad. 乗り換えましょうか。リゾット。船。I don't like this word.
事故。
事故。Not because of what it sounds like, but what it means. I don't like accidents. It's a very ambivalent feeling. Lobster. Lobster.
ロブスター
Lobster.
島
この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？
Okay.
電車？この
電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？
止まりますか？この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？
この電車
は横浜駅に止まりますか？
Okay. For a moment there, I thought the particles were backwards and I was confused. この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？止まりますか？ So we have two new ones. Yeah, two new ones. Two new predicates. There was an accident at the neighboring station. Interesting. Onari. So
隣
隣の駅で
事故
事故があります。
が
ありました was
ありました。
yeah. Or no, I think this is right. Yeah. As opposed to eki no honari. That'd be next to the station.
駅で事故がありました。駅で事故がありました。事故がありました。
駅で事故がありました。There was an accident at the station, sure.
じゃあ
じゃあ should we switch to a train, right? じゃあ
電車に
Oh no, wait. We have 3 phrases. 3 predicate meanings.
乗り換えましょうか
乗り換えましょうか乗り換えましょうかじゃあ電車に乗り換えましょうか
バスで行きますか？バスで
行きます
か？バスで行きますか？
We are going by train? Or are we going by train? Bus. I said train. You just switch to train.
電車に
乗り換えましょうか乗り換えましょう。
乗り換えましょう。
Every time I hear should, I think of a form of a question.
電車の事故がありました。バス停は遠いです。タクシーで行きましょ
う。Okay. They plan on taking a taxi. That went somewhere else. The bus stop is too far away, so it's not a bus. And then there was an accident on the train, so that's how you rule it out. So that's kind of a cute way to eliminate with the prompt. So 電車の事故がありました. There was an accident. There was a train accident. And then バス停は遠いです. The bus stop is far, right? So タクシーで行きましょう. We should take a taxi. Or we should go by a taxi. By taxi. 事故がありました. That works.
すみません。どのバスが公園の近くに止まりますか？
The person's looking for a bus which goes to the park. Which park to go to where the train stops? Oh, wait. Wait, was it Densha or... Oh, no, it's bus. Okay, all right. Got me double taking. That's fine. Got me double taking for a moment. ここで電車に乗り換えましょう。Switching off to a train. Sure.
モノレールは千葉駅に止まります。
モノレールは千葉駅に止まります。The monorail stops at Chiba. Yes, we'll... at Chiba Station. Densha wa something. Oh no, are we doing accidents? We're not doing accidents, right? Yoko Wait, Yokohama Eki. Alright, sure. That's so weird. Sorry. Yokohama Eki ni tomarimasu. Tomarimasu. Yep. Okay. Off we
バス
go.
に乗り換えましょう。
バスに乗り換えましょう。We should switch to a bus. Okay. Will this train stop at Yokohama Station?
この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？
止まりますか？この電車は横浜駅に止まりますか？はい。
はい。
はい。We're switching to a train just now. Okay.
今から電車に乗り換えません。乗り換えます。
Okay. So, はい。はい。今から電車に乗り換えます。Alright, let's squeeze in one or two more. We're gonna squeeze in the two, at least the two. And then hopefully we'll be a little bit less digressy tomorrow. Okay.
やっと上野公園に着きました。やっと上野公園に着きました。上野公園にやっと上野公園に着きました。
Okay. Oh, that's right. Finally. We finally arrived. Finally, we arrived at Ueno Park. Ueno Park. Should we see cherry blossoms near the pond? Ike
池
の近く
近く
近くで桜を見ましょうか？
見ましょうか？
ホットドッグをもう一つください。
ホットドッグwait.
ホットドッグをもう一つください。ホットドッグをもう一つください。
Yeah, we forgot about the one more. もう一つください。ホットドッグをもう一つください。ホットドッグ。Of course you would bring that back. One more of that snack? Oh, that's interesting.
その
お菓子を
もう一つ
ください。
ください。
あの屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。あのチョコバナナをあの屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。
Interesting.
やっと
Wait.
やっとあの屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。
Oh,
買
never
いま
mind.
しょう。
I was thinking of something else. Never mind. Just kidding. 屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。バナナを買いましょう。屋台でチョコバナナを買いましょう。Gotta refrain from saying banana nana. Just keep on trailing on the nanas. Should buy snacks at a cheaper food stall. 安い屋台でお菓子買いましょう。お菓子を買いましょう。
お菓子を買いましょう。
cheaper もっと安い屋台でお菓子を買いましょう。
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。池の隣で
ピクニック
をしましょうか。
そう、池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。
ホットドッグ
をもう一つください。公園で焼きそば食べましょう。That works. そろそろ公園に着きます。Wait. Yeah, that works. 公園で焼きそばを食べましょう。屋台でフライドチキンを買いました。
この焼きそばは美味しいですね。
この焼きそばは美味しいですね。These stir-fried noodles are tasty, aren't they? その有名な屋台でカレーを買いました。Works for me.
やっと渋谷に着きました。
We finally arrived in Shibuya.
やっと公園に着きました。
We finally arrived at the park, sure. We should have a picnic in front of the pond. 池の前でピクニックをしましょう。
ピクニック
を
しましょう。
Next to the pond. It's great to get in the position words. practice into position words.
池
池の
氷
隣
隣
Sorry. 隣でピクニックをしましょうか Okay. One more lesson. Okay.
来年
来年
来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。来年この
この something. I didn't hear that.
来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。この公園で桜を
見ましょう。
来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。
Okay. 来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。
来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。
We should watch or Oh, interesting. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. Oh, I see why they did that. Yeah, we should watch the cherry blossoms. We should see the cherry blossoms at this park next year also, or two. 来年
あの小さい橋から桜を見ませんか？あの小さい橋
No, wait, yeah. あの小さい橋から桜を見ませんか？
あの小さい橋から桜を見ませんか？
Okay. Would you like to see the cherry blossoms from this small bridge? From that small bridge over there, I suppose. We should come here next year too. 来年ここに行きましょう。Oh, 来年もここに行きましょう。Or come here. 来ましょう。To come here next year too. 来年もここに行きましょう。
あの橋から桜を見ましょう。あの橋から桜を見ましょう。
Same expression without イサイ。
あの橋から桜を見ましょ
う。Yeah. Oh, ducks. I totally forgot about ducks. Camo? Yeah, camo. Camo? Camo.
カモ
Camo.
カモ
Okay, camo. Okay. カモがいます。
カモがいます。
カモがいます。These are ducks. Okay. 今週電車来年8分花見 there are ducks in the pond. Okay.
池
池wait. Actually, that's a good point. Uh-huh.
池
に
カモ
がいます。 That's a great point. That's a really great point. This is a great grammar point. Jiko. Jiko.
ロブ
ラブ
スター、
スター。
船、
島。
カモ。
カモ。
とても綺麗な桜でしたね。来年もこの公園で花見をしましょう。
Okay. A person wants to come back next year. Makes sense. とても綺麗な桜でしたね。来年もこの公園で花見をしましょう。We should come. We should watch, or we should cherry blossom. We should go. We should watch the cherry blossom. We should watch. We should go cherry blossom viewing. In this park. Next year too. Location. Tokyo works. Tokyo ni norimashou. Sure. Oh no, kairimashou, not norimashou. Kairimashou. We should return to Tokyo. Wait. Yeah, that was kairimashou. Wait a minute. I'm not actually sure, because you wouldn't... Yeah, that was cut. I don't know how I feel about that last phrase. Did it actually say Tokyo ni kairimashou? I don't know how I feel about that one. Yeah, I would have used modoru. Madoru. Modoru, right? No. Yeah, I would have used modoru. I don't have the kanji for norimashou. Oh wait, I do. No, never mind. I do. But that doesn't make sense either. If it was norimashou. No, there's no way. Oh, that's so weird. I hope that comes up again. I'm pretty sure that doesn't make... I don't think that's a great use of kairimashou. That might be a little misused. I think I probably use modoru instead. Anyways. Oops. This one's fine. じゃあタクシーでうちに帰りましょう。その what? This what? What do we have? We have shopai. This salty. Whoa. Oh, wait. This smart? This big? Oh no. Wait. This blank? Oh, it's big. My bad. I need... Wait. This salty... Oh, this, this salty bridge. This smart bridge. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Hashi. Hashi is not kanji at the moment. I think Kairu has more of a sense of going home, but Moduru is just returning somewhere in general. Yeah, that's why it's a little suspicious. But if Tokyo is if Tokyo is like home, then that's fine. Right? If they're referring to Tokyo as home. But yeah, it's a subtlety. But honestly, if they were going from Tokyo and then now they're returning to Tokyo, Moduru in general would have been a little bit more, but there's no context, so it's fine either way. But I would have used Moduru instead. I was expecting Moduru. And then I took it back because I didn't know if I was reading the predicate properly. Not that it matters too much, since I already know the difference between Kairu and Moduru. It was just a personal observation. このその大きい橋から桜を見ましょう。Big bridge, fair enough. I was gonna say big chopsticks. じゃあ電車ってうちに帰りましょうか。Alright. 来年も桜を Where's the 見たいです。Yeah.
見たいです。
Oh. Interesting. Huh. Okay. I don't know if that's worth a grammar point or not. The omititis. Okay.
橋
Hashi. I want to take it from the... Okay.
Hashi
no sakura.
Sakura. Kara.
Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
No.
Hashi kara.
No. Sakura. No. 写真
が撮りwant to 撮りたいです。
撮りたいです。
橋から桜の写真が撮りたいです。 That's a really interesting structure. Alright. Well, we digressed quite a lot. We basically have half the things we plan out to do, but you know, that's what happens when you're having a lot of fun discussing about random things. What did we talk about today? So let's wrap up on what we talked about today. Well, I kind of nerded it out with Shady again, my like somewhat weird bonding moment. Like Shady and I have a lot of commonalities, so we kind of nerded out to a lot of culture stuff. That's kind of fun. Candid conversation between like minds. Maybe I'll rope that off into some show and tell, some fun show and tell. What else we talked about? We kind of talked about kanji practice. Kanji practice kind of flowed into talking about habits, right? Voluntary habits. I think that's fine. Oh, and then someone asked about my progress, how I feel about my progress. Maybe I will rope that off too. Yeah, I'll make two separate things. It'll take me a little bit of time to find where that is. But yeah, wrapped up with day 94. It's not long now. We'll find out what happens on day 100. If day 100 we get like a freebie, right? 3 days, I'll spend the 3 days reviewing all the things up to this point. Realistically, we're going to complete... we're still on track, actually. Surprisingly so. We might get to section 3, unit 16. Which is 8 units. 8 of the old units. So we still split the same amount of time. Somehow. Huh. Alright. I didn't plan this stuff out, obviously. Alright. What? I've been leaving a little message, like food for thought at the end. I think it's still worth inculcating all the time. The message that I probably want to leave for most people is the things you love. I would love to hear and encourage someone when they write down, like if I ask them, you know, my imaginary, to all the parasocial people out there, I would love to ask you if you can take out a piece of paper and write down the things you love, right? And then for each thing you love, or it might be a short list, I would like to hope it's a short list. How many conditions does that love require? You know, earnestly, as a thought experiment, right? And then ask yourself, is there any way to dispense with any of the conditions, right? Or to circumnavigate the conditions, or make it even less and less unconditional, right? Ultimately, it would be interesting to hear what is your threshold to distinguishing between something you love unconditionally. Like, it still can have conditions. We're not talking about like zeros and ones, on a spectrum, right? On a spectrum, whether how much is considered love and how much is considered I have to do, like things that I need to do versus things that I love to do, right? And I'm kind of curious if they discover anything new about doing this thought experiment, because often at the end of every month, or maybe it's usually every month, and then maybe every 3 months there's something more substantial, and then after the end of every year I tend to do this evaluation exercise with myself to try to be honest with myself, to think about the things I love versus the things I have to do. And no, I'm not saying there's no way the things you love to do can't be one and the same of the things you have to do, that's usually the dream, right? The ideal dream is to love the things you have to do. But rarely is that the case, right? It wouldn't be called the dream otherwise. So I like to think that in general, there will be segregation between the two. I like to think that the things you love, there are fewer conditions to love it versus the things you need to do, which will have all the conditions necessary that you need to optimize and understand. So while a lot of people in this world focuses on all the things you need to do, heavily objective, goal-oriented expectations and whatnot, I would love to think that the things you love, the things you list, you would probably hopefully have a harder time saying, well, it really doesn't matter. As long as I'm doing it, I love it, right? Because while we keep saying things depends on certain things and this depends on certain things, I like to imagine that everyone has the privilege, that's assuming they have the privilege, the free time, and hopefully the help if they need help. Just some part of their lives where they love to participate in something that is unconditional. So it doesn't matter if it needs to go right or wrong. You don't need anything for it to happen. Just doing the thing brings you joy and love. And that's kind of my illustration of passion. A lot of times I think nowadays when people talk about passion, it overlaps a lot with what they need to do, like work and stuff. They want to love the thing they have to do as well. And that is very idealistic. And I want to voice some caution with that. Because if the things you love is also the things you have to do, the moment you stop loving it, or the thing you're doing stops providing reward back, you have nothing to default to. There's nothing to safety net, no escape. There isn't an escape from that, right? When you work really hard, like the old school style, when you work really hard, you come home to a loved one. That loved one is unconditional. It makes all the things you need to do unconditionally acceptable because of what it brings you, the thing you love to have, right? The support and warmth of a family is one thing that's unconditional to all the things you need to do at work, right? It's kind of the cliche thing, like all this work that I do, that I have to do, that maybe I don't want to or maybe not love to, is to provide the love and warmth for, say, a child or your loved one, your significant other. So oftentimes nowadays, it's becoming one and the same, where you're turning the things you love into the things that you have to do. And over time, it feels like this idealistic concept of coupling what you want to do and love to do is, in my opinion, a very, very risky idealistic perception of hoping for the best case scenario. That your dream and everything you need to do, you don't need plan B. The thing you love is also going to be the thing you have to do. And I wish to everyone that you have a plan B, as in something you love that you don't have to do, and something that you have to do but isn't required to love, right? So when you go to a job, you have the ability to do what is necessary, while at the same time, you come home to something that offsets what that's necessary. It is truly and unequivocally the most ideal case to need to do something you love, but that's rarely ever the case. So that's probably the message I want to leave at the end, right? I have a privilege and I'm very grateful for it. When I have to work sometimes I separate my privileges and my passions from what I have to do. It's not because you can't have it all, or you can try to not, like, you can try to have it all. It's largely for when it fails. And that's when dreams die. And when dreams die and you have no plan B, like the warmth of a loving person or the warmth of a compassionate person, then things will get a little hairy, right? You have no plan B. There's nothing to love. You hate the thing. You now hate the thing you love. So what is there to fall back on? What is there to make you feel happy again and to try again? That's kind of what I'm saying. So it's not for the sake of being pessimistic, but it's also for the sake of being sustainable. Yeah. Always keep something that you love that you don't have to do. When you love video games, you don't have to be good at it. You can try to be good at it. Certainly, it doesn't keep you from trying, but you don't have to be good at it. When you have to be good at something, I hope you stay good at it. Oh, hey, Lotus. You came back just for my closing remarks. It went well. I got sidetracked like 4 more times after you left. So we got our normal length of stuff done. We'll try the full day tomorrow. We'll try again tomorrow. And I'm leaving off with a cogent statement about it's the same topic that you left on coincidentally. Yeah, guys. If there's anything I really, really want to continue saying is, I think a life without something you love unconditionally, whatever it is a life that is very risky. Very, very risky. As in, I don't know what that is or what it looks like, but if you do this thought experiment, you write down what do you have to do and what you love, right? How close is the things you have to do? How close are the things you have to do versus the things you love? Because if they overlap, I would love to encourage anyone, if they overlap, to try to come up with something that doesn't overlap between them. Because in my opinion, that is your plan B. When one fails, as in you can't meet what you need to do, and that thing happens to be what you love, then they both fail. And you have to find the kindness of other people in order to bring you up from that thing. Because the very thing you love is also the very thing that failed. And that means that it's the worst possible scenario. It's also the scenario that makes the biggest dreams come true. Don't get me wrong. High risk, high reward. If the thing you love is also the thing you need to do, and you make it work, you're like balls to wall living the dream, right? Get a plan B, you know? You can love more than one thing. So always have a plan B. What do you fall back on? I wanted to become a medical doctor. I liked the science and medicine, but I had a plan B. I also like science, right? Science became a hobby, but then when science became my path, I found other things to love, because sometimes you have to do things as a job, and love may not necessarily compensate for that. It can work for some time, and then when it fails, you need to make sure you have other things. That's personally the safety net. If you want to be independent, make sure to take your plan B the next day. Maku 2024 or something. Like, oh my gosh. Plan B. Yeah. Your contingency plan. It's one to leave it on a real note, like a super real note. I can't tell you how many times when I say the same thing, right? A person would tell me, well, why don't people tell me this when I've sunken my own way of existence? And what I mean by that is, I'm paraphrasing. I encounter a lot of kids, like, let's just use terms that are more straight to the point. I encounter a lot of kids where they have one dream, one love, and they thought that's what they need to do. And it's not even what they need to do, really. Like, what I mean is, a job can be anything. But what they did was they lumped it all together. Their dream, what they're good at, and what they need to do. So it's all the eggs are in one basket. And when you're young, right? Let's say you're 16 and you're moving into your 20s, that transition, if you put all your eggs in one basket, life is way longer than that. Eventually, you're going to encounter a problem. If that moment happens, they spend like the next 5 or 10 years feeling miserable and wondering what else they can possibly do. Well, they can't envision anything else possible to do. It requires the kindness and the safety net of a support system. Some of these kids they didn't invest in a support system. Not even their parents, not even their siblings, not a good close friend. Like, you try to move them towards that, but since they didn't have a safety net in other things, nothing is there. There isn't anything to catch them, right? And if you want to become independent, a lot of times kids want their independence when you become an adult. You need safety nets because you only have yourself to rely on if you want to be independent. Personally, me, I'm a little bit of a sap. I now know how to ask and have support. When I was young, I did the same exact thing. No safety nets, but I had enough structure around my life to recover from that. I personally think that was because I didn't grow up on the internet. Nowadays, all the people that provide solace and emotional support and motivation are largely parasocial relationships. It's somebody they look up to, a role model they see on content creation. But those people can't save you when your dream slaps shut. So hopefully that's the remaining one. Oh yeah, no worries. The guy goes, yes. Thank you for watching. Good luck. Good luck. Good night. Good luck with everything. All right, that's a wrap, guys. That's a wrap. It's a great thought experiment. I hope you guys do it every once in a while. Do it with your loved ones. If you're in a relationship, oh my gosh, it will be reinforced so much. Honestly. What the heck is that? John. Oh, you're doing John now? Okay, I see you. I see you. Alright, guys. That's a wrap. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Work on that, life, self-love. Share some love, right? It sounds sappy, but it makes life worth living for a lot of people, including myself. So, as always, mata ashita. じゃあね。